Yes. Get ready. Laughter, cheers. We got some Terry. Good cheers. Good cheers. Yes, good cheers. I love your crown. What's your name? Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 4, the final day for the HerStory Summit. Wow, we made it to 4 days, 4 incredible days, amazing speakers. It's just been absolutely life-changing. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Gertrude Mache. I am the founder and global curator for the HerStory Circle movement. Initiated in July 2019 with a vision to change the world through our stories. We are women on a mission. We share stories of business and entrepreneurship, health and wellness, family and relationships, creativity, social justice, and spirituality. And it is an absolute honor for me to introduce our first speaker today. I met this incredible woman through a magical series of coincidences. You know how you just know you were supposed to meet someone and you would have bumped into them regardless of where you were? Terry Weems is a woman who has turned into my big sister. We talk almost every single day. If I don't check in on her, she checks in on me. But we had a magical experience very recently, last year. I had come up with this idea to create a reality TV show for this movement. And I put out to my community, I said, girls, come to Australia, come to New Zealand, let's film this. And Terry put up her hand and she was the first person I interviewed. So she came to New Zealand. She was looking after her mom at the time. And her brother said, look, Terry, I'll take over, go to New Zealand, go to Australia, go and have fun. I do believe that her mom wanted her daughter to get on with her life. Terry looked after her mother because she had Alzheimer's, and she had put monitors in the house so she could watch her even when she was away. And every morning we would go online and we'll see what mom's up to, whether she woke up and dressed and had breakfast and who was coming to visit her. We could actually, it felt like we were in the house with her, although we were at a distance. And then one morning, Terry said to me, Gertrude, mom's been sitting in that chair for too long. Something is wrong. So we called Terry's brother, and he had COVID that morning, so he couldn't go home to check on his mom because he lives quite near her. And then when his wife came home, she went and checked, and Terry's beautiful mother passed away. Now, in processing all of this, I realized that Terry's mother's spirit sent her to me. I was able to hold her, to cry with her and be with her as a sister. And we were working on Terry's book. We've been working on her first memoir. And she kept saying to me, Gertrude, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to write. I'm not sure I have a story. I'm not sure. And I kept saying, Terry, when the story is ready to be birthed, it will come out. I call myself the book midwife. I show up when women are ready to birth their stories, and I guarantee that the delivery will be sweet, it will be quick, it will be easy, it will be pleasurable. So, Terry, it gives me great honor to bring you back to our stage. You've spoken several times on all the online summits. People feel like they know you already. Thank you for being who you are in the world. Thank you for being my big sister, checking in on me every day. There's days when my chronic fatigue comes back, and Terry will wake me up in the morning and say, Gertrude, just get up, get in the shower. It's like she's there with me. She is quite a disciplinarian, and I get the courage to get up and keep doing what I'm doing. So the stage is yours, my sister. Thank you.
Good morning. I get the pleasure of doing Terry's bio. Terry and her husband, John W., currently reside in Indiana. As a lifelong student, Terry recognizes the need to keep learning well beyond the business education degrees. Terry seeks ways in which her professional skills and education in serving and communicating with others. With approximately 40 years of supervisor/management experience and her zeal to motivate, she has been very successful in helping others achieve their personal and professional objectives. Terry leads by being an example. She knows that as a leader, it is fundamental to recognize and unloose her talents and strengths for herself and others. Her ability to work with diverse communities and serve as a team leader has proven she is a visionary and with a track record in coalition building, grassroots, and field campaign organizing. Terry is grounded in her spiritual beliefs and prays that her eyes are wide open to opportunities in all areas of her life. Welcome, Terry.
Good morning, everyone. I am so happy to be here. My sis has me crying already today. I was not going to address that today, but you know how sisters can be, right? They're just going to tell the truth no matter what, and she knows that I would do that to her as well. So, as stated, my name is Terry Weems. I'm from the state of Indiana. I am her big sister because I am 73 years young. She saw in me what I have been searching for forever, and that's to have someone understand me, not take my skills, my experiences, and work it into their little box on how I should behave. Because those of you that have experienced me this week know that I can be somewhat of a renegade, okay? So, and if I have a vision, you need to buy into that vision because I know it's going to work, okay? So Gertrude has done that for me. With the help of God, I keep my eyes open. I have had so many different careers in my 73. The last one, I actually walked off a job. It wasn't really a job. I was there at a assisted living facility helping others, as I do. Somebody told me they needed an activities director, so okay, I'll help you. Okay, so for the third time, I retired. But the third time, I walked out on my own because I got tired of the administration trying to tell me what I could, and should do. Okay, so at 71, never walked off. My work ethic is a lot better than that, okay? But it was time. It was time. And so therefore, I discovered HerStory Circle. And Gertrude and I, we worked together on a project. I became a first-time author, writer, published because I contributed to an anthology, okay? And I was like, my book's not done yet. So while we're doing that, and that gets published, Gertrude says, hey, let's get you involved in the HerStory Circle podcast. So I became her co-host, okay? When the internet would fail, she says, okay, I'm having issues over here. She asked me, what all did you want to learn? I said, I want to learn it all, okay? So why did I say that? The internet fell. She texts me. She says, I'm having internet issues. No worries. I took over the camera. Jerry, that introduced me, is also a part of HerStory Circle. And we are on panel discussions all the time during summits, okay? And we just have a ball. We have a ball. So if we ever contact you and say, we need you part of the panel, don't deny us. You will enjoy it. We would be on there, 5 days in a row? From in Central Time, it would be like 2 in the afternoon till about 7 at night. So one day I still had energy left. What did we do? She says, let's do some recordings for TikTok. And I'm like, I'm happy with that. Okay. So here we go. After being on from 2 to 7, we didn't get off till like 10 p.m. Okay. And it was like, she says, I've never met anybody like you. You're just going, going, going. And since we've been here, she says, you didn't take a nap today? And I'm like, no, I didn't take a nap. She says, how do you do it? Okay. One way that I do it is because I rest. I take care of me. Usually around 8 p.m., all devices go off, okay? Because I knew I had to get up and be ready to care for my mother at any minute, okay? I honored her wishes. She wanted to stay home. She did not want to move in with me. I am not going to be a bother to my children. She has this saying, I was born in East Chicago, that's in Indiana, east of Chicago, okay? But it's called East Chicago. And she would say, I was born in East Chicago, I'm going to die in East Chicago. Leave me right here. So that's why we had to monitor, because I didn't trust that I could get to her in time because I did not live in the same city. But my brother was 3 blocks away. And I suffered through my older brother having dementia. And every Sunday I would take my mother to visit, and I could see a little bit of her dying, because she's always felt no mother should die before their child. And it was her oldest son, okay? And so I handled that by myself because my younger brother couldn't see his big brother doing it, right? So being the person that I am, and the person that my mother has made me, my best friend, my sister, okay? I can handle just about everything. But I knew I would not be able to handle her, okay? So he did step in. You know how baby boys are. He did step in. He saw that I really needed him. And so he did step in. And so I taught him a lot of things about WhatsApp and all this other stuff. And he's probably, hopefully he's out of the bed, but he's probably going to watch the replay, okay? Because he stays up. He stays up all night, okay? Watches sports all night long, okay? And he's a jock, so, you know, that's how it goes. But he did step in, and he monitored well, and he knew to call my husband. It was my husband that went over and fed my mother the night before she passed because of the COVID thing, okay? And we were on the site, and I said, oh man, she's missing you. Okay, we're joking back and forth, okay? And I'm riding in the car with Gertrude. We're going to the hot springs, right? And so he says, yeah, he says, I'm about ready to put on a mask and just go over there because I miss her too, you know? And so, you know, he was fine and everything. But one of the reasons why we did have to monitor her is that I was fearful of her falling, okay? Because working in an assisted facility, I know that that can happen, okay? But I should have known a year before that, when she started moving her furniture around and picking up the rugs, okay, and moving them out of the way, that she was camouflaging her memory loss and how her neuropathy was kicking in, okay? And, you know, I could tell something was going on. So I was able and blessed to have had that job, because she told me, she says, well, you know what? You're using some of your tactics that you learned at that assisted living on your brother. And I know you're using some of that on me right now. She was very alert at times, okay? And then there was times when she didn't know who I was, okay? And so people are saying that I've been constantly on the move since she passed, and I haven't had time to grieve. People, you have to understand, when your best friend does not know who you are, whether it's for 1 time, 10 times, or whatever, you begin to grieve at that point. I cried all the way home that day. Okay, so I knew that my best friend was gone. But my faith, and she has always told me, I will not be with you always. Okay. And so I've learned to be the strong woman that I am, the independent woman that I am, because of her and because of my grandparent, my mother, my grandmother. So with me, it's all about keeping your eyes and ears open. I've had so many different positions, and I'm a business education teacher, But I've worked in accounting. I've worked as a park director, recreation. Okay, I've worked, in just about everything, and I am the go-to person. If I don't know what you have or what you ask me to do, don't worry, I'll get an answer for you. Okay, Google is my best friend. Okay, I will vet everybody. Okay, when I got the address to this place, Google went in there to find out what kind of place it was, what was the description, and I already knew Georgetown was horrible for parking. Okay, so it's like, you're not driving, you're going to do Lyft and Uber all week, okay? So those are the kinds of things that I do. When I went to New Zealand, when I went to Melbourne, I did the same thing. And I publicly am going to thank my husband of 36 years. The end of the month, it will be 37. And I publicly want to thank him, even though he's not on Facebook or any of that stuff. I'll show it to him when I get home because he stands behind me 100%. And I am very thankful for that, simply because he is husband number 3. Okay. But my tolerance level is kind of short for, junk coming into my life. Okay. And I will say, it's time to move on. Okay. But I'm going to tell you a little story. When my husband proposed to me 1 month after we were married, he proposed. And what happened was, I said, okay, well, I'm just getting out of that second one. Let's just slow your roll. Okay? So I went down on my knees and I thanked the Lord. I said, okay, now look. Now that's the way I talk to him, because he is my father, okay? I talked to him and I said, look at me now, because 2 I chose. I can't choose another third one. I'm not good at this, okay? So it's going to be on you. Okay, so you give me the sign, you give me, I'm asking for signs and wonders, right? You tell me if this guy is going to be good for me, okay? And so my mother had already chosen him because I had gone to an affair, and that's where I met him. A friend of mine introduced us. And I came up that Sunday morning after church, and she's like, well, how was the party? Did you do this? Did you, And I said, yeah, I met this guy. Kind of strange, though. Okay. And she says, well, what was it you didn't like about him? You're always prejudging everybody. Okay. You got to run them through all these, characteristics. What is it you're looking for and all this stuff? And I go, well, what's happening is that he came, it's a jean and jogger set, casual. Here he comes with a 3-piece suit and a hat. And I'm like, what is wrong with this guy? But guess what? I found out he had gone to a wedding reception. Okay. Because I asked, I'm like, okay, why are you dressed that way? Okay. Because like I said, I'm kind of bold. And so she says, oh, give him a chance. Give him a chance. Okay. And so she says, you're always looking for somebody that meets up to your qualifications, professional, educated, and all this stuff. He was a refinery worker, blue collar. And the Lord sent him to me. We're sitting there having dinner. And I look at him and I go, yeah. He's like, yeah, what? I said, yeah, I'll marry you. Don't ask me. My father works. Okay, he works. Okay. And so 9 months to the day from the day we met, we got married. 9 months from the day we met, we got married. So don't tell me about what God can't do, okay? Because I am very faithful and true to my faith. My mother raised me that way. She raised all 3 of us that way, but it stuck with me because I am the only girl in the family. And so I met Gertrude at a time, and I met all of you at a time when I still had that in the back of my mind that I needed sisterhood. Okay, long time coming, but guess what? Prepared me for it along the way. And so I want to thank all of you. You've wrapped your arms around me. Not everyone wraps their arms around you like your family might, or, I do belong to one of the largest sororities. I have to give them a little plug, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And, and so, but not everyone wraps their arms around you. And not everyone wants to hear your story. All they can do sometimes is criticize what you do, what you've done, what you haven't done when they don't know you. So that is really the premise of my book, which, thanks to Gertrude, has now turned into a memoir. Okay? It is entitled, I Am Your Sister, because I asked my mother that at the age of 10. Why don't I have a sister? Like I didn't know, right? My father was not in the home. I knew I couldn't have a sister. Okay, but I asked that question, and her reply was, I am your sister. I will always be your sister. We are going to have fun in this life, and I'm going to be there for you at all costs, everything. And that's what she did. That's what she did. She told me to go to Australia, go to New Zealand, finish that book, because you know it's going to be good. Okay, but her short-term memory was just, So it's important that you honor your parents' wishes, your family wishes, because in the long run, it brings you a lot of peace. Okay, there's no argument going on, and it's difficult. Okay, it is difficult to do that. But if it has to be done, it has to be done. And of course, your best friend, how could you say no? So I want to thank everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. I love you too. Okay. Okay. Oh, you got my stuff. You got my stuff. Huh? Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay, we have to mics, and if you can still hear me. I'm sorry, I forgot I was wired. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that partial.
I was just going to make a quick.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. All right. Sorry. Hi. I am Kimberly Schaefer from San Diego, a new inventor and entrepreneur. And so my invention is the ring thing. And we're having, sorry. And we're having a raffle today. So there's a pink bag over on the table here. And if you drop your business card in, I'll be drawing later this afternoon. And whatever card comes out, that person will win a blue ring thing. So thank you.
And just to remind everybody, Tammy and Fruits of Our Labor are here. Amazing nonprofit, inspiring women who are coming out of incarceration. They train them, they coach them. We want them to leave without anything. So please go and give a donation. We want them to leave empty-handed today. So everything that they bought, they're asking just for a donation. So if you guys have the time, please go and see Tammy and find out about their project as well.
And I've gained about 25 pounds because of their project. And that's not a lie. It's fine. It's fine. So I am introducing Janelle Kelly, who I just met and I already love and have signed up for some of her things, is the founder of Aligned Life and creator of the Mindset Mastery community, designed to add value to those seeking change and empowerment. Janelle is also the proud mama of two of the world's most adorable fur babies, her 4-year-old Yorkie Macho and her 12-year-old Chihuahua Gucci, who are jokingly referred to as the CEO and CFO of the company. As a registered nurse of 30 years, it is her lifelong passion to nurture and empower others in their greatest time of need. She has built a strong presence in the field of health and wellness on various platforms. After hitting rock bottom from unexpected life challenges and disconnecting from her passion and purpose, Janelle set off on a journey that turned her life from mundane to extraordinary. She is known for guiding others down a path to achieving a clear vision that allows them to live an empowered life. Janelle is an Amazon international best-selling author and highly sought-after international motivational speaker who has shared the stages with other leaders such as New York Times best-selling author Gabby Bernstein. Her certification as a leadership development trainer and trainer of the Clarity Catalyst course, based on Stanford University's Business Master's Degree program, has allowed her to coach over 1,000 people in achieving their goals. Janelle's mission is to help over 10,000 women by December 1st, 2023 in breaking through their self-limiting beliefs and behaviors, stepping into their own lane and creating a life by design. Let's welcome Janelle.
Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here with you. And I just want to really give acknowledgement to all the women who have spoken first. We are on our last day. And there have been 3 days filled with incredible stories, empowerment, inspiration, challenges, overcoming those challenges. And just a huge thank you to Erin Washington and Gertrude Mashi for putting this together along with her team and crew, because without them, we wouldn't have this space. This magic wouldn't be created. So as Cindy said, my name is Janelle Kelly, and I am a powerful, caring, loving, inspiring leader. And I hope to share with you today my journey on how I went from a young girl growing outside of Philadelphia. Anybody from the Philadelphia area? No, wonderful. I grew up in a little town called Croydon, and it was referred to as Crudden. And that was the start of my life. So imagine, it wasn't the prettiest place. It wasn't the most inspiring. I see you laughing, Liza. It wasn't the most inspiring community. And I didn't know better then. You know, I had parents that had major struggles. I had a father who is challenged with post-traumatic stress disorder, little to his knowledge. And but it's scary because people with PTSD, they ruin the lives of the people around them unknowingly and unmeaningly, right? So here was this little girl growing up in this town with a huge vision. And I was laughed at for my vision. People thought I was crazy. I built stages in my backyard, and I invited the entire neighborhood to my talent show, right? And is that something? Because here I am, 49 years of age, on stages, having my own talent show, only always. Yeah. And when I was 7 years old, my grandmother, she passed away from cancer, and it freaked me the heck out. Like, I couldn't go near that hospice bed. I wanted nothing to do with it. But I wrote her a card, which my mom had saved, and it said, "Get well, Nana. Love, Nurse Janelle." And I never wanted to be a nurse. My sister wanted to. And when I was 17, I needed a job. And I answered this ad, and it called me. I was pulled to it. I have no idea why. And I went there, and it was in this old nursing home with people. I mean, these people were laying on the mattresses on the floor. I was picking up old men, old women. They were confused. They had Alzheimer's, dementia. I loved them. I loved that job. I loved helping those people. And I had such an inspiration to move forward. And from that, I became a licensed nurse. And through that, a registered nurse. And then I became the ER trauma nurse. I had these goals and these visions, and I hit them every single time. And I did the travel nurse thing. The problem is I stayed in that career just a little too long. And I think a lot of people do that in life. And either we don't know better, or we stay because of our fear, because we're not clear that there's even other opportunities for us, correct? So I'd like to just have you for a minute, just imagine it's Monday morning. It's about 5 a.m. My alarm's going off for the third time. And I'm laying there staring at the ceiling. And I'm like, how is it even time to get up again? You know, I'm just dragging my body from the lying position to the side of the bed. And as my feet hit the floor, I was like, there has to be something more to life than this. What once filled me and had me jumping out of bed literally had me nauseated, thinking of having to go back to the hospital one more day, having to do that one more time. And then I knew that I needed a change, and I went out and I sought a change. And really, well, I'm honest, I didn't really seek much. I just said, God, you know, you always give me something, right? Like, I didn't do a whole lot of work with God. I just left it all to him. And, you know, and about a year and a half later, he was like putting it right in front of my face, and I was resisting it, and I couldn't see it. because I got so stuck on the hamster wheel. I was running so fast on the hamster wheel, day in, day out, day in, day out, living like Groundhog's Day, exhausted mentally, physically, spiritually, financially, on all levels, yet working 60 to 80 hours a week. And like many of you, especially women, putting everyone else's needs in front of my own. Serving from an empty cup. My cup was like cracked in pieces on the floor. And I was still trying to serve from that empty cup. And here was a nurse that I worked with, and she's offering me this opportunity to try this product because it's amazing and it's going to make me feel good. And I'm like, shut up. Like, shut up. 6 months, 6 months, 6 months. And I finally said yes. You see that product is right back there on that table. I've carried it around for 6 years. I will for always and forever share these products and this vehicle with people because I put products in my body that all of a sudden released the brain fog. All of a sudden, I realized it was okay to work a 12, 13, or 14-hour shift, and you were supposed to go home and still have energy. And I didn't know that. I didn't know it was possible. Because however was I going to make a big change in a career and a big change in my life if I'm exhausted on all levels? So God said, you need this first. He's like, dear God, woman, will you take this? So finally, when I put it in my body, what took 6 months, took 6 days for me to go, this might be doing something, but I'm not going to admit that I was like, I'm not going to tell anybody that, So I took the products home. I went home for the holidays. I came back and I was a new person. And people were like, what are you doing? Who are you? Oh my God, you're so nice. What do you put in your body? I was like, I don't know, go talk to Aaron. Go talk to Aaron. And all of a sudden I got paid because I told people to go talk to Aaron. And then all of a sudden I'm talking to Aaron. I'm like, why did I get paid? I'm like, girl, is this a business? She goes, oh, Jesus, God. She's like, I've been telling you this for months. And finally, it was 2 months in. Finally, I'm sitting at home and I think I have it on video, honestly. And I sat on my floor and I cut my hands and I realized I was given the greatest gift that God could ever give me. And he said, thank you. Now take with this and do it what you will. So it took 6 months to say yes to, 6 days to feel a difference. 6 months later, my whole life was changed. I was out of management. I was 1 foot out the door of that career that was exhausting me. And here I am 6 years later with you, free of all of that. Now, if you think that journey was easy, oh, heck no. Oh, no, especially not in network marketing. There was so much stigma around it, right? Because people don't understand that piece. But that wasn't really what it was. It was the end of that first year when I ran into every self-limiting belief in this head. It's called the itty bitty shitty committee. That's what we refer to it. There's a program from Stanford that I teach, itty bitty shitty committee, right? There's like 7 of them. I'm not good enough. I'm not smart enough. I'm not pretty enough. I'm definitely not skinny enough. I'm not smart enough, right? And it's all there. And it shows up for us over and over and over again in life. So how do we get through that? So when I learned where it came from, and I really understood the roots of those limiting beliefs, because happened to that little girl in Cruden, right? It was from her. But I'm not that little girl in Cruden anymore when I was 44 years old. So how did I take what was built in the subconscious back then, recognize it, identify with it, and do practices and techniques that when that shows up in my head, I immediately say, oh, I hear you. I love you. Now go sit in the damn back seat. Like you don't get to drive the car, right? Because if we let procrastination drive our car, we never leave the parking space, right? If we left, I don't know, I don't understand, drive the car, we never even turn it on. There's all these different things. And you are the driver of the vehicle. I am the driver of the vehicle of my life. And through always overcoming one challenge after the next, and I've been given many challenges. And the divine is so fun to deal with sometimes. When we don't listen to ourselves and our intuition, guess what happens? Divine intervention comes in, and it's not pretty sometimes. It looks like laying paralyzed in a hospital because my lower spine shattered and being told you will never walk again by everyone but myself. It's having a stroke 21 weeks ago from probably built up energy and anxiety and things that needed to release. And they released here. Poop. Well, I had a surgery and an artery got damaged. The difference between those 2 incidents is this time when it happened, I saw all the gifts immediately. I smoothly went right past them. Every challenge, everything. 2 weeks later, I'm interviewing on 10X stages. 4 weeks later, I'm doing photo shoots. 5 weeks later, I'm in Mexico, Las Vegas. This has been my life the last 21 weeks, and I'm here with you today. And I share that because of the tools and the techniques that I learned. And having belief in something greater than ourselves, and having faith and having a knowingness and a certainty and confidence that you can overcome anything and everything. Someone here mentioned it this week, that dis-ease is just dis-ease. Something's off. Something's wrong. And when we're not willing to go deep inside and take a look and heal those past things, guess what, guys? It just shows up over and over and over again. So if it's all right with you, I'd like to take you on a little journey. Do I have your permission? Because I do need your permission for this. Okay. So what I'd like you to do is put down the phones, except for Liza. Everybody put down your phones, uncross your legs, open your arms. I'm going to ask you to close your eyes. Take a few deep breaths in and out. Close your eyes. I can see you guys, so they're not closed. Okay. We're going to take a deep breath in. Let it out with a sigh. Another deep breath in, and this time when you release it, I want you to release everything that's happened up until this moment that has not served you. Whether you were busy rushing around this morning, maybe you had to get the kids set, the animals, whatever it is. Just take all that anxiety and just take deep breaths as I speak with you. Many times in life, we're at a crossroads. And we're at a crossroad, we don't know what to do. So typically, we turn around and we'll ask 16 different people. Keep those eyes closed. I see you. 16 other people. What do you think I should do? And I asked even the lady at the checkout, my mom, my friend, what do you think I should do? And what happens is we get 16 different answers. And what do we do then? We do nothing. We're more confused than when we started. And I promise you that you know you best. That you have inside of you every answer you need in life. But you get to access it. You get to cultivate your intuition so that clarity comes. And when you're clear, you're confident. When you're confident, you're certain, and you move through flow with flow and ease. So I'm going to take you on a journey. And what we're going to do is we're going to go and we're going to meet our future self 20 years from now. Someone that has wisdom, that has knowing, that has answers for questions that you may have today. So I want you to imagine that you're walking along a beautiful riverbank. It's a perfect day. The birds are singing, and you can feel the warmth of the sun on your face. And you feel safe and that all is well. As you walk along, you suddenly see a boat driven by a friendly captain. The captain pulls the boat along the shore and helps you in. You begin to sail down the river, but you notice that this is a different kind of river. This is the river of time. 5 years pass, 10 years pass, 15 years pass, 20 years pass. The friendly captain pulls the boat along the riverbank and helps you out. He points to the place where you live 20 years from now. Where are you? Is it a city street, a country road, the mountains, the beach, maybe another country? This is yours, so paint it in. You see the house and you knock on the door and the future self answers. Look into that person's eyes. Those are your eyes. Look at that person's smile. Notice what your future self is wearing, including the jewelry, the clothes, and even the shoes. Your future self brings you into one of the rooms in the home. You have created all of this. Look at the colors, the textures, furniture, and fabrics. Your future self asks you to sit down and then leaves the room. Eventually, your future self returns carrying a beautifully wrapped gift. What has this person giving you today? Allow him or her to whisper in your ear the significance of this gift. And now your future self looks you deeply in the eyes and asks you, what do you want to know? Ask your future self any question from your heart. Ask for wisdom or insight about your next steps on this journey. And before you leave, ask your future self if there's one more thing he or she needs to tell you, or if there's something important that you need to know. It's time to go, and your future self walks you to the door, but before you leave, ask, is there a name I can call you when I come to visit? A name other than my own? Your future self thanks you and says to come back anytime. Anytime you have questions or need guidance, this person is your ally and they're here to help. Now make your way back to the river where the friendly captain is waiting. Board the boat and begin to sail. And when you're ready, go ahead and open your eyes and take a deep breath. I just want to thank you for allowing me to take you there, because for some people, that's an emotional journey. For other people, they've already done a lot of work and they're up and happy, right? And they're like, yeah, so I get it, guys. When I do that meditation myself, who I was the first time I visited that lady, oh my goodness in heaven. Now when I visit that lady, I've already accomplished some of the things and the gifts that she had given me and told me, and the wisdom I needed, I put it to place. So I just want to thank you for that and support you, because the only thing our minds cannot achieve is the impossible, right? And we're either in every moment choosing to lift ourselves up and empowering ourselves, or giving our power away to someone else. Yeah, so it's a choice. Everything in life is a choice. You can be like the little girl growing up in the dirt in Cruden, right? To becoming the shining star, the powerful, caring, inspiring leader. And I did that through community, and I did that through love, and I did that through support. And I do nothing in life now without community. So thank you for being here with me, for uplifting me, for allowing me to share my story, because all you do is you help me rise. And so I hope I did the same for you. Thank you very much.
All righty, we're getting off to a really, really good start this morning. Great job, great job. I am also the moderator from time to time, but I've enlisted the help of several of the women here that will be reading some of the bios, because it's been a very busy week for me. All righty, so Erin, I think you have the next one. You got it, or you want it here? Okay. It's the same. I double checked. Okay.
And we had, sorry, we had a gift for all of you.
Okay, Anne Scotland is a humanitarian, social entrepreneur, global impact advisor, and award-winning best-selling author. She has worked with various nonprofits, including Amnesty International, ADRA Development and Relief Agency, and the American Cancer Society. Among her many causes, she is passionate about freedoms for women to make their own life choices in restrictive religious societies. Her live stream talking show, I'm Spiritual But, airs Wednesdays at 12 noon Eastern on USA Global TV Network. Please help me welcome Anne Scotland.
Woo! Slippery. Hello, everybody. I brought you a little joyful cheer this morning, Live for Joy, which is my book, which I'm not going to talk about, so I'm just going to put it right here. Hi, I am Anne Scotland. I am so happy to be here, and can I just say what a privilege and honor it has been this week? And I'm just looking at all your faces and getting emotional, which is actually Janelle's fault because she got me emotional. It's such a privilege and honor to be with all of you and to be with committed people who really believe in what they're doing and believe in the power of love. And for all of our global audience as well. It's just such a privilege to be with you. So yes, I'm Anne Scotland. I'm a humanitarian. I am a social entrepreneur. If you don't know what that is, look it up. It means it's okay to make money and help people. And also, I'm a global impact advisor, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that today. So David Attenborough said, I love this quote, and I did want to share it with you. He said, if working apart, we're powerful enough to destabilize the planet. Surely working together, we're powerful enough to save it. And I really believe that's true. And I knew I was supposed to be a catalyst for change my whole life. However, finding the avenue, the door of where I was supposed to do that work took me a while. I spent 10 years as an actress in Hollywood, thinking that that would be my world stage where I could make an impact. But this was before Me Too. There were so many things that didn't allow you to have a voice or really present the message you thought you could. And I knew that I had talents in other areas that I'd been born with, is leadership and teaching and emotional healing. But Hollywood was a really far cry from where I came from. I did not have a traditional American upbringing. I grew up in a very extreme religious cult-like environment in the middle of nowhere. And when I say nowhere, I don't just mean rural. You would probably call it wilderness. I was homeschooled till I was almost 16. And we were the chosen ones. We wore long dresses. We had so many rules that governed every aspect of our life, from what you eat, no meat, no television, no movies, no pop music, no pop culture, no fiction, no art per se. Nature is art, which made me fall in love with nature. But for someone who was born creative and artist, this was a very odd situation, and a people person. So I grew up with two little brothers, and that was basically it. But, we were growing our own food, and we were preparing for the end of the world. But the world didn't end. You know how that was actually a disappointment when everything you've ever known and everything you've ever been taught and your entire mental development is based on that. We used to worry that we wouldn't get to have sex before the world ended, because it was supposed to be that soon. We're like, oh God, please. just long enough. But my transition out of that environment was very, very difficult. I was firstborn, type A, perfectionist. So I said, I can do this better than all y'all. Bring it on. I can compete in this department. I can outperform you. I can out-religion you. And the hardest part was I bought into it 110%. So transitioning into the real world was very tough. I had a gift that Divine had given me, which was a love for people. So when I went to my high school eventually, which was a very, very tiny religious school with 70 students in the whole school, I thought I had died and gone to heaven. This was my coming out. It was like, there's people! So I went to college after that. Again, a very conservative religious college. In college, I met at 21. During my senior year in college, I married a man from my religion. He had, unbeknownst to me, very strong sociopathic tendencies. I was a sitting duck. I was trained to be that 1950s housewife, to be, so-and-so's wife, whatever her name is, to be the arm charm, to be, to respect that the male sphere in my life, whether that was in my religious organization, in my family, whether it was my father. I knew for a long time that something was wrong, but I just couldn't see it. There was a lot of psychological abuse, a lot of gaslighting. I literally thought I was losing my mind. And by that, I mean, I thought I was going crazy. And I started having physical breakdowns. I had bleeding ulcers in my 20s. So I'm going to either end up in a mental institution or I'm going to die. Finally, he was absent a lot, and finally he controlled all the money very closely. Many women understand what it is to be controlled by money before you have your own and before you're empowered. So I had to borrow money from my girlfriend's little brother in order to hire a private detective. And what I found out was that my husband had other cars, other homes, other women in other states where he was living multiple lives. My religious leader, when I sat down to confront him in the formal way, like this is what's happening, and really expected compassion and understanding, was like, well, you know, the only option you have is reconciliation. Not only was it like, no, I was unwilling, but how? Like, I don't even think he wants to be with me. Like, what? My father said, and he loves me, and he said, I'm glad you're safe. And then he said, I don't know what your plans for the future are, but as long as you know, you will always be married to him in heaven. So my divorce it wasn't just a divorce, it was the complete undoing of who I was. My entire worldview was completely shattered. I'd lost the one person who I thought who cared about me, family, friends, community, my religious environment, and most precious of all, my faith. Because I had kept all the rules. I was that type A girl. And I was like, this wasn't supposed to happen. And I'll just say when I didn't know if the divine had ever been there for me or was there now or ever would be, the divine sent me people. He sent me beautiful people. And one of those was, I didn't even know this gal very well. She was one of my friend's sisters, but she knew what I was going through. And I'd spent a year at home isolated and in shame and couldn't go out. I was in a small community, laying on the floor crying every day and watching TV long enough to make myself stop sobbing. I think that's what my life was like. Had no idea if I could support myself, if I could live on my own. My husband hadn't let me go to graduate school, which is what my plan had been. And she said, you know, I hadn't been to my religious organization, my church. And she called me up and she said, hey, Ann, I just wondered if you would like to come to me to a different church this weekend where you don't know anyone. It's a really accepting kind of place. And I said, yes. And it seems like such a small thing, right? But she reached out and said, take my hand, I'm going to go with you. I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to preach at you. I'm not going to fix you. I'm just going to go with you. You know how much that meant to me? I hope you have had someone like that in your life. And if you are so blessed. And when we're blessed, we have such a calling, truly. And with her and other people like her, it really transformed. It gave me hope. It transformed the idea that if that small act of love and courage had been so impactful to me, what might I be capable of? Because I got a lot to give. And what really pulled me out of that depression was something a mentor had told me once, a wonderful female mentor, and she had said, if you are ever completely miserable or isolated and you want out, it's time to go give back. It's time to do things for other people. And I did. I didn't even know where to begin. I started looking. I found Amnesty International right away, which was a huge passion for me. I have an adopted brother from Pakistan. I was very fortunate to travel a lot during college. And I was like, this is something I'm really passionate about. And so as I worked with them and with other organizations eventually over the years, and Hollywood was in there, so it's crazy. But anyway, that wasn't fulfilling what I thought was going to be my world stage. And so I decided I was going to move out on my own and create something different that was needed and that I didn't see everywhere. So I founded the Global Impact League. And what that is basically a place for your dream, your desire to give back, to grow. For people in this room, for people in the global audience, maybe you have a job that really helps people, which is, oh, what a gift. And yet, consider maybe there's even more. What is it that really, really calls to you? What do you need to fulfill in this world while you're here to feel that you are fully satisfied and you are complete? If you don't have ideas, you can check out the United Nations. They have sustainable development goals. They have 69 sustainable development goals, which range from obviously gender equality, poverty, dealing with hunger, clean water, safe education, and so many more. And if that's not enough, they have 169 sub-targets, which and a fulfillment goal date set of 2030, which is also something that I feel like is really relevant. Because so many people I talk to say, I really would love to start this after-school program for kids who grew up like me. Or, I have always wanted to help women in other countries find financial backing for their entrepreneurial business. But, I don't have the money, I don't have the time, maybe when I retire. But you know what we have is now. And when I work with people, because what I do is we sit down in a room or in a virtual community and we sit down, I lead cohorts, we strategize, we plan, we have ideation sessions, and we have guests come in who show you exactly how to build what it is you want. Do you need a nonprofit? Maybe you don't. If you want a nonprofit, how do you even begin? And it really is a community of people growing together to find their own fulfillment and support each other in a global environment. So I say, people, why wait? I've watched people at my retreats in 5 days go from, I'm not totally sure, I was thinking about this and I was thinking about that, and maybe helping animals, maybe Green Planet, maybe this women's issue, to 5 days later having already set appointments to be on television, having already people who said they were willing to give them financial backing, have already connected to other people in the globe who are doing something so similar that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's the community, it's the togetherness, it's what we've talked about here all week. Being together, working together to really accomplish that. And if you're still not sure what your deepest passion is, I challenge you to look where you used to have your shame. That's why for me, one of my deepest passions is helping women around the world, working to empower them to be able to make their own life choices, even if they're in a repressive religious environment. Because that was my shame. I was so ashamed of my past. I was so ashamed of looking stupid. I was so ashamed of looking ignorant because of my divorce. I was so ashamed of not having my own choice to go to graduate school because I knew I was really smart. And there's women in countries all around the world who had it so much worse, who have it so much worse today. Some of my dear sisters in Iran know exactly what I'm talking about. So when you find that deep passion, grab onto it. Don't wait. Join me. Join someone else who's doing this kind of work, because it's not hard. There's only one of you, and you have the divine gift of compassion. You have the divine gift of creation. Use what the divine has given you to really give back and to live fully and abundantly, because you have what someone else needs. You're the answer to somebody's prayer. Will you answer their prayer? I'm Ann Scotland, and I hope your answer with me is yes. Thank you.
Great. Okay.
All righty. You know, you guys have been sitting for a while. Okay. You wonder why I laugh so much? I am a certified laughter yoga instructor. Okay. So I'm going to ask you to stand up. We're going to do a little laughter exercise. Okay. And it's all about the yoga breath. Okay. And when you do laugh, you must do a gut belly laugh. Don't worry. The brain will pick up on what you're trying to tell it. You may not laugh the first time, but trust me, we're not laughing at each other. We're just laughing so we can send endorphins in and wake up a little bit, okay? We don't always need the coffee, as I say I always need, okay? So we're gonna breathe in through the nose, exhale through the mouth, and it's okay if you make a swishing sound, okay? All righty, in and out. And so we clap and say, very good, very good, very good. Okay? So now we're going to pretend we're talking on the phone to our best friend. Okay? And we're going to do it in laughter. From the belly. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's breathe. Okay, let's breathe. Inhale. And exhale. One more. Inhale. And exhale. Did that help clear that fog that you may have been developing? Okay, great job. Great job. Okay, you may have a seat. I told you guys, you heard in my bio, I do a little bit of everything. Okay, Allison, are we? No, I want you to go now. I need you to get mic'd. Yeah. We've had to do some switching. Are you going to do Allison? Sure. You want me to do it? Which way you going? Okay. Okay, I just need a little help. I got you. Okay, great.
I got you.
There we go. And you can abbreviate.
Yes, I like it. And Allison and I have met via Instagram, so this is exciting for me. And I've asked her if she's going to sing. So Allison Campbell is Chief Creative Officer, artist, and founder of Music to Change the World. Elevates rising stars through the power of positioning and genre fluidity. Doubling as an expert in both PR and music, Allison is disrupting the system, providing support for other artists to own their body image, age, and other barriers the music industry has imposed. She provides a safe space for artist collaboration, combining genres not typically paired, allowing for ultimate creativity. Whether it's on a stage or in their career, Allison provides rising stars with the platform they deserve through media and music opportunities, giving voice to those the industry hasn't. Now a hip hop and country recording artist and songwriter, Allison first found her voice through musical theater with performances at Carnegie Hall, Madison Square Garden. She's worked with Paramount Recording, Global Hustle Entertainment, and big names in the industry like Grammy-nominated recording engineer Todd Bergman and Grammy-nominated songwriter Kevin McCall. With 2 bachelor's degrees in music and journalism, Allison brings artists together by melding genres and fighting for a clear path to success through public relations and platform creation. She also holds a fashion events planning certificate through the Fashion Institute of Technology, is a member of Entreprenista, I know I'm mispronouncing, League, and is the recipient of awards for her PR firm, Heart and Soul PR, such as PR Innovation of the Year, Sabre Award for PR Agency Initiative, and Reagan's PR Daily Nonprofit PR Award. She's a contributor to Compro Biz, which features an InStyle, Uprocks, New York Times, PR Week, and more. Allison sees things in a cinematic way, propelling others in motion through creation and actualization. Let's welcome Allison.
Good morning, HerStory. How are we feeling today? Yeah, good. Well, I'm Allison Campbell, founder of Music to Change the World and Heart and Soul PR. By a show of hands, I'm a very interactive speaker, by the way. Who came with a little intimidation today, seeing all these women? Yeah, let's be honest. Who came with a little bit of maybe shyness to tell your story, right? How about unsure of the next direction you're going to take in your business, right? We collectively share these experiences, and as women, we're here, and I think it's just so beautiful what Gertrude has created here for all of us to come together in this unity, just taking in that for a moment. But today I really want to talk about something really important that we all have inside, and that is our confidence, which we have control over, yeah? So I call it unleashing your inner rock star. So whether you're standing on a stage right here, whether you didn't have your piece of paper, because I was like, should I bring it up or not? Anne didn't have her paper, Janelle didn't have her paper. It's going to be just fine because I'm going to speak from the heart. But whether or not you are standing on a stage or performing for that next huge crowd, you're negotiating for that raise, we are all there at these cliffs of our life, and it's those skills we have inside that we cultivate with that confidence mindset, that inner rock star that allow us to go to that next level. So starting a little bit about my life, I grew up in a small town, very, very small town, little cultural opportunities. I really found my voice in musical theater. So I don't know if it was like taking on other characters or just being able to really like sing and dance and find that connection through music. But I know all of us have a really interesting story. And some people may say, oh, you have all these multi-hyphenates and you're doing all these things, but we all have those dedicated talents inside, right? And I think harnessing that for me through musical theater was a big one in my life. So a really formative moment for me to find my inner rock star was in second grade. I was sitting at my grandma's piano. Yeah. And my grandma kicked me out of her own piano studio because it's grandma, right? Like, I don't need to practice. I resented my mom for putting the timer on the piano, right? Got to sit back down and practice, Allison, sit back down and practice. And then that was such a formative moment where I said, all right, that'll really humble you when you're kicked out of your own grandma's piano studio, right, in second grade. So what can I do from here? I mean, my grandma's kicked me out of her studio. So it really lit a fire for me that said, okay, this is bigger than me. And it's the purpose that a lot of our speakers have talked about today. It's bigger than me. I'm being called to a bigger purpose. So I know this is going to pay off in the long run. I'm going to practice, I'm going to sit down, and I'm going to dedicate myself to practicing piano and then getting up and singing, auditioning from a young age, doing all these things where you just gain that internal confidence. But I wasn't always this outgoing until I found musical theater and until I had that formative moment, that cliff we're talking about where I said, what is my inner rock star? I want to unleash that here. So from there, I really found love in musical theater, but more importantly, I saw how I could move a room, inspiring through song and dance and movement, and just whether the person was next to me in community theater in the small town, standing next to my dad and singing Grease songs, or whether it was going to a big stage like Carnegie Hall, as she mentioned in my bio. That came later in life, but it was because of that repetition, that continual inner monologue of like, I've got this, and there may be moments I don't have it, and that's okay. But when I know I have those cliffs in life and I have that community around me that you all were talking about as well, I can do this. And that deeper purpose inside, that when I come back to it, when I plant my feet here, I am home. Yeah, this is what I'm meant to do, and this is my purpose. It's bigger than me, right? So I fast forwarded. I wanted to take on music and song and dance and do all of that in college, and I had the opportunity to go to music school. And I remember the moments when I would have my mom in the back of my mind, my grandma, did you practice? Did you practice? Because music school was tough. Even starting music from a young age was really tough. And I remember crying on the phone, Mom, I don't think I can make it through music school. It's so hard. It's so hard. How many have felt it's so hard? It's hard, right? It's hard. Life is hard. But it's those moments we push past that cliff and we think about that purpose. And she said, you're strong. You're going to get through this just like you have in any other parts of your life. You're going to keep unleashing that inner rock star for that next person because that other person needs to hear your voice. It's bigger than you. So I did. And, it was funny because back when I was second, third grade, when I'd really started singing in children's choruses, I remember standing on stage with Joel Gray and Rosemary Clooney and all these people in a small town of Springfield, Ohio, by the way. So that was a big, big joy to have them in this auditorium in a small town. And they said, how do you get to Carnegie Hall? Does anybody know the answer to the rest of that joke? Practice, practice, practice. That's the true answer. Practice, practice, practice. So we go back to that little girl that was here practicing on the piano for 30 minutes with the mom setting the timer right, to music school where, I had to really dig in hard. And we're talking piano drills and things you had to memorize and be on for and all these things. And then my mom's voice in the back of my head going, you can do this. You got this. It was when I hit the stage at Carnegie Hall that I said, wow, that's when this has really all paid off. But I didn't know that I was from that second, third grader on stage with Rosemary Clooney, going to actually make it to Carnegie Hall by practice, practice, practice. And there I was, and I had the opportunity to not only stand on that stage once, but twice. And that is a gift. That is a gift. So thank you. So I want to just paint this picture too of, just to give you a little bit of background of my story, but it's not about all these accolades and things that I've done. It's how we take that next momentum. When do we have that next cliff? When I launched my own business, between both my music and PR companies, I had left a huge, safe corporate job, one where I had spent 15 years building my career, little money in the bank. What do I do next? And then I said, well, my purpose is greater, because I wanted to connect clients through music, through public relations, through these skill sets that I had built up over the years. And that was the bigger purpose. That's the standing in the I am home place, right? That's the bigger purpose outside of me. So 3 takeaways, and I might go shorter than 15 minutes, and that's okay. But the 3 takeaways for unleashing your inner rock star, yeah? So this is a little method I have, and I'd love to talk to you guys more about it. I also do one-on-one coaching. First one, what do we think it is? I said it's interactive. Any ideas? It's all about confidence. Give it to me, come on. Love from the heart, from that purpose place, right? But it's defining your brand. Who are you? What do you stand for? When people talk about you, what do you want them to say? How do you show up for yourself? How do you show up for others? That's yourself, and that's your brand, okay? Second, any guesses? Being trained, have some kind of education in something. Training all goes into that as well, absolutely. Anything else? These are all great answers. No wrong answers, by the way. Wear your best. I said, what do I want to wear when I stand on stage and inspire people? Y'all look lovely, by the way. But when you feel good and when you dress well, you're going to perform your best, no matter what. That negotiation of that boardroom right seat, that new opportunity, that new pitch, whatever that might be, right? Wear your best. And then third, any guesses? I love that. And that goes exactly to that point. Thank you. Be you. No one can replace you, right? Everyone wants you, authentically you. So show up as you, because those are the things that are going to move you forward, move everyone forward, because it's you. No one can replace you and your story. So with that, I want to thank Cindy, Erin, Gertrude, bringing this collective of community of women from all over the globe. Wow. Thank you for the platform. I'm going to leave you with a premiere right here today of my new song. And it's a mantra for you guys today. They're going to play it as I leave. It's called Queen. So if you a queen, stand up. Let me hear you, Queen. Yes. I love it. Thank you for standing up. If you a queen, stand up. Let me hear you, Queen. Yes. Repeat after me. I am a queen. I'm a queen, I know. I am a queen. All right. Yes. Let me see all the queens up here. Come on up, queens. Dance with me. If you're a queen, stand up. Let me hear you, queen. I'm a queen. I'm a queen and oh, I am a queen. I'm a queen and oh, I am a queen. I'm a queen and oh, I am a queen. I'm a queen and oh. Let me hear you. I'm a queen and oh, I am a queen. I'm a queen and oh, I am a queen.
Yeah! Yeah, ladies! Woo! Other queens, come on up. Let me hear you. I'm a queen. I'm a queen. I know. I am a queen. I'm a queen. I know. I am a queen. I'm a queen. I know. I am a queen. I'm a queen. I know. I am a queen. I'm a queen. I know. I am a queen. I'm a queen. I know. I am a queen. I'm a queen. I know. I am a queen. I'm a queen. I know. Woo! Stand up, stand tall, yes, queens.
Oh, we got like the pink and the yellow and the black.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, queens.
I'm sorry for the last minute switch that you handled like a boss. It might still be over. Is it still over there? Where's our mic?
It is not.
You got it up there? Is the microphone over there? Is she coming in on video?
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, one minute. She's coming.
My iPad is over there. If you're gonna read, who's gonna read? Oh, everything is just flowing so nice, so nice. My mother has always felt that she was the queen. And she always would tell people when you meet her for the first time, you know what she says? I'm somebody to know. Don't forget me. She always said, don't forget me. I am somebody to know. So she created me. I used to be the princess. Now I'm the queen. Oh, gosh. Holy Spirit's working me today. Okay. Okay, we are waiting to get connected virtually with our next presenter. And as soon as that happens, I've been told to keep talking. Oh, wait. Okay, I can read it. I can read those. Okay. Sadina Anna says, awesome. Official Sister J Music, love this. Definitely. And any of you that are watching on Facebook, send us your comments. Send us your comments even on LinkedIn. We can read them and you'll be a part of.
Official, let's see what she says. The second, third,
Official Sister Music. Love this. And she says, definitely want to connect with Allison. Okay, Allison has a comment. Okay, great. That's one beauty of StreamYard is that people can make comments when they're watching your filming and your podcast and all of that. And by the way, Gertrude has me doing a podcast as well. And also she has created for me a gratitude journal, which I do have copies for sale. And I still haven't completed my book. But that's okay. It's coming. It's coming. As Shamitra said yesterday, that I am ready to birth an elephant. It's not just a little baby. It's going to be an elephant. So, okay, we have Mara on the screen. Oh, there she is over there. We're moving around today. Great. There you go. Thank you. Okay.
Yes. On here. Mara, answer your phone.
Oh, answer my phone. I'm
Yep.
sorry.
Hey, girl.
Oh, okay, call one more time. I kept hanging up because I figured they're interrupting. Okay,
We can't hear you, but we'll be able to hear you on your phone.
got it. Okay, so call.
Guess who's calling you?
Got it.
There you go.
Okay.
Should I start as your?
Let me plug my headphones into my phone.
Okay, I'm going to start while she does that. Mara Smith
you
is a former attorney, corporate strategist, and stay-at-home mom who is also the founder of Inspiro Tequila. It is my favorite tequila, and they sponsor Squats and Margaritas podcast, which I happen to host. After studying accounting in undergrad and then attending Northwestern University School of Law, Mara began her legal career at a large firm in Chicago. She then decided to switch gears and apply her business degree as part of the corporate strategy and business development team at a Fortune 500 company. Mara was put on emergency bed rest while pregnant with her twins, and when they were born prematurely, Mara decided to leave the corporate world to focus on her family and charitable work. She never stopped thinking about what was next. Mara always envisioned running her own company, and in February of 2020, she set out on her journey to create a new tequila brand. Mara started drinking tequila when she was looking for a clean, gluten-free spirit that fit into her active lifestyle. Mara's also Squats and Margaritas lifestyle. She searched for a tequila brand that was additive-free with a look, taste, and aroma that appealed to her as the consumer. The perfect tequila did not exist, so she decided to create one. The goal was not just to create a one-of-a-kind tequila, it was also to bring another female voice to the spirits industry. Women are involved in every aspect of Inspiro Tequila's process, from creating the taste profiles to getting bottles on the shelves. As a female founder, Mara's mission is to inspire and support other women on their entrepreneurial journeys through financial support and mentoring. She has done that for me. Please help me welcome Mara Smith.
Hello. Is the sound okay? Okay.
Fire away, Mara.
Okay. Hello. Is the sound okay? Right? Is it okay?
Good. You're
Great.
Good.
Hi. Wow. What a long intro. I'm so sorry to bore all you ladies with that. Sorry. Hold on. I'm turning my volume off. Like double. Volume here. Okay, so I'm so glad to speak to all of you today. You've been listening to so many amazing speakers, so I really hope you can lower your expectations a little bit. I am the founder and CEO of HerStory, and so like how in the world did I end up in the tequila business? And my background, so very big pivot. And I had no prior experience in the spirits world, and so therefore, I hope my story demonstrates that it's really never too late to make a pivot in a career or enter into a new industry. Really, if you're willing to put in the hard work and if you're open to learning. So as you heard many years ago, like many years ago, I was a lawyer at a large law firm in Chicago, and I worked like crazy, but I loved it. I was learning so much and the deals were really exciting. But then once I decided I wanted to start a family, I decided to make a move to the corporate side. And that's because when I was there, I had, there were no female role models to look to. There were no women partners in my entire department. I didn't have anyone to look to see like, how could you possibly balance working at a large law firm with, you know, having a family. So I decided to change, and I went to the corporate strategy group at a Fortune 500 company. And there it actually sparked my entrepreneurial spirit for the first time. I was like studying consumer trends and insights, and I really, I love the whole ideation process of it. So I was like, oh, I'm thinking about thinking concepts. Maybe I'm going to start my own company. And, you know, I was trying to think of like ideas. So I thought maybe I'm going to open a branch of an ice cream franchise. I'm in Chicago, so really not the best locale for ice cream. So I'm like, okay, that's not going to work. Well, what happened is, as you also heard, my corporate career came to kind of like a screeching halt. And that is because I became pregnant with my oldest, who are twins, and was put on emergency bed rest. And like my last day of work was like very sudden. And then I had preemie twins, and I made the decision to stay home because I thought they needed my attention. I was very fortunate to be able to make that decision, but it was a huge change for me and something I never anticipated. It just never occurred to me that I was going to be out of the workforce. I don't think anyone who knew me, it ever occurred to them. I was like really myopically focused on kind of working my way up the corporate ladder. It kind of just shows that things get thrown to you and you have to be flexible and pivot. But I became CEO of my house and took that just as seriously as my job outside the home. And then I had a third child 9.5 years later. So, but I was always still thinking of ideas and what I would do if I started my own company. I probably just like maybe listened to too much like how I built this or watched too much Shark Tank. But after being home for 16 years, I finally started my own company and had the impeccable timing of founding it in February of 2020, right before the entire world, shut down. So the reason it was tequila companies, because as you heard, I'm a tequila drinker, but I didn't realize the tequilas I was drinking had additives. So really, I thought here was an opportunity to create an additive-free tequila focused on female consumer who's overlooked in the spirits industry. And I also thought there was an opportunity to make an impact. And that is because, like in many industries, women are very underrepresented in the spirits industry. I think it's less than like 5% of spirits companies are actually owned by women. So I thought if I was going to do something, I can make an impact and add a female perspective to an industry where they don't have a lot of them, and by having women involved in every part of our process. And the point is that it really doesn't matter that was tequila. It could have been anything, and it could be any venture. The question is, how do you actually execute? So I like to say I'm not really a motivational speaker. I'm a motivated speaker. So a great idea, following your passion, having confidence, those are all great attributes, but they don't really do anything if you don't make it happen. So if you don't go out there and pound the pavement and get to work, none of those really matter. So I started just diving in, researching. I was reading books on the industry, listening to podcasts, subscribing to newsletters, reaching out to industry veterans. The information is all out there and at your disposal. And you can really educate yourself very quickly if you're willing to put in the time to do it. So like so many women, actually, I felt that to earn credibility and to be taken seriously, I had to be over prepared. So I went above and beyond. I was took a course offered by the CRT in Mexico, the governing body for tequila, on the history and production of tequila making, and became certified. So I felt like to be taken seriously after being home for so many years, I really had to go and be really prepared. I think I glossed over the fact that I had a huge gap in my resume. I kind of would like never mention that to anyone. Say, oh, I was a former attorney, worked in corporate strategy, and like kind of pass over the 16 years I was home. Think like society in general, I also just did not value my role as a caregiver enough. I didn't look at it as work that gave me additional skills. And it took me a lot of time and a lot of self-reflection to acknowledge that I honed many skills as a stay-at-home parent that are directly applicable to being successful in business. I had preemie twins. I can multitask like the best of them. I had 3 kids in all different activities, so super efficient with my time, right? And no day with children ever goes as planned. And same with a startup where I'm constantly, problem solving. So I finally recognized that I actually am qualified to run a business, and I actually do have the skill set. I have all the skills that I had before I was home, and I actually developed many new skills that apply and are great in the startup world. So no matter though how much effort you put in and all the research you do, I think you can't do it alone. So it is really important to have a supportive community behind you. I have great friends who are extremely supportive of my startup, but I went in without any business contacts. So I started reaching out. I would connect with people on LinkedIn. I joined tons of women's groups of founders that are supportive and collaborative. I joined consumer product groups. I asked for introductions. And more importantly, I went in prepared every single time I was reaching out to meet someone, and I followed up on every single introduction. And then one thing would lead to another. And now I'm really fortunate that I have this ever growing, amazing community of female founders and leaders behind me. And these are the people I can go to. I need to ask for a resource, or I'm doing a pitch and I have someone that I can like practice with. Or I'm looking for introduction and someone's going to know someone. And I feel so fortunate for that, that to me, it was also really important to pay it forward. And how could I give back? So, you know, because so many women offered me guidance and feedback, I decided to, you know, make sure that I could do the same thing going forward. So that is why we support other female founders on their journeys through grants and mentoring. And the reason this is important is because we are not a big company with a lot of funds. I'm a bootstrapped startup, but we do what we can. And that is really my message. There's always something we can do, no matter what stage we're at and where we are, that we can support and lift up other women. And not just in the month of March. I totally appreciate that we're, you know, highlighting and, you know, recognizing women's achievements, accomplishments, contributions in March, but we can do the same thing during the other 11 months of the year. And it could be little things. You can answer an email. You can provide feedback to someone. You can buy women-owned, gift women-owned, make an introduction, refer another woman, you know, connect someone with someone who you think would be helpful. So I just think there are so many little ways that we can support each other. And I just am a huge believer in collaboration over competition, and being everybody's cheerleaders, you know, and other women's cheerleaders. So if you send me a LinkedIn message, I will respond. Not great on Instagram, but LinkedIn's my jam. So I just hope everybody can realize that it's really never too late to make an impact. And I hope that I can make one. Awesome. And find me on LinkedIn, Mara Smith. As I said, I'm like LinkedIn Smith. Sure. Yes. So really, I've been fortunate that I have not raised capital. So I'm bootstrapped. And there are a number of reasons for that. And that, you know, one, I really wanted to have proof of concept before going out and raising capital. So like getting to a certain level where I can prove out the concept myself first. I also have a vision. And when you take other people's money, you have to, you know, you have other people's voices as well. So I really wanted to kind of pursue my own vision first. And it's a lot of work. And frankly, right now, I don't have any extra capacity. It's like one person doing 10 jobs. And once you start fundraising, that is a full-time job. What I would say is being really careful, but when we do fundraise, finding money that's smart money. Not all money's the same. So, I mean, even though I haven't fundraised yet, I have like an entire list of, you know, potential places I would go, starting more with angels than VC, in all honesty, and groups, especially groups that support women-owned. But I think finding people who can help scale you, and that will like work and promote and help you move the brand along, and not just, you know, just the money piece of it. And I also think looking at other options too, small business loans. Like I'm in Chicago here, and the First Women's Bank opened in Chicago, which I think is a fantastic resource for small business loans for female founders and things like that. So looking at like some alternative funding sources as well, and not going straight to VCs. But even starting, there are a number of angel groups too that specifically look for women-owned businesses. Sure. Oh, I love it. I can't hear. Just maybe repeat the question. Yes. Mm. Yes. I did it right from the beginning. And actually, so remember my background, I'm a lawyer. So I'm also a fool for a client. So I was able to kind of do all my own. I still do many agreements that I probably should not do. I do on my own. So I actually, right off the bat, I did it as an LLC right off the bat. I wanted to have the structure in place. I wanted a pass-through entity. I wanted my personal liability limited, which you need an LLC. It's so easy to do. And there are so many like online resources. It's not hard to set up the LLC. There are, I think it's like CorpNet or things like that. I did a Delaware LLC specifically, even though I'm in Illinois, because how they're treated and things like that. But I think it's good I think it's harder to convert something later. I mean, some people think that you need a C Corp later if you fundraise, but I think you can still do it as an LLC. But yeah, I did it right, right off the bat. But of course. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks. Bye-bye.
To medicines and vaccines to people living in mostly low and middle income countries. She partners with the Miami Sierra Association in Burkina Faso. Okay, I'm crucifying this, but anyway, to improve access to education. She'll straighten me out. Healthcare, water and sanitation, economic development, and environmental protection. She is also a leader in the Saunderton Telford Rotary Club, which supports community development close to where she lives, as well as regionally and internationally. Further, she serves on the board of directors for the Keystone Opportunity Center, which works to provide access to food, housing, education in her local community. Lastly, certainly not least, she fosters kittens and puppies and is happy to watch the beloved pets of her friends and neighbors in exchange for donations to CAFA. Here we go, Catherine.
I think I don't need that, yes. So thank you. As mentioned, my name is Catherine Huth, and I'm already inspired by so many of the stories that I've heard here today. It's so neat to hear just keywords that are just so important to me: empowerment, passion, purpose, And so courage, I can see so much courage in everybody who steps up here to talk about what they have learned and what they're doing with their lives. And so thank you for sharing those stories with me here today. So just to start out with my story, I was born at Booth Memorial Hospital for Unwed Mothers in Philadelphia and had a difficulty trying to figure out my identity for many years. And so I really just tried out a lot of different hats, which we all do. And I realized that now. I did eventually meet my birth father and his family and my birth mother's sister and her family. And it was really helpful. It greatly enriched my life, but it didn't really give me that sense of identity that I was looking for. I gradually realized that we each create our own identity. We're not born into something, it's not a magical birthright. And so then I started really connecting to what felt great. And what felt great to me was helping other people, beings, taking care of animals. I started that when I was a child. But I also looked for other opportunities, just working in homeless shelters or with food pantries, building houses. I said yes to every opportunity that came my way to help people. And eventually I realized that although it felt good at the time, I worried that the changes that were occurring were not lasting. And so I wanted to figure out how I might be able to support empowerment of people so that they could have more lasting changes in their lives. And so when I became a mother, I had a great experience with my daughter that really helped me understand empowerment a little bit. She had come to me, she was very young, with her homework and wanted me to help her read through it and make some suggestions. So I did. I let her know what I thought and gave her a few ideas for how she could make it better. And so she worked on them for about half an hour. She was really little, maybe second or third grade. And then she came back to me and she just said, "Mama, I just can't do it. This is too much. How about I just hand it in the way it is and I'll take whatever grade I get?" And she was so upset, which I felt terrible about. But I thought, okay, this is going to be a learning experience. She's going to turn her homework in. The teacher's going to say, "This is nice, but you need to make some changes here." And then she's going to come back to me and tell me I was right. And she's going to ask for my help. And then we'll have a really great opportunity to make it better. Well, that's not what happened. She came back to me and she got an A. So the person learning the lesson was me. And so it was the best possible outcome, right? And so then I realized then that she felt the confidence that she needed to do her own homework. It could have started down this path of I would have been happy to do homework with her every day until she went to college, but that's not what happened. So she figured out how to do it on her own. She felt great. She was an excellent student. She did go on to become a teacher. She now teaches first grade, and it's amazing. So she takes these children that come into her class who don't know anything and helps them feel empowered from and transition from being read to now being the ones who can read and write themselves. And so I think it's really neat. So in my work, I lead an international regulatory group, and we work with governments all over the world to get approval of medicines and vaccines. And what I thought my role was when I became a manager was I would need to first learn everything that needed to be known about a product and then somehow teach this team of people to write about it. And so they could explain to the governments what things are and how they're done, how we manufacture and test and how everything was developed. If that was the model that I actually followed, we would have never met any of our goals. These dossiers that we put together to file with governments are thousands of pages long. There's no way I could ever know all that. And so once I accepted that and I could be honest with my team about the fact that I really don't know everything, I really just offered support for their empowerment so that they would go ahead and become experts in whatever part of this thousands of pages they were responsible for. And so then they would be great. They kind of own their own business. And so it worked out beautifully. If they got stuck, I would help them. If I couldn't help them, I'd bring in somebody else who knew far more. And so then they had the skills to do their work then, and then also go out to lead other teams to do similar work. So just a continual lesson of how important empowerment is to me. So all of these lessons led to an experience that I had about 4 years ago. I was working with a colleague to register a vaccine for the Ebola virus. And so it was after that big outbreak, the 2014, 2016 timeframe, and we had a vaccine that we thought was going to be really effective. And so we worked with the World Health Organization and many of the governments in Africa to figure out how we could get the vaccine to people the fastest. And typically it happens sequentially. Each government will review one by one. It usually takes several years. But we didn't want it to take several years, because when you get an Ebola outbreak, it can kill 50% of the population or more. And so we wanted to shut it down. And it was an amazing experience in working through that. But even more importantly, I ended up working with a colleague from Burkina Faso. So all this time I'd been dabbling in all of these different causes and trying to help wherever I could. But when he told me his story, I knew that this was my purpose. So he grew up in a remote village in Burkina Faso. There was no school, there was no clean water, sanitation, no healthcare. He somehow managed, his father thought it was really important that he become educated. And so he somehow managed to go to another village at the age of 6 and just learn. And so he eventually became a physician and then ended up working with me and with the World Health Organization to register this Ebola vaccine. Well, through the time that we were working together, I realized that some of the things that I had been doing here, the skills that I had gained over my many years of attempting to find my purpose, could be used to help this village that he grew up in. And so we started the nonprofit organization, the Concorona Alliance Foundation, or CAFO. And CAFO means thank you in the local Bobo language in Burkina Faso. And so in the past 4 years, we built new classrooms and a health center, a library, housing for teachers, housing for the healthcare workers, a pharmacy, 3 water towers. And this year we're going to start building a middle school. But when I say we build it, it's really not we. The people who are building it are the people in the village. So when the introduction described Mami Sierra Na, that is an association that the village created. When we said we want to work with you and see what's needed, we said, you tell us. We're not going to tell you that, we have an idea of what you really need. And so it's been amazing. As soon as this opportunity to improve their community arose, the people just jumped into action. And so they would dig ditches and find sand and stones to make bricks and haul the water to make the bricks. And so they are building their community. And so it's just been the greatest lesson for me in just how important it is to give people just the tools that they need and let them really make magic with whatever it is that they have. And so this is a big experiment, right? This is something that we're trying. As far as we can tell, it's working, right? There are new jobs. The education graduation rates from elementary school have soared from 4% 4 years ago to 70% now. So now we have all these children who are graduating from elementary school, but there's nowhere for them to go because there is no middle school in their village. And so it's just been a really rewarding experience so far, but my hope is that by giving people these opportunities, they will be able to then spread those further. Just one last thing I wanted to mention is Burkina Faso, if anybody is familiar, it has been in the news a lot. There's been a lot of jihadist activity since about 2015. So people come in from outside the country. They try to get recruits from all the people who have no jobs or purpose or any ability to really support themselves. And then they create real horrible terrorism. And so you can just imagine what that looks like. And so people often ask me, are you sure that you want to be doing all this work in Burkina Faso when you know that there's all this unrest there? And I am sure, because my hope is that by creating this really strong core of empowered people, they will help their government, their community figure these things out. And so then ideally, they'll come up with the solutions for how to create a more peaceful and prosperous environment. And so we'll see, but I'm definitely willing to keep things going and to do the best I can to just support their empowerment so that they can change their entire environment. So that was all I wanted to share with you, but thank you so much for the opportunity.
I need you to sit tight because we're going into the Q&A.
Okay.
I'd like for all presenters to please come forth, please. You can, whoever wants to sit can sit. I'll pull chairs over for you. Right now, my energy is flowing overtime, so if you noticed, I've just been walking, trying to calm myself down. Have a seat, hon. Okay, and I will continue to walk the mic as well. Do I have everyone? I do not want to sit, okay? My energy level is up rather high right now. Okay, so we have any questions for anyone?
Thank you. I have two questions, one for Catherine and one for Anne. So I think I'll just say both of the questions and then let you answer. So Catherine, what fantastic work you're doing. Thank you for that. I'm also a Rotarian, and so I'm just interested in knowing how you partner, or if you partner with Rotary in any of that work. And then my question for Anne, again, what a powerful story and good for you for thriving. I had a not similar, but an experience with a religious group that I was in for 14 years, and some untoward things happened. And I was the one who spoke out about it and got ostracized. So I understand when you have to separate your faith from people. And I think that's actually a really good process in the end. But my question for you is whether you've been able to reconcile with your family and any of the members of your community or not. So those are my questions.
Oh yeah, I actually have. Yes. So I'm really I'm hard of hearing, so I missed the question. Was it who do I partner with?
With Rotary, she's also.
Oh yes. Thank you so much. So so far, we have been just beginning to work on international grant for through Rotary. So the way that Rotary works is they will work to strengthen existing infrastructure in a community, but they can't build schools. And so this year we're going to go ahead and build a middle school, and they can't help with that, but they are going to help purchase books, desks, electricity, and water. And so I'm really thankful for that. And so look, so many of you have started businesses, and you know how it is. It's just difficult. And a lot of times when you get started, you infuse everything you have into it. And so this will be one of the first big partnerships that we have. And so we're really looking forward to having the help. So thank you for your question.
And thank you. Yeah, so it's a really interesting question, and I'll keep it short, but the answer is yes and no. Partly because of my personality, I'm a fighter. So I wanted at first to be the revolutionary who would fix things and change people in that way of like, but that, don't you see? So after many years of sort of, doing clashing heads, if you will, with the other people in my family, especially also my community, I hid for a long time, which now I look back and I realize, not from my family, but from my entire community after that divorce, I moved all the way across the country started 100%, kept like 2 girlfriends. Like I just totally wiped clean that entire swath of my life. I felt like I had almost a split personality, like that had been some other person. So in some ways it was very painful because it was very, very isolating. In other ways, over the years, I was able to start finding other pieces of people from those communities or similar communities, which I still do, who were kind of lost and looking to get footing and just feeling completely alone and isolated. And I'm like, I'm here. Let's talk. Let's create a community where which is partly why I started this show. I'm spiritual, but the streaming TV show, because it's 100% inclusive spiritual community. There's no agenda. There is no, you can be any religion, you can be religious, you can be not religious. Come share your personal story. And if any of you are interested, please let me know. Share your personal story so that other people can feel free to talk. People from others like cult-like environments who have felt like they didn't have a voice, and also see what's working for other people so that you can find your own vertical relationship, which was what was always meant to be in the first place. We weren't made to be cookie cutters. Like we have different voices, different appearances, different personalities. Why should one religious like formula absolutely fit every single person? With my family, and then I'll stop, but with my family, it was a lot more challenging. I was very fortunate to meet a really good salt of the earth man as my second husband. He actually came from a similar background, even though neither of us were practicing, which was a gift because there was an ability to relate. But my father still didn't come to my wedding because there was going to be wine there. And because, there were I was going to do one waltz with my husband, no dance floor, just, like the pieces, the struggle to this day is knowing that and I say this in sincerity with some of my family, the religion is so much more important than the family. And it's just hard to grasp. But over time, the gift came of, I wouldn't say completely forgiveness, but instead of fighting it and being angry so much, it was about acceptance. And when it was someone like my father, who used to be the man I worshiped as a little girl, I was daddy's little girl. Now I think of him as, he was a little boy once too. Everyone was little once. They were precious, they were untarnished, they hadn't had their own programming. And if I can come with a place of compassion for that, then I can just see him as a fellow human being. We don't have to agree. We can agree to disagree, or he may not, but I will. But thank you for asking, because yeah, it's a long road, but it's worth it. And it comes back to here. You'll never be able to win everyone over. But once you learn to love yourself, that's when you really can step into your power. So thanks.
So true. So true. Mine is just more of a comment. This is probably a big surprise to a lot of people. I just want to come here and I sort of told Gertrude this morning a little bit. I went to a women's conference in the beginning of January, and it was expensive. My mom actually had to put it on her credit card because I couldn't afford it. Many of you know my story right now and what's going on with me. And I left that conference and there were 200 women at that conference. It sold out. It was $1,200, which for my mom is a lot of money. For me, it's obviously a lot of money right now as well. And she had to put it on her credit card. And I left there with 0 contacts. Not one networking person, not one person reached out to me, not one person sent me their email, nothing. A few Instagram, follow you on Instagram, I'll follow you on Instagram. $1,200 of my mom's money. I still feel guilty about that, I'll be honest, because that's a lot of money for my mom. And I was telling Gertrude that it had all the bells and whistles, everything you can imagine, pink party, bougie this, bougie that, great. And I came here almost not coming, quite frankly, because of everything that's going on in my life. Many of you know everything because I've talked to so many of you, so it's not a secret. My daughter had a major test on Tuesday in the hospital, and I just was not going to get on that plane. And Aaron and Gertrude were like, you're coming. We're going to do everything to do because you need to be here. These women you need to be surrounded by. And I was like, all right, I'm going to go. And I'm so blessed and lucky that you guys made me come on that plane because I've cried in front of so many of you. So many of you have handed me tissues. This is Mama T now to me. She's not Mama T. And I told my story for the first time to so many of you in public, which has been very difficult because I've spoken all over the country, like I said, but never told my story. And so I've talked on Thursday about 1 dime versus 10 pennies. And I feel like I'm truly leaving here with a whole bunch of new family members / sisters. And I just want to say thank you because I came here almost not making it. And I feel very lucky and very blessed. So I'm very grateful. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Cindy. Thank you. I think we are all feeling that way. We are all feeling that way. It's been wonderful.
Well, this has been great for me. I'm glad that Regina told me about it and I'm here. And my question's for you two ladies, because what I noticed from all of you all is that everybody had a community. It wasn't like, it's just so many different things. So my goal basically is that I'm trying to reach the Afro-American women community because I believe it's needed. And so I thought about what you said. And so in my heart, the things I've been through is domestic violence. I've also been through sexual abuse. So I really want to try, because right now I am retired and so forth, but it's a goal that I feel that I want to be. And I also had extremely low self-esteem, and a Black woman helped me. And here I am today. I love myself. I'm sitting in the room today thinking in my mind, I'm okay and you're okay. But in the past, it wasn't like that. I would be very passive and it'd be like, you're okay and I'm not. And I feel so good. And a Black woman helped me get to this point. I've also had other white friends that have helped me get through college. And these were educated women. And I still have a friend that's educated and still helping me. So I know what to do. But I just feel that my community as women, we need it. So right now I'm just praying. So I want to know, what kind of advice where can I start? So. Yes. I don't know.
Okay, so I love this question. So the vision and the mission for the HerStory Circle movement is to grow tribal leaders. You are the women we're looking for. We created this platform, and for me, I've done 3 TED Talks. You all know about TED Talks, right? The TED tagline is ideas worth spreading. How can you come up with an idea that you can talk about and it spreads? Our tagline is inspired ideas ignited and implemented. So we are lighting fires in other women's hearts. We're sparking something, right? And we will hold you every step of the way to help you create the community you want to create. When I started this, because you weren't here when we launched, this movement was started from a personal experience. I was married for 27 years. I had a $4.5 million property investing business. I went through a divorce in 2015. My mortgage was paid off in 2017, and I lost everything. I was living in my car. I couldn't even tell my adult children the situation I was in. I knew I would bounce back. Life has kicked me back so many times. Whenever I hit rock bottom, I get excited. I'm like, okay, the only way from here is up, right? I can't get any lower than this. And I put a post that went viral on Facebook. I said, I'm looking for 100 women who could share their stories. We're going to transmute our pain into gold. And you will tell that story from a position of strength. Whether you've been in a domestic violence relationship, whether you've been raped, whether you're like me and you've lost everything and you're living in your car. How can we share inspiring stories? 4,500 women responded in 15 countries on Facebook. And I started a movement with no money, no skills, no knowledge. What I knew was that my tribe was out there. And look at what we've created today. It started with 100 women who told 10 friends. We grew to 1,000. Who told 10 friends. We're now at 50,000 women in 25 countries. And I'm just one ordinary woman with a big vision and a big dream.
And a big heart.
Thank you. So all the support that you need, it's all about collaboration. You look at Erin. We've collaborated to make this happen, right? Erin is living in Atlanta, Georgia. And when we met, she said to me, Gertrude, Washington, D.C. is my place. I knew a lot of people. I used to live here. That's why we're here. This is a collaboration. Every single person who has a booth, these are our collaborators. We could not have done this without our sponsors, without the people who sponsored these booths. Women need to know that when we start working together, that is our strength. That is a superpower that only women possess, because when we move together, like you said, when we lock arms and we move, we are a force unto itself. So, tell us your name.
Oh, my name's Linda Foster.
Linda Foster. Anybody here in Washington, D.C. who would like to be part of this tribe? We're going to start the Tribe for Washington, D.C. through you, Linda. And we will be back in D.C. in less than a year. Maybe we'll use the same venue. But thank you for stepping up. And this goes to anybody else who's either listening to this video, who's in the audience right now. We are looking for tribal leaders. We want this concept to go viral. Because the funds that we raise through our books, through our magazines, we seed grassroots projects to get women out of poverty. The lady at the back said to me just now, I love your earrings. This is a social impact project. I sat with a group of women in Zimbabwe, impoverished with no money. I had bought these earrings in a craft market for the equivalent of 20 US cents. This woman was creative. If you look really carefully, there's intricate detail that she's put on this necklace. It's just made out of wood. She just used the resources she could find. I bought the earrings, her necklaces. I have them on my website. She will take a picture with what she's made, transmit the picture through WhatsApp. No, series, I don't need you to be. So we started a cooperative, and I said to her, can you train other women to do what you're doing? I will raise the money to get you more materials. She did that. A woman will take a picture of herself standing outside her hut with her 5, 6, 10 children, no income. The average person in my country in Zimbabwe exists on the equivalent of 30 US cents a month. Zimbabwe is a country without a currency. We are using US dollars. We had the highest inflation in the world. So unless you've got kids who live overseas, people don't have access to physical cash. We're bartering for basic food commodities in my part of the world. So you will go to the poorest village. There's no electricity, there's no running water. Guess what? These women have got 2, 3 cell phones, powered by solar technology. So part of what this movement is doing is I've designed an app that will connect these communities with us. She will take a photograph with her cell phone, wearing the earring, the necklaces she made. She transmits that image through the app. We grab that app, I expose it to all of you, my 50,000 followers. And instead of you paying the 30 cents you would have got in Zimbabwe, you will bid for this. By the end of the month, some of my women are getting $200-300 from another woman in another part of the world who just wants to empower one of her sisters. The other thing about this app, and this now applies to all of you in Western countries, is this. Women are missing the opportunity to use their voices. We're missing the opportunities to go into the corporate world. Diversity, inclusion, and belonging is a huge topic for most organizations. Everybody needs to show that they have representation. And we are not represented, right? So imagine we're building a database of organizations looking for women like you to come into their spaces, run workshops, speak at conferences. The diversity Connector is an application that gives you exposure to speaking opportunities. For those of you who didn't connect with Donna, please stand up, Donna, so everybody sees you. This is one of our sponsors. The Mentor Studio are here. And they have created thousands of speaking platforms for us. So if you haven't talked to her, please, Donna, maybe you might want to come and say a few words.
Am I still stuck in this Yes, you are. Okay, perfect.
Right? I'll just share a few things here. I know a lot of us here are speakers, authors, podcasters, and I'll get to know each and every one of you. And over the last 4 days, I have fallen in love with all of you and Gertrude, who is actually part of the Mentor Studio as well. And so this afternoon, I'm going to be sharing an opportunity that you guys may not want to pass up. I'm going to share a little bit about my story and how I got involved with the Mentor Studio, who we work with, and what it can do for you. So stay tuned. We're going to, I think, sometime after lunch. So yes.
Thank you, Donna. So let's carry on with our questions, I think.
All right, thank you. Questions?
So undoubtedly, all of us were impacted by the pandemic, but with a musical career, and my son is a performer as well, that carries special challenges, and you seem to have rebounded really well. But what did you do during the pandemic to keep your career going? Because I think that would be instructive to all of us who are facing various challenges. Thank you.
Well, I'll speak first, since I have the mic. I was discovered during the pandemic by Gertrude, okay? And I was able to contribute to an anthology. I don't know if you've heard of Dr. Terry Trent, The Awakened Woman, okay? And she happens to be a sorority sister of mine. And I ended up calling her for information during the COVID and was discovered and asked to write my chapter in the anthology. So it can be done. The virus was just another step for you to get moving and taking a look at what was happening to the world and trying to decide. I worked in assisted living during the COVID and never took COVID home to my family or my mother because I was on alert. And still today, depending on situations, I still mask up. So we just have to rethink that it can be done. Look, they got through the wars. They get through the wars. People survive. And ladies, you know, we are survivors. Yes. Next.
Thank you for your question and congrats to your son as well. I think the whole period was, as Terry mentioned, just super impactful. But during that time was a lot of writing time, a lot of really developing my catalog, really thinking about, you know, having that time and silence to really write, because I think that's a huge part of it. And I was finding myself, even as an artist, my background was like musical theater, you know, children's courses, that kind of stuff I talked to you guys about. I had sang opera in New York, classically trained, but, you know, everyone's like, oh, she's in these hip hop and R&B and country rock spaces. But it was definitely with that community as well. So I found a studio that also believed in me, you know, so I've bounced around to like recording studios. But I think that's a big part of, you know, your son's journey too, that I'll share, is finding that home. It doesn't have to be one, but I think, you know, really leaning into what do you want to tell people, really getting into writing, really starting to tell your stories. I don't think you should be locked into any one genre. If you heard when she read my bio, I think that's really important. And that's something I talk to a lot of people about, because everyone says, oh, but you got to be this, you got to be that. You know, you really have to develop it for yourself. So I think working on that range and really taking that time to like explore catalog was really important for me.
So not just in regard to your son, but I just think in general as people, every moment of our life and every moment we are a victim or we are a victor. And a story. You're living from love or you're living from fear. You have an excuse or you find a way, right? So there was a lot of things. I was a nurse in the emergency room when the pandemic started. I literally looked up in the sky and said, you are so funny, because I went back to that career once again, right? Because I wasn't trusting myself. So I took that very personal. But during that pandemic, we saw a lot of people reacted in many different ways, a lot of mental health issues. went south, right? And it wasn't the pandemic. It was the fact that a lot of people, we didn't have our coping, like what were our skills? What were our capabilities? What were our mindfulness tools? We weren't doing it in the first place. If you couldn't handle the pandemic and get through it, because here I was a transformational trainer. I've done the deep work. I peeled the layers of armor. I have the 65 different tools and techniques and all the things. And shit, I went home and I was like, this sucks, right? And I was like, use your tools, use your tools. And all I did is I thank God. I felt like I was prepared. For 3 years, he prepared me for this pandemic. And I thought, damn, I'm prepared for this. And it's not easy. What's going on with the rest of the world that hasn't like woke a bit yet, right? That isn't living from consciousness. What's happening to that other 98% of our world? And it was where you were going to rise or you were going to fall, right? And whichever happened for each individual was meant to be for them, right? I have fallen over and over and only over the frick again, right? And if I didn't, though, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't keep getting up, right? Yeah, high-fiving you. We get to connect because I'm going to help you. Like, we're building your community. I got stuff. So do you know what I mean? It's just like, so that's what I believe in it. And each individual did what was right for them. And for those of us who had some tools, the techniques, who are able to lift or rise above, that's why we're here. That's why you have a light. That's why you're supposed to speak. You're supposed to shine. You know, we're not helping anyone when we're so afraid of what someone will think of us. Let me tell you something. Nobody's thinking about you. You're special, right? But to you and God, not to everybody else. You know, it's like God sees you. Hey, God, right? But it's like, but really, I don't care what you're wearing. I don't care what your weight is. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. The women who got up here and shared these last few days, you have opened my eyes. Like you've made me a better woman, a better person. You've given me wisdom that I didn't have because it wasn't my journey, but you shared yours. And when we're brave enough to do that, like, holy, it changes the world. And so when the next pandemic hits, because it will, when the next big challenge hits, because it's probably tomorrow, like we'll have supported someone. And that's what it's about, you know, and Gertrude, dear Lord, woman, what you've created, and Aaron in these last 4 days, right? It's going to change the world. And when we honestly can see that and feel that, that's why it's so important that we share our vehicles and our tools and our talents. It's why we get clear on who we are. We have confidence. We have certainty, right? Some of you guys have moved me beyond belief. And so I thank you again for that.
Okay, great. Anyone else? Okay. Any more questions? Any more questions? Okay, it is lunchtime, and I want to thank you guys for the first half has been just wonderful, and there's more to come. Okay, all righty. So we're going to take a little pause. Okay.
Well, it is.
It's okay. You can do whatever you want to do.
Really quickly, I am going to be asking everyone who's attended. I just need like a 30-second video from everybody who's attended. It's got to be a little quieter. So find me, and we got to go in one of the rooms for quietness. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All righty. Have a good lunch. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot the photo. Okay. Before you break for lunch. Okay. We take a photo with all of the presenters first, and then we will have a photo with you guys. I forgot. Thanks for the reminder. You're welcome. That's why I have so many helpers. Okay. I have so many helpers. Thank you so much. Yes. Okay. All right. For those of you that have not been here all week, all the lunches are labeled. So just remember what you ordered. Okay. And help yourself. And if you're like me,
Okay, I need everyone, take your seats, please. We're ready to begin the second half. I need everyone to please take your seats. Please take your seats. If you have not finished your lunch, feel free to bring it with you. If you have not finished your lunch, please bring it with you. We are ready to begin. In case you don't know, I am the taskmaster. I get everybody back on task. Let's go. That's what I do with a smile. Okay. It has been such a wonderful day already. It's been wonderful. Mary, I need you to get mic'd. This. Did you have anybody in particular that was going to make for you? I don't have anyone now. Okay. Yeah, she can. I get her. Shamicia. You got her bio? Oh, yeah. Okay. I got to talk to her too. I need her. We're ready to start. I need her. Yeah. She's gonna read a bio. That's all.
Is she talking again?
She's gonna read a bio. And I met. We're reading.
I know.
And then you.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No. I just wanted to know.
Okay. You know, I'm like, okay. Thank you. Nothing else over some wine.
I'm sorry.
I know I'm outside the corner of my eye. I'm serious.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Y'all good? I'll be right up there to watch you after this interview, of course.
Send them to you. Would you get one of us too? Can you believe we've been here 5 minutes?
I'm like, people like this. I'm
Great.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
Okay, ladies and gents. Ladies and gents. Okay, Shamitra.
Can you just?
Okay. Oh. I have another assistant helping me. Shamitra was on yesterday. So make sure you look at all the replays. Those of you that are watching us today, make sure you look at all the replays. Those that are here, you can still view the replays, okay?
All right. Hello, everybody. Hello. So I have the pleasure of bringing up one of the most amazing women that I have met. Yesterday, before I spoke, I know you guys just ate lunch. I know that there's a lot going on. I know you're excited. Y'all have collaborated with each other. I would just like if everybody can, for one moment, I say that people's are a gift. And I'm sorry, people are a present. And when you open them up, you just might get a gift. So if you can give Mary the gift of your presence right now, if you could just for 15 minutes, no cell phone, come to your seat, give her your attention. I promise you she has a special gift for you. So Mary, hold on. I'm just letting everybody get to their seats and just get centered so they can actually hear you, because I know what you have to say is going to be amazing. So Mary Huang is the founder of Wings to Fly Foundation. She's the CEO of Elevate Financial Team, owner, producer, and host of Elevated Women TV Network. She's a female empowerment expert, award-winning author, speaker, mentor, and a wealth and legacy architect, inspiring women across the globe to reclaim their power and create their own economy. Although she was raised in wealth and graduated from New York University, it did not keep her immune from leaving behind a multi-million-dollar life to start over as a single mom on food stamps. Clawing back up to success distilled the critical lessons she delivered in the Wealthy Women's Way program. Mary's on a mission. She's on a mission to end domestic violence against women and girls through economic empowerment. The money coach, okay? She's passionate about passing on a better world to future generations. She's written award-winning books, seen and heard in award-winning podcasts and magazines, selected as top 30 winner of 30,000 contestants at the Great American Speak Off, where I met her, featured in documentaries, and has shared the stages with Deepak Chopra, thank y'all, Deepak Chopra, and Les Brown. That's my man. When she's not changing the world, you'll find her at home attempting to beatbox under her young daughter's in her young daughter's room. And also, when she's not changing the world, she's there motivating, inspiring, encouraging people like myself. She's an alchemist. She is the best at what she does, and she's somebody who taught me how to love and forgive. So without further ado, put your hands together for Mary Huang.
Oh my gosh. How blessed am I to have that introduction. Hi, everyone. How we doing? Awesome. I am just like so many people who shared here today. I almost didn't make it here, and I'm so glad I did to see these beautiful faces here today. You know, there were just so many different blocks coming in my way for my travel plans, and I checked in with the Lord, and I'm like, Lord, is that a sign that I'm not supposed to be here? And he said, no. I really need you to be there because there's somebody in the room that needs your message. And I don't know who I'm here to talk to, but whoever you are and you need me, just reach out because that's why I'm here. So, as you heard, it wasn't too long ago when I found myself standing frozen on the kitchen tiles, numb to the pain. And my two little girls came running to my side and they're like, Mommy, are you okay? And it was those angelic voices that pierced through my state of shock that sent me straight back to my childhood where I realized I was trying to save my mom desperately and I couldn't. And it was in that exact moment when my rosy glasses shattered off my eyes, and for the first time, I realized that my wings, I had allowed them to slowly be clipped off, and now I was shoved into a cage that I didn't even know I was in. Wow. But these two little girls were depending on me to break this generational pattern, a generational curse. But we don't even know we're in the midst of it until it hurts so much. And if you do, just borrow my strength and realize this whole room is a woman of strength and men too. So maybe you don't need to borrow mine, but maybe you have other people in your lives that are looking to you for that kind of strength. But I knew I had to be the one to break those chains for my girls and show them a new way. So I grabbed my two little girls, shut down my brick and mortar, moved to a brand new town with no money. We left behind $1 million life and started over on food stamps. That was crazy hard. The fear just crawling through my veins. My brain was just stuffed with so much confusion, but in my gut, in my soul, my heart, I knew never again was I going to allow me, my children, anyone else that I cared about to be in a compromised position like that. And the thing is, women in these positions often don't leave because they're not sure how they're going to provide for their children. especially if she's given up her career for 10 years to raise a family. And that's why I'm on a mission to help women break the chains of oppression through economic empowerment. When I say the words domestic violence, what comes to mind? Probably something physical, right? So physical abuse is oftentimes the crescendoing of multiple other types of abuse that explodes. And so it's so important for us to talk about the other types, like sexual abuse, financial abuse, the invisible ones, verbal, spiritual, psychological. There's psychological war that can go on. And the hard thing is women, well, these cut so deep, but you don't have any physical signs. It's hard to get a restraining order. It's hard to get friends and family to back you up if they can't see it and they love the person. And the worst part is when the woman can't validate her own experience and can't take empowered action to get her and her kids out of there. So first, we got to understand, how do we break this? We got to understand what's causing it so we can actually do something about it. So what's causing it? Studies show that it is the harmful cultural gender roles and stereotypes that train men to think that women and children are possessions. And then the same type of cultural programs that cause women to view men as economic stability. When you look at it like that, I just got goosebumps. When you look at it like that, isn't it so obvious that we have been set up from inheriting these traditional viewpoints of gender roles? It's a perfect storm for domestic violence. And then when children are involved, they're absorbing it, internalizing it, and then grow up to be adults who perpetuate the same pattern. Puzzle pieces, right? Yeah. That's why it's incredibly important we talk about this and normalize talking about this kind of hard topic. So, if economic dependence is a huge cause of domestic violence or gender-based violence, and when you look at it that way, isn't it obvious what the solution is? It's economic empowerment. When I found myself crawling through that economic trauma, I vowed I was going to learn everything I could about money and teach it forward to my children so this would never happen again. And so I got educated, I got licensed, I became a professional in it, and now I help women create strong financial foundations so that she can, the 3 Ps, produce more income, passively if possible, protect her assets from all forms of lawsuits, including a divorce. Oh my gosh, if only I had known there were investment vehicles that were protected from lawsuits, including a divorce. I wish every woman knew that. I wouldn't have been on food stamps and eating from the food bank and generating tons of credit card debt with the compounding interest going in the wrong direction instead of being financially literate, which, by the way, there's still a huge 36% gender gap in financial literacy that we need to break because it's directly, studies show, related to gender-based violence. Had I known about compounding interest in the right direction in these vehicles that are protected, I could have been using my own money, borrowing against my own investment, getting myself back on my feet as I build myself back up. But that's okay. You know why? I made it through the other side. And when we have so much pain, I believe that God allows us to go through these fires to alchemize, like my friend said, burn away the impurities of these false lies that money's evil. You can't be spiritual and wealthy. We can go on forever, right? So we've got to have a holistic approach to how we break these generational curses about poverty consciousness. Oh my gosh, I didn't even tell you, that wasn't the first time I went from riches to rags. When I was 14, my parents abandoned us in a mansion. I know, it's crazy, with a checkbook, down the street from the Forbes family estate in New Jersey. Insane. No guardians, and it was just me and my older brother. We had to just figure life out. I dated drug dealers, did drugs for 10 years. I used my body so that I could get intimacy because I was craving a parental love and guidance. I mean, whoa. Because they came from the bottom, made it to the top, and continued to chase money, fame, and power. But the only reason I share that with you is because the pattern of going from riches to rags was a blueprint in my subconscious mind. And so when we address the healing of the money wounds, we have to come from a holistic approach. There's the mental. If you see our brain and understand it's like a computer, and we can take out the old software and put in something intentional that's empowering, we can absolutely understand there's a control panel to our brain, and the thoughts that we can reprogram leads to the emotions that are more empowering, that impacts the choices that we make. And then the results. Yes. Thank you. Amen. Amen. Yes. And so once we can heal the money wounds from the mental, psychological, then there's also spiritual principles, right? Once we handle all of that and heal ourselves from the soul level, the soul wounds, extremely important. Then when we implement the financial strategies, the irony is it's actually the easiest part because there's no emotions involved when you heal all that stuff. It's just numbers. It's just diagnosing where are you now? How old are you? When do you want to stop working? Well, in my like lane of how I empower women financially, because there's all kinds of ways you can invest money. But in my lane, that's what I do. You want to diagnose. Where are you now? Where do you want to go? When do you want to stop working? How much money do you want each month? And then you reverse engineer. Let me tell you something. It is incredibly critical if we don't have that conversation yet or that plan's not in place to start right now. There's something called the $1 million baby plan that we affectionately name in our industry because a baby born first day that it's in existence, you can already start opening up an account for it, that it compounds over time. You want to leverage that on your side. And when this child, so I'll use my kid as an example. I started late because I didn't learn this until I had to go through the fire. I started her when she's 7. Now, depending on how you structure the deal and how much money you put in, she's going to have $4.4 million when she's 65. And it's accessible to everyone. It sounds like a lot. It is a lot. But when you start so young, that compounding is like multiplying exponentially. Okay. What are some things that I can give you that you can immediately go home and implement, or at least ponder, think about, research? And if you want my help, of course, that's what I do. You can just come and find me. Or go to wealthywomansway.com. I have a free checklist for you there. So we have to understand the rules of the money game. If we don't know the rules, how are we going to win? So there's something, we got to understand how to play the tax game. There's something called infinite banking concept. Has anybody here ever heard of it? Yay! 1 person, 2 people, 3 people. Awesome. It's my passion to be able to spread this information far and wide because it changed my life and it's changed a lot of people's lives that I've touched. Oh, thank you. Is that 5 or 1? Perfect. So the reason why this changed my life, this is what the ultra wealthy are using to pass on generational wealth tax-free. That's number 1. It like checks off so many boxes that in one vehicle that it blew my mind. We don't learn this at school. We don't learn it at home unless our parents got educated. My parents made it from the bottom to the top, and they still didn't teach me anything positive about money. We can't trust the government because they're printing so much money that's not backed by anything. And there's trillions of dollars, so they need someone to pay that bill. And we can't trust the employers because at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, they've got their bottom line. So what does that mean? I'm not trying to scare us. We all know this. I'm not telling you anything new. It's just that it's 100% up to us to take the reins back and get our power back. And all we have to do is get financially educated, clean up some of those wounds. I say it so easily, but it can be. I mean, cry, it's okay. the healing process. And then you sit with someone who understands how to educate you and compare the pros and cons of some of these products so that you can decide how to make the best educated decision for yourself. So back to the infinite banking concept, why it's so cool. So let's use a child, for instance, because that's the same vehicle called the $1 Million Baby Plan. Well, instead of a usual 529 college plan, which if the child decides, I want to be an entrepreneur, I want to do something else altogether, that money, you can't get the full amount because that's slated just for education. But if you use a vehicle like this, you can have access to that money for a college fund. You could use it for whatever you want, a down payment to flip a piece of property, put it back. This is a way to earn money more than once on the same dollar because you're investing it. Oh no, I'm getting nerdy on this. Okay, let me not get too nerdy. But all I can say is it's really important to get educated and understand how money grows. There's different ways that money can grow. You know, if you look at a graph, money can grow in a fixed way. That means it's super safe, but it's also not going anywhere. You want your graph to go this way, right? There's other like variable accounts like the stock market. I'm sure you guys know this. It goes up, you have a lot of possibility for gain, but then you have a lot of possibility for loss. And the closer we get to retirement years, we don't want to be gambling like that. So you want something that's called index that goes up like a staircase. So you're guaranteed not to lose a penny, which is also the infinite banking concept, certain kinds. And then as it gains, you can lock in those gains. As it loses, it's called a negative floor. You're guaranteed not to lose a penny. So you want to be able to, that slowly goes up this way. Okay, so when I go back to tell you about how do we end domestic violence, gender-based violence, I want to tell you it's so real. And if you look into your own life, you're going to see your own stories too. When I was a 10-year-old little girl, I was so excited sitting at the dining table. My daddy had just come home from a business trip. He's an international businessman. He goes, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I'm like, I want to be just like you, Daddy. I want to be an international businesswoman. Then his smile dropped into a scowl, and he was angry when he shouted at me and he said, no, you can't. There is no place for a woman in the business world. Was he mean? I don't think he was trying to be mean. I think that's a cultural program. There's no woman, there's no place for a woman. And he wanted to protect me. But as a child who loved her daddy, I took that into my heart and I believed it. And it was like a spell that was cast on me that took ages to break. And it didn't help that not long after that, my mom was washing dishes. And I'm looking up at her like, oh, adoringly. She goes, Mary, when you grow up, you're going to be just like me. I'm going to stay home and take care of the kids and wash the dishes, and the man's going to go out and make the money. And so these cultural programs, I don't know what cultural programs you might have heard or seen because we're programmed all the time from all directions, but it's up to us to maybe journal or pray or meditate or have a conversation where we're like, hey, girlfriend, let's like explore and be curious so we could do something about it. And once we do, then we can go out and get educated. Once you have that strong financial foundation, and now you're making money, you can take that growth and go and do something that's more volatile, that has more upsides, and that you don't mind losing the money to gamble a little bit. So imagine a world where every single child born has one of these accounts, and its whole entire life is funded from day one. What kind of world do you think that would be like? I think that's a world I want to see. That's a world where I believe there would be no hunger, homelessness, and maybe no wars. That's a world I want for my children. My name is Mary Huang, and I'm so grateful that I get to share that message with you. Thank you.
No, it's not me. Okay, we have an announcer, Kimberly.
Okay, great. Hi. I just wanted to remind everyone that we're having a raffle for a free ring thing, so please drop your business card in the pink bag in the back. And I just went and made these beautiful handcrafted cards that have a 15% off discount on Etsy for a ring thing. So thank you so much.
Okay, Dawn.
All right, are you guys having fun? Yes? Okay, this side over here is having fun. This side over here, you are a little quiet. So let's try this one more time. Are we having fun? Are we loving it? All of you guys are here at the right time and at the right place as always. Okay, so I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our next speaker, and I was reading through her introduction and bio and like, wow. So Lauren Buccaneer works with women to help them build an empowered life mentally, physically, and financially. Lauren is originally from St. Louis, Missouri. Give that a huge round of applause right there. I love St. Louis. And she attended Cornell College at Mount Vernon, Iowa, where she studied psychology and Spanish. Okay, I know one Spanish word, it's baño. It's very important when you go to Mexico. Lauren attended law school at St. Louis University of Law, where she received her Juris Doctor with an emphasis in international and comparative law. She is a seasoned real estate development attorney and has specialized in affordable housing and mixed-use real estate development transactions for the past 16 years. She is also a health coach and owner of Body by Buccaneer, a boutique wellness company where she helps busy, overwhelmed women learn to prioritize themselves and overcome emotional barriers to live healthy lives. She has combined her in-depth knowledge of real estate development and finance and health and wellness to create her signature community, the Women's Circle. I absolutely love that name. To educate, motivate, and empower women to become financially independent, mentally sound, and physically healthy. Everyone, let's give Lauren a huge round of applause. Come on up here.
Am I good? All right. Great day, great day. How is everyone? All right, amazing. First of all, I just want to say that I am really excited to be here because I am a busy woman, and so I appreciate a Saturday afternoon. And I know what you could be doing or not be doing, and you're here, and so I'm really, really appreciative of your time. My name is Lauren Buckner, not Buccaneer, but that's okay because it actually reminds me of a funny story. So before I was a lawyer, I was a person, right? And you're supposed to laugh about that, right? Because before I was a lawyer, I was a real person. And I actually was a collegiate athlete and a professional dancer. And I lived in Bolivia, South America. And believe it or not, that was the last name that they called me the entire 2.5 years that I was there. It's printed Buccaneer to add it extra E's. So I actually liked that last name. When I heard that, it took me all the way back to my glory days. So I appreciate that. Like they said, I am from St. Louis, Missouri. I moved to DC in 2009. After I had been practicing law for 3 years, I was appointed an assistant attorney general for the District of Columbia, and I was super excited. I was like, yeah, right, come on now, right? I was super excited about that, little girl from St. Louis, Missouri. So I packed up my family. At that time, it was my 2 sons. They were 4 and 7. And I was like, we're moving to DC, right? So I moved out here, and I was representing the Department of Housing and Community Development, loving my life, loving what I was doing, really trying to get this, the swing of things of being a professional attorney, a mother, someone who was also involved in the community, and also just wanted to be myself. I spent 3 years in the administration and then went back to private practice. The best and worst thing that happened to me. being in the government, I gained a lot of credibility. And so when I went back to private practice, everybody wanted to work with me. All developers wanted to be represented by me. They wanted to know what I knew, right? From being on the inside. And everything took off. I found myself super booked, super busy, working all the time. When I wasn't working, I was trying to be an amazing mother, because you know how we are as super women, right? I was on every committee. My kids were making me feel guilty because I couldn't read books at lunch. I'm like, I'm working, so I'm really, really trying. And then whenever I had a little sliver of time for myself, I was trying to do 50 things like in an hour. And you know what that does? You end up doing nothing. I sat on the couch and said, I'll try again, tomorrow. You already know that story, right? Like, no, not today. That kept going, and I just started to feel like out of my body. I couldn't find any time to move, to work out. I grew up active. I grew up as an athlete. I grew up as a dancer. That was my outlet. I had no time to move. So what did that do? It started to make me feel like crap. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? I felt lethargic, started gaining weight. For me, that was a whole mental thing, right? I'd never really been overweight and never been able to not control my weight. So if it got off track, I was able to bring myself back in, but I just could not do that, right? And I felt horrible. The sticker for me was going up the stairs and being winded. I was like, Buckner, what is happening here? This is not you. You can't make it up the stairs without, give me 1 second. No, that was not a good look. I got up for work, trying to get dressed, and my clothes didn't fit. Women, we already know what that does. When you don't look good, you do not feel good. So now I'm trying to go into the office, trying to be my best self, feeling horrible, trying to be the best mom, feeling horrible, and then still trying to understand, why in the heck can't I change this trajectory that I'm on? Why can't I get back to me? Why can't I lose the weight? Why can't I feel better? Why? I knew how to work out. I knew how to eat. So what was the gap? What was stopping me? I had to take a step back and just close my eyes and listen. And I realized that there was a soundtrack playing in my head with these popular tracks. Let me know if you know them. You're too tired. You don't have time to work out. You're too busy, you don't have time to work out. You're too out of shape, don't even try to get started again. You've already hit your 40s, this is just the way it's gonna go, right? These tracks were playing in my head over and over and over on repeat. I knew every word. I was like, you're too old, yeah. You're too tired, yeah. Try again tomorrow, yeah. Like that soundtrack was just playing over and over and over. And I realized that the story that I was telling myself was keeping me from getting the results that I wanted. No matter how many plans I wrote for myself, I could not get over the conversations in my head. Write this down. The conversations in your head are dictating your reality. The conversations in your head are dictating your reality. When I figured that out, I was like, hot damn, I'm taking action. Now, I took drastic action because I'm super type A. I walked in and I said, I am leaving. The partner said, leaving where? Where are you going? I'm leaving the practice of law. What? You are up for partner, Lauren. You have worked over a decade in this legal career. What are you doing? I was like, I got to get back to me. I don't feel good. I don't look good. I cannot represent anyone. I have got to take a break. I took a 2-year sabbatical from the practice of law to find myself, to lose the weight. Thank you. And in the process of finding me, I realized that my passion and purpose was really to help other busy, booked women put themselves on their schedule, lose weight, feel amazing about themselves, and back in control. And it was amazing. I created my company called Body by Buckner. We are a boutique wellness business. We're based in DC, but now that really doesn't matter because COVID happened and we did a huge pivot. We used to be very studio-based and doing workshops, but now we are an online program. We have some in-person programs, but I am happy now to be able to bring all of our coaching online and work with women wherever they are, whenever it's convenient for them, and in manners that is effective for them. With Body by Buckner, I work with women to get to the root. We don't talk about weight loss. One, no woman really wants to talk about weight loss, right? I mean, even though we need to lose it, we don't want to talk about it. And it's also a journey. And usually the reason that you're having a problem is because there's a why, there's a gap, and you cannot identify that gap. And that's where I come in to help you disrupt the story, that soundtrack that is playing in your head. I'm gonna share a story with you about a client that I've been working with. We're gonna call her Sheila, all right? So I've been working with Sheila now for about 4.5 months. She is 45 years old. She's a physician, she's married, she has 2 children. Just like me, I'm sure like everyone in this room, she is a superwoman, right? She wants to be the best physician, the best wife, the best mom, and the best, Sheila that she can be, but there's no time for Sheila. So we've been working. We did a little check-in, as we often do, and she says, hey, I'm not seeing the results that I really should be seeing, Lauren. And I'm like, you're right, because I'm looking at the results that are coming in. I'm not seeing them either. We have a creative plan for you. It's all customized just for you. I don't know what's not working. So we took a step back and we just did like a reflection. I realized that Sheila was not eating. She's a physician. She works every other week. So every other week she was eating. Every other week she was not eating. When she was going to work, she was not eating. And I said, wait, I'm looking at your chart and I'm realizing that you're not eating. Oh, I eat in the morning a stick of cheese and some nuts. Okay, and then what? Oh, that's it. She's like, well, I don't have time to eat. What do you mean you don't have time to eat? It's too hard. It's too hard for me to eat. It's too hard for me to get food together. So you don't have time. It's too hard. I said, okay, well, can we have a discussion about this? She was honest and she said, we can talk about it, but I'm going to tell you right now, I do not have the capacity to make any changes. Okay, let's talk then, right? I'm like, well, that sounds very inviting. I was like, no problem. Let's just have the conversation. We had the first conversation about it. We got on a Zoom and I said, listen, we've got to make changes. You'll never lose the weight. You're never going to see the muscle definition that you want if you're not eating and not fueling your body. She says, well, I just can't do it. I said, let's just take the first step. Can you go to the grocery store for me? Sure, no problem. So she went to the grocery store and I always ask for proof of life. I want to see a picture with your hand in the produce section, right? And if I could get a timestamp, I would be very excited because people are trying to trick you, right? I said, send me proof of life. So she sent me a picture of her in the grocery store. And then when she got home, all of her food on the counter, followed by, are you happy now? Me, nope. I'll be happy when I see a box or 2 that is prepped based on the plan that we just came up with. So she made 2 boxes because we said we're going to prep 2 boxes at a time. She prepped her 2 boxes. She sent me a picture. Are you happy now? Yay, I'm super happy. Sent it back all these wonderful emojis. Day 1, next day she goes to work, sends me proof of life. She has the box at her desk. She's eating. Great, right? I said, you've got this. You've got this. We get to the end of the day. I check in. How do you feel? How does your energy feel? How does your mind feel? Oh, I feel okay. But you know what? I'm probably not going to be able to do this tomorrow. I said, what aren't you going to be able to do? I'm not going to be able to pack this lunch and bring it tomorrow. I said, why? I don't have time. I said, but Sheila, we already packed the box yesterday. Oh. The story in her mind, that soundtrack in her mind was playing. I can't do it. I don't have time. She was just blocking the work we had just done. So I got in there, deciphered what was going on, and disrupted that story. I'll tell you, the next day she took her lunch. She sent me some great emojis, right? By the 3rd day, she was like, I think I can do this. We got to day 7, and she literally texted me saying, of course, I feel so great. My body feels so strong. I was like, of course. And now the results are coming in. She's losing the weight. She is building the muscle, but more importantly, she's creating different habits. She's created a better mindset. I'm telling you, ladies, if you are trying to lose weight and you are having that negative conversation in your head, you're having limiting beliefs, you need to change your mindset. You need to disrupt the story that is playing in your mind. And you may be upset, but I'm going to tell you, you probably also lack confidence. You lack confidence that you can actually do it. I know, because I was there. You lack confidence that it will work. You lack confidence that it's even possible. And you lack confidence that you should even try to make a change for yourself. Society has lied to us. They have told us that we are busy, successful professional women. And in exchange for that, You must give up the rest of your life. You must work so hard. You must push yourself to the limit, but you do not need to refuel, reset, or release. They have lied to you, and I'm here to tell you that that story that's playing in your head is wrong. It's wrong. Your body will do what your mind tells it to do. Write this down. My body is the worker. My mind is the boss. What my mind tells my body to do, it must. My body is the worker. My mind is the boss. What my mind tells my body to do, it must. Period. There are no discussions after that. All the tools and all the resources that I use to change my life, to get my weight back on track, to live my best life, and I'm knocking on 50 and super proud of it, right? To feel all this energy I have taken and put into my coaching program. That coaching program is available to women all across the world because all you need is internet to work with me. If you happen to be in the DMV area, then you can be part of my private coaching program. But if not, you can work with me wherever. So I want you to take out your phones because you're going to join my community right now for free. That's right. Yeah, I'm taking over right now. That's what it's like. I would like for you to text me to join my free text list so that you can receive motivation, affirmations, all types of great information every week from me. The number is 202-804-1949. You're going to text the word NOW, N-O-W. The number 202-804-1949. Text the word NOW. I'll say that one more time. I saw the heads. 202-804-1949. Text the word NOW. Now is the time to change your life. Now is the time to believe that you can make the change. And now is the time to get the results that you desire. At Body by Buckner. You can find us anywhere on social media, Instagram, Facebook, website, bodybybuckner.com. You can find tons of resources. You can DM me. I will respond to you. I want to help you take your life to the next level and tap into all the superpowers that I know exist inside of you. It's been an amazing experience to be here with you all today. I hope this is just the beginning of our relationship. And again, make sure you join that text list or send us a DM on social media. Have an amazing day.
Okay. I too understand what society does for us for weight, but COVID made a believer out of me. Just a little plug, I lost 50 pounds during the COVID. Everybody else was gaining. But it was because I was over the age of 62. And just before COVID, I had taken all my blood work and everything, found out my blood pressure was creeping up. And I know part of it was weight. And she says, we must do something immediately. She had my doctor, of course, had me come into her every 2 weeks because I refused to be on a med. Okay, I refused. But then after COVID set in, and I'm like, you're over the 62, you've got an underlying condition, you better go get that pill. You better go get that pill, and that's what I did. Okay, and so everything is fine now. So sometimes COVID gets you through things. It makes you realize who you are, where you need to be in life. I thought Aaron was behind me. There you are. Okay, Aaron's going to introduce another Aaron.
Yes, that's how we do it.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Terry.
Our next speaker, Aaron Mann, is the founder of Aaron's Elderberries, LLC, a Virginia's finest food company specializing in elderberry and aronia syrups. Aaron is a former intelligence analyst turned mom entrepreneur after helping her one-year-old son through a medical crisis that led to the creation of her syrup. Aaron's products can be found in small stores across the U.S. and in her retail store. When she is not in the kitchen, she is serving her community by mentoring small businesses and serving in her Rotary International chapter. Her latest project is building her country's first rentable commercial incubator kitchen. Erin is also the creator of the Lucas Allen Erin's Elderberry Scholarship Fund, a local scholarship awarded to a community high school senior in financial need. Erin resides in Warrenton, Virginia, with her 7-year-old son, Lucas, her husband, Craig, and their pup, Lucy. Please help me welcome Erin Mann.
Hello, everyone. I will be honest, it's been the first time I've worn one of these in a while, so I'm going to kind of get used to that. Hi, my name is Erin Mann. I am here from Warrenton, Virginia, and I'm the owner and founder of Erin's Elderberries. And I'm here to speak to you today, not about what I make or what I do in my kitchen, but I'm here to talk to you as a woman, as a mom, and as someone who thought that they were going to live their life one way and had God say, nope, we're going to go this way instead. So I'm here to tell you about my journey, about my story, and what I hope that you will get out of this is the motivation and the understanding that no matter what goal you set for yourself, or even when you're in that time or season of your life where you don't exactly know what you want to do or how you want to do it, that there is a path for you and to trust in yourself. So how did I get here today? Well, I grew up in Alabama, and my mom and dad were both in the FBI. So all I ever knew was I'm going to be in the FBI. I'm going to catch bad guys. I'm going to put them in jail, and I'm going to be director of the FBI by the time I'm 40. That was my goal. But I landed on a different path, right? So I went to school, I got my master's, and went into the Bureau when I was 22 years old. Had the time of my life. I was working counterintelligence, counterterrorism, where I got transferred here to DC and met my husband. Never thought I would get married, never thought I would have children. But then I met the man who is my husband today. And after we got married, I said, it might be nice to have a family. I come from a very large family that may be a little different thinking. I think I'm going to do that. So we went through some trials and tribulations having our son. We lost 3 before we had our son, one of which almost took my life. And I'm very blessed to be here today, and I'm very blessed to have gotten to go forward and still have my family. Lucas is our little rainbow miracle baby, as we call him. But once I had my child, I looked at him and said, I don't want to be gone 360 days out of the year anymore. I want to be at home with my family. Something that a 24-year-old me would have looked at and said, no. So my total way of thinking changed. And I decided to retire from the Bureau early and stay at home with my family. My son, when he was 1, became very, very ill. Cliff Notes version is that they thought he had leukemia. He was put in the hospital. Within hours, we were putting him under anesthesia to do a bone marrow tap because the treatment for leukemia at that time was different for a child under 365 days of age versus if the child had turned 1. So our oncologist said, we need to figure this out. We need to figure it out now because you want the under 1 treatment. So my husband and I at 3:00 in the morning, right before my son's first birthday that we thought would just be this magical time for us, we're signing pieces of paper that we're not even reading just so we can get him, into his surgery. We found out that he ended up having a virus that mimicked leukemia in the blood. So how blessed were we? Our son was okay. But after that, once he was released from the hospital, he just started getting sick all of the time, fever after fever, cold after cold. He would miss school or preschool all of the time because he was just sick. Or if he went when he was healthy, he would come back home with something. He was just always ill. And we were seeing 3 different specialists and our pediatrician. He was on 6 different medications that a child under 6 was not supposed to be taking. And he wasn't even 2 years of age at this point. We went to see one of our lung specialists or allergists at that time. And I said, this child is my job. He is my life. He is my miracle. I will go to the end of the earth to help him. Tell me what to do. And he looked at me just dead in the eyes and said, we just have to wait it out. There's nothing we can do. You can't make the lungs stronger. And at that point, something flipped, right? A switch flipped. And I said, watch me. I don't like to be told I can't do something. Never have, and definitely not then. So I brought my baby home, put him down for his nap, and started researching to the end of Google. I do have a master's, I have a PhD, and I've been trained a lot by the Bureau to figure out how to weed through what is and isn't accurate on the internet, reading peer-reviewed journal articles. And everything I kept looking for when I would keyword search, immune system, colds in children, cold prevention, lung, antihistamine, anti-inflammatory, all of these things kept coming back to elderberry. And I actually found a lot of peer-reviewed studies on elderberry and how it was used during the Cuban flu crisis when there was no other traditional medicines that were available. And what they noticed was that those patients who were using elderberry were getting better faster than those using traditional medication. And that has sparked, ever since then, lots and lots of research on elderberry. So I said to myself, you know what? This is what we're going to try. This is what we're going to do. Long story short, a few months later, 6 months later, actually, Lucas was released from all of his specialists. We were off all of his medications, and he is now 7 and just the healthiest, amazing little boy you will ever meet. He's shy as all get out, but he's just healthy and amazing, and it's been fabulous, fabulous turnaround for our family. Well, after Lucas was doing so well, when cold and flu season that year was coming back around, we said, hey, let's share this. I'm going to start a mom blog. I'm going to start a Facebook group. I'm going to start telling people our journey. I'm not going to say, hey, you should take this or you should use this. No, no, no. What I want to do is educate moms, educate women, educate dads, educate really anyone that going back to food as your health is totally okay. And what's also okay is for you to take it upon yourself to have the confidence to stop and say, you know what, I can do this myself. I can try. I may fail a couple of times because I did. I gave some syrup to Lucas that I made and he, in his little diaper, just went running away from me. He's like, not doing it. But I worked and I persevered and I kept trying. And my son now, and then loved it. He actually called it his yummy syrup, which on our bottle you will find it's called elderberry yummy syrup because of him. But I wanted to teach moms or women that you can have the confidence to say, I can do this and I want to do this, and to figure out how to do it, how to weed through all of that research on the internet and become confident in your own self and your own family's health. So I started Erin's Elderberries a few months after that. All I wanted to do was go to a farmer's market twice a week or twice a month and talk to someone other than my 2-year-old or my husband about baby puke, baby poop, like baby, really anything. I wanted to have actual conversations. And I started talking to people and educating them and, kind of getting out. And within a month, I had hired 3 girls to work with me. We were full-time at 3 different farmers market in the area. And people were loving, helping, being educated on this product that they had heard about but weren't so familiar with. And what I learned from that was everyone wants a little bit of confidence, right? Sometimes we need someone that says, hey, you can do it. I got your back. And if you have any questions about it, you email me or you call me because I will be there for you. I will be your biggest cheerleader. And that is what I have tried to do ever since I started Erin's Elderberries. When we go on a different path of what we thought we were originally going to be on, you have that question, well, is this where I am at now? And I am not just an elderberry syrup maker. I have, over the course of all of these events and farmers markets and places that I go, have met these amazing women, small business owners, men who are small business owners that make these amazing things because of their family, found out they were good at it and want to share it with the world. So in doing that, I really embraced that small business community and that maker community within our area. And I thought, if I could ever afford to get my own store, I'm going to bring all of these small businesses I have met along the way to be in my store. Because as a small business who makes something, all you want is a store to give you a chance, right? You're like, just give me this much shelf space, just this much. And they're like, do you know how much shelf space that costs me each month? I'm like, but I promise it'll sell. I wanted to be that person. I also wanted to be the person I needed when I started my food business, because Virginia has some of the strictest food laws in America, which is great because it works to keep all of us safe and all of us healthy, but it's very confusing. I could have been in business 6 months sooner had I had a mentor or someone to say, no, Erin, this is what this means. So I want to be that person. And during COVID, when a lot of people were losing their jobs and were stuck at home, they turned to food making. They were selling cookies, they were selling cupcakes, they were selling granola bars, but they didn't know how to go about getting their zoning permit, their business license. Do I need insurance for this? Am I allowed to sell this? Well, let me tell you. Yes and no, but let me guide you through it. So since COVID, I have mentored 52 small businesses, 48, thank you. 48 have been here within Virginia. The other 4, one was in California, one was in Montana. I've actually mentored another elderberry syrup business that was starting up because I don't see anything as competition. Here in the United States, there's enough pie for everyone, right? But it is all about helping those small businesses start up, be amazing, and keep going and thriving, not just getting to the starting line, but we want you going as long as you can. So within that realm of learning that I love small businesses, one thing I have noticed is that there is no place for the small food business to start and grow. If you're cooking out of your kitchen, but you want to be able to sell in retail or ship across state lines, you have to go to an inspected kitchen. But the ones around here are very, very expensive. There's no middle of the road. So I have worked with Fauquier County to find a location that's actually right next to my business. And we're turning it into our county's first incubator rentable commercial kitchen for small food businesses. Would I have ever thought that leaving the Bureau, starting an elderberry company would lead to mentoring small businesses and starting a commercial kitchen? Absolutely not. But it is the path I have found along the way. And I have always said to myself, it's okay to follow your gut. It's okay to follow your heart, because sometimes it's not about making millions and millions of dollars. It's about how you're helping your community and what you're giving back, right? So that is my story of how I have come to be and come to be here today. If any of you ever, if you own a small business or need help starting up one or want to pivot in some way, by all means, reach out. I do not charge for mentoring. It's my community give back and a way to say thank you just to everyone that's always ever supported us. So thank you.
Wow, we are learning so much about everything in the business. My goodness. And we're talking about experiences. We're talking about how to get started. And once you're started, how to maintain. Oh, man. It makes me want to go into business. I got another job. Okay. Our next speaker, Nishi Parkinson. She's a capacity builder, a wealth builder, financial services, life coach, health collaborator. Nishi is a motivational speaker, certified life coach, trainer, facilitator, activist, and founder of Nishi Speaks in 2018. She is an active member of Positive Women's Network USA, Missouri State Lead. As an active member, she was invited by Dr. Lauren Sheaver, Deputy Associate Administrator and the Chief Medical Officer of the HIV/AIDS Bureau at Health Resources and Services Administration. Nisi, I met yesterday in length. We talked. She's a great speaker. She's a great motivator, and I'm sure you will appreciate her today. Nishi Parkinson. Of course, you know she gave me the extended version on the biography, but everybody's got an extended. I mean, we've done so much. What can I say, right? Okay, I'm ready for you. I'm ready.
Playing music. All I do is win.
doing? I want to thank Terry for giving me that warm introduction. I also want to say thank you to Gertrude for having me on this platform today. And all of you, my listening audience around the world, it is with gratitude, it is with humbleness that you are sitting in a space like this today with me, Nishi Speaks STL. Let's give it up for the 314. All righty. I want to read you something. Every day is World AIDS Day. As UNAIDS Executive Director, Muni Baimi recently wrote, World AIDS Day 2023 will be like no other. This year, recognizing one pandemic under the shadow of another, COVID-19 has changed so many things, including how we live with and fight against HIV. Wow, that's deep, isn't it? It's relatable. It gives us a thought pattern of who we are and what we walked through for the last 3.5 years. And we're still walking through it, right? We're still being motivated to keep ourselves safe, proper hand washing, active eating, weight loss, walking, and being talented on our toes, right? Well, back in 1997, a young girl, 17 years old in her community, named Nishi Parkinson. But I was Nishi Davis then, all right? So I carried my maiden name. And I remember walking into this facility in St. Louis after a 2-week gynecological exam. I waited 2 weeks to get all of my results back. As we know as women, we step into gynecological spaces and we do all of these tests and we do hemoglobin, white blood cell, mammograms, this, that, and the other, to say the least. Well, this little girl, rest assured, I walked inside of this facility and the first kiosk I went to, the lady said, ma'am, what's your name? I gave her my name at this particular time, Nishi Davis. And she said, okay, can you take this, follow the purple stripping along the wall? That's what she told me. And when I walked and walked and walked and walked and walked through this process, I get to another door. I meet a young lady by the name of Marion Phillips, who called out my name as I looked through a magazine that day. Not knowing what she was going to tell me, I thought I was just coming back to get my test results, going back to my lunch and going back to work, right? Yeah, I thought that. This particular day, she told me on this pink little piece of paper that was in front of me that I had just tested for HIV. R for reactive, R for reactive, R for reactive. And she asked me, did I know what these 3 check boxes meant to me? I paused. I was numb. I was perplexed. I was saying, why me? She asked me, is there anyone that you can call on this particular day? There were 2 people that came into mind, my sister and my best friend, Krista. I remember calling my sister on the phone, and she worked at a gas station at this time. And she kept asking me over the phone, what's wrong? What's wrong? And I told her I had just tested positive for HIV. The phone dropped. Her boss told her she couldn't leave. She needed to know the reason why. That was the first layer of disclosure without my consent. My sister ended up at the clinic with me, And I called Krista and she came. Now, mind you, I was on a 30-minute lunch break, which we only get an hour. So I thought I was going to be back in time because it was a 15-minute run there and a 15-minute run back. It changed my life forever. It changed my life with the uncertainties of going home and giving a packet of information from this lady named Marion, who's telling me all of this information. And I get home and I sit at the kitchen table with my sister and we're making a list over dinner. Who can we tell? Who can we discuss this information with? At this time, my mom was in a facility due to mental health. So I didn't have my mom to hug. And you know how that is as a young woman, ages 17, not being able to hug her mama, to care for her, to squeeze her, and just to tell her that it will be okay. My sister did her due diligence to make sure that she kept us so that we would not go to DFS or CPS for some of you all. She made sure she put food on the table and clothes on our back, and she had 2 children of her own at that time. Can you imagine the struggles that I saw, the struggles that I faced? But those acts of solidarity and action for purpose for my life came rooted and upticked by a young lady by the name of Jessica Forsythe. Jessica Forsythe carried me on that Saturday morning when we had to get up. I was still in the same clothes. My sister had to put me in the shower to say that it would be okay, because I kept saying, I'm unwanted, I'm nasty, I'm numb. I don't know what this is going to do for my life. We don't have money to pay for medications. How are we going to pay for these medications? That's all I could think of. I took so many lessons that I have learned, and I tried to wrap up my medical assistant brain, biomedical and universal precautions in this thing. Where did I go wrong? Where did the unjust happen? Now, this is my 3rd sex partner. My first 2, I was fine, but number 3 did the damage. Now, why? The challenges that we face of uncertainties. So Jessica supported my walk through this process. She implemented so many of the tools coming out of social work school. I was her first client, and she walked with me, she talked with me, and she put me in spaces and places where there were other women that looked like me and talked like me and felt like me. I remember going to my first support group at a church, and it was all gay men. And I was like, I don't want to be here. We got a brown bag with orange, apple, and a sandwich in it. And I said, my gosh, I'm around a bunch of men. Where are the women at? Because I want to see somebody that looked like me. But when my appointment came around, I met a young lady named Tiny Carreras and Stephanie Greer. Tiny is still living, 38 years, HIV positive, healthy and strong. She is a good friend of mine, and I love her to life. I met her. She walked through the clinic with me. She paired up. She was a peer navigator, a family advocate, and she went to work for me. Living this long but self-manageable life has uncovered my own leaderships, my abilities that were hidden. It allowed me to have a shero story today. It allowed me to cultivate my judgment of going back to school full swing. It allowed me to know that my lived experiences of being a mom brings me so much joy. And it's important to have that solidarity and that resilient and support system to carry the amplified voices of women that sit silently and don't walk into the spaces of a health clinic. It allows us to have reasons to reframe the word risk. As a Black woman that supports the Black Women Work Group, and my leadership that I have done with the Black Women's Work Group, 26 years later, I am a survivor of 26 years. It's not who I am. It's the things that put me at risk, but I have a new rebirth, metamorphosis, and manifestation for so many reasons that I can love myself in my own diversity, inclusion, equitable feelings that I have for myself and my daughter, who is 20 years old, that is a world-renowned activist, world-renowned queen. She attends Clark Atlanta University, receiving her undergrad in psychology and women's studies. She is the former National American Miss for the 2019 pageantry of St. Louis, Missouri. When they said that we couldn't have children, when they said that our children would not live past the age of 5 if he or she contracted HIV in vitro. My wound was shifted for me to carry my beautiful daughter for 9.5 months. I can pat myself on the back and say thank you. Because when that lady came in that office in the clinic setting and said to me, what do you want it to be, a boy or a girl? I was like, what? What? Because I couldn't believe it. Because of all of the myths and the mistrust of the medical society that we walk in daily. My God, my God, my God. Just know, as we walk through 2 twin pandemics, HIV, COVID-19 has showed us the need of global response. We have to look at the tools that we've learned, the world beginning in the tide of HIV, COVID-19, where it's intersected of data, quality assurance, and it has helped us to make profound steps for people to live a quality life in their own creed. I want to say today, I want to thank the listening audience for believing in me, to listening to my story, and to carry me and amplify me in a special way. I have a poem that I want to read, and if someone can grab me a book off that table really quickly, thank you. This poem was written by 12 Black amazing women. And Risk to Reasons is a narrative intervention designed to reframe and refocus HIV women prevention for Black women. It's guided by advocacy across the country. So it's for us to have conversations at the table. And yes, it can be adapted for all women. It's a tool that needs to be used in schools, hospitals, colleges around the world. Reframing risk, our call to action. We must reframe risk to end the stigma and to find the solace in knowing there are sisters advocating for you, for me, for all of us. So none of us fall through the cracks. To normalize health as wealth, we must reframe risk. To leave a legacy of change, make a difference and bridge to the gaps. To learn, to grow, and to share, to be a part of a bigger impact, we must reframe risk. To work collectively, to commit to Black women, to shift the narrative. We must reframe risk, to show there's life after HIV, to take control, to delight in the beauty of our shapes and our sizes, to enjoy happy, healthy, and fun sex lives. We must reframe risk to affirm that we are creators, that we are powerful, that we are brilliant, and that we are bold. We are enough, that we matter. The Black Women's Work Group, to reframe risks to reasons. There are so many reasons that I love myself. There are so many reasons that I amplify my 20-year-old daughter that will soon be 21. There are so many reasons that I amplify each one of you in this room today. There are so many reasons that we glow today. There are so many reasons to tell another young girl, ages 13 through 24, ages 25 through 50, and a woman 50 and older, because we are living past the age of 50. We are the new Shiro silver lining. HIV is not a crime. Know your laws. Look into your laws. Create spaces where you can amplify the voices of women and men to step into safe spaces. I am Nishi Parkinson from St. Louis, Missouri, and I want to say thank you, ladies, for all that you have done for me today. Ashe.
I told you Nisi was on fire. I told you she's on fire. Come
Thank
this way,
you.
hon. Okay, we have Donna from the Mentor Studio, right? Yes. Okay, I got it right. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, he over there.
All right, so first, everyone that is here, first, give yourself a round of applause for being here today. I know many of us have been here all week long, and it's been amazing. And yesterday, I shared my own personal story, parts of it, and then how to transform energy. But my story is not complete with that, without talking and sharing about the Mentor Studio. But first, by a show of hands, how many of you here are speakers? A lot of us, yeah. How many of you want more stages? Yeah. Coaches? Any coaches in the room? Yes, love that. What about podcasters? Are there podcasters here? Yes? All right. Say that again. TVN radio. I love that. And what's yours? Do you have a podcast? Or you get one? Nice, nice, nice. All right. So what I want to share with you guys today is a little bit of an opportunity. But leaders always show up for their success. And if you don't take action, the opportunity leaves. So with the Mentor Studio, with my own story, several years ago, I have an international healing practice. And what I learned was I was able to take what I did individually for one person, and I could do to the entire audience at one time. So I knew I needed a bigger stage, and I needed to go out globally, and I didn't know how to get there. So I went the traditional route. I hired coaches, I hired other trainers, and I didn't get very far. About 2 years ago, I met a person by the name of Michael Silvers. Now, I learned that he was the head of the coaching division for T. Harv Eker. Anybody know that name? Chris Howard? How about Bob Proctor? Yes, right? And if he wasn't out on stage speaking with people like Les Brown and Robert Kiyosaki, he was putting other people on stage to do that. Now, his business partner was Mary Glorifield, a name probably nobody knows. She was always the lady behind the curtain. But how many of you know of Tony Robbins? She was Tony Robbins' executive vice president for 18 years and put him across all of the stages. So if you know Tony being up on the Great Wall of China, she was the woman behind him. So they formed the Mentor Studio because they wanted to leave a legacy to the world. Because what was happening was people were coming to them and saying, hey, can you do for me what you did for them? And they went, we're going to do it for the whole world. Why? Because they are on a mission and they have a vision. And this is the vision of the Mentor Studio: to educate, enlighten, enrich, and enhance the mentor's experience and expertise to really make an impact in the world. So they formed the Mentor Studio. I'm going to tell you, they wanted it to be cost affordable for every person. And with the wealth of information those two have, plus all the other lead mentors and trainers and others that have come in to say, I'm joining you on your mission, the membership fee for this, I'm always so embarrassed to say this, it's only $500 because it's affordable to everybody, because it's always about leaving that legacy. Where we've grown to since then, I met at them about 2 years ago and I said, I'm in, because I know I need to go out onto these stages and make that impact. And that's exactly what's been happening for me over the last couple of years. But see, with the Mentor Studio, it's also about being of service. So it's not just what's in it for me, it's how many people can I take with me to make even a bigger impact? And so one of the people, Gertrude, do you want to come sneak up here just for a moment? I got to meet this beautiful lady last December. And so she's one of our newer members in the Mentor Studio. And I know we've seen you on some of the calls, but we so love your mission and everything you're doing and all the give back, because it's about being of service first. So share just like 2 sentences on why you choose to join our community.
I believe if you're trying to create something, don't reinvent the wheel. There's smart people out there who've done it, smart people out there who'll support you. What I saw when I joined the first group, I was just blown away. So I was tuning in from Australia. I would wake up at 2 a.m. to listen to all of these programs, listening to people pitching their ideas, the support that they needed. And then I wanted more. Mary, what is Mary's surname? Orfeld? Yeah. So she used to work for Tony Robbins, right? This is a woman who's used to creating huge events. I'm like, I just want to learn from her. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. So I joined the elite program. And just in looking in this room, can I have a show of hands who came here through the Mentor Studio already? Some people have already left. We got about 15 speakers because of this connection. But not only that, they are marketing, they were promoting this event, they sponsored the event, they've got a booth here. So I like to work with smart people who know what they're doing, and I don't want to reinvent the wheel, and that's why I joined.
Thank you. So just a couple of things that we have within the Mentor Studio. We do have a podcasting division where you can learn, if you don't know how to start a podcast, what those ins and outs are. I did that this last year. My podcast launched 1st of January, following everything I was taught in the Mentor Studio. I have a top 10 podcast after 30 days because of that. We also, and actually Sandy's here, she's in charge of our podcasting division, sharing and teaching, because she is, come up here, come here, I'm gonna have you say just a word. 2 sentences.
Yeah, about the podcasting division. Oh yeah, so the podcasting division started out, I was training people how to launch. It's now turned into somewhat of a mastermind. And it's funny because I was in New York City about a month ago, and I'm talking to other podcasters, and we're just sharing our ideas. And the one person said, we need a podcast mastermind. I'm like, I already have that. Because as you know, anytime you start anything, you need to share your lessons learned, hear other people's lessons learned, tips. Donna, because she just launched hers, I've had my podcast for over 2 years, and she shared some of her, and I was like, oh my God, what a great idea. So now I'm using what, it's like, it doesn't matter how long you've been doing it. So join today.
So we have a couple other inner communities as well. We are launching a coaching cafe. We just launched and partnered with a TV channel to get more and more information and content out there. And then we also have a health and wellness community, which Janelle assists with. So Janelle, come on up here. I'll just have you take 2 seconds to tell a little bit about the health and wellness community and why this is important.
Okay, so first of all, I've been with the Mentor Studio. I believe I signed up in October, and I just plugged in, jumped in right away, found that we have a health and wellness community with a monthly forum. And what we do is we all bring, like, health is mental, physical, body, mind, spirit. And so we feature speakers every month on that, as well as have a panel discussion. So if you have a vision, a belief, a desire to get your business, your message, your product like out in that community, build your network and collaborate with others, 100% the way to go. And like you mentioned, 300 to 400 stages that we fill. And I'm just honored that Gertrude is someone I introduced this to. Mary is someone I've talked to about it. There's different people. And so then you also have a community where you can offer value to other people, right? There's all different levels of this. And I mean, for $4.95 for an entire year, that's ridiculous. Like, honestly, the value I've received for the last few months, I'm constantly enrolling people into this because it will definitely like skyrocket your business, your wisdom, like your value, and just give you one more tool to bring out to the community for other people. So.
All right, thank you. So one of the other aspects of the Mentor Studio is we do have a speakers bureau that is formed and just launched. And as the director and lead trainer, I only have 300 to 400 live and virtual stages I have to place our mentors on a yearly basis. Last weekend, we were in Los Angeles at a Best You Expo, and I learned I had another 70 stages added to that. And last night there was one more business meeting with another group, another promoter that's coming on as well. And that's going to open up another set of stages as well. So these are all offered through for people that are in the Mentor Studio because we get to know you. We get to like you, we get to trust you, you get to fall back in love with us, and then we get to know your audience, which is so incredibly important because we want to make sure we're putting you in front of people that is your audience with that. So each and every one of you, I invite you to join. It's only $500. Janelle, I'll just have you grab our forms really quick. And share. So if you're interested in joining, just go ahead and raise your hand. Janelle will get you a form. But you know, the last 2 years has been the best 2 years of my life, going out, doing what I do. And I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the Mentor Studio. So, and to be able to work with people that are a like-minded community, that are there to support each other. The 3 core values that I see are about loyalty, dedication, and commitment, and we show up for each other. And you will find that. So whether you need technology help, if you need a back-end sales team, if you need more speaking stages, whatever it is, we're all there to help and serve each other. So we have weekly mentoring calls. Everything is recorded, so if you missed one, you can still get it. We have weekly networking where you get to share your thoughts, your ideas, and promote yourself, not just on the Zoom call, but we live broadcast on 9 different stations. Promoters watch that, they pick it up, and then they get in contact with you as well. We have monthly forums where we have speaking opportunities. We have quarterly summits as well. And we work with a lot of different partners, JV partners that are coming on. We only have 26 more to do this year to bring out more stages and to get. So if you're ready to make that impact in the world, go ahead, grab a form, make sure I get it back. I'll message you personally and we'll get you started today because you know what? The time is now and it's today. All right, thank you.
I'm taking I actually just signed up for the Mentor Studio. I'm super excited. I just signed up. I cannot wait. I need a lot of help, so you guys are going to have to help me a lot because I'm really excited about the Mentor Studio. Yes.
What'd you say?
Well, I got a couple clients coming in the pipeline. So the $1,200 was in December, girls. So thank God I can afford $500 3 months later. Believe me. Wasn't easy. I'm paying them in like pennies. No, I'm just kidding. No, I am really excited about it though. I'm super psyched, you guys. I can't wait. All right, I'm going to introduce the next speaker, Trina Smith. Trina is a Maryland-based mother of 2 with a passion for entrepreneurship and maternal child health. Through motherhood, Trina discovered the incredible world of lactation and has been breastfeeding for over 3 years. As lactation consultant, she hosts feeding lounges, facilitates daycare training programs, and works with mothers to achieve their breastfeeding goals. In 2020, she launched Naughty Boutique, an online shop for handmade children's bows, head wraps, turbans, bonnets, clips, and matching sets. Karina's products, all handmade by her and packaged by her eager toddlers, have been featured at 2 local stores, as well as pop-up shops all across DC, Maryland, and Virginia. In addition, she has over 10 years of experience in commercial and luxury residential construction. When she's not working with parents or sewing, Trina enjoys crafting, baking, shopping, and exploring with her kids. Let's welcome Trina.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I have been watching this week online and here today, hearing you all speak, and I just have to say it's been so inspiring. I've laughed with you guys. I've cried with you guys. I've realized I need an entrance song. So it's been wonderful. My name is Tarina Smith. As you heard, I'm the owner of Naughty Boutique. I'm a mother of 2. So I just want to talk to you guys a bit today about my business, my story, and how I got to where I am today. So have you ever talked yourself out of an opportunity before it even presented itself? Maybe you said, I could never do that, or I would never do that. I remember 5 years ago, I was talking to a group of friends and I said, I'm not the business type. I'm not the type to run a business. I'm no entrepreneur. I would never do that. At that point, I was happy with just securing a check. It didn't matter if someone else was signing a check. And I tried side hustles before and it just didn't work out. So growing up, my parents, they tried to give us everything. They tried to give us the best childhood, and they did. My mom, she still lovingly, very lovingly reminds me of all the time and energy she put into my childhood acting career. So that entailed my parents coming with me to audition for a local theater play. And I walked on stage. I stated my name. I said the first line of this monologue that I had been killing my family of practicing for weeks. And I said, thank you, and I ran off the stage. Luckily, I've made it a little further here today. I haven't run off the stage yet. It was me and my sister, just me and my twin sister growing up. We spent a lot of time with my mom. We would go with her to job sites. We would go shopping with her. We worked out together. She was in the construction industry. So when we were out of school and her days that she had to still work, we would go to government clients with her. We would go visit project sites. But I guess the shopping probably had a little more of an impact on me at the time because I ended up going to college for fashion merchandising. And then a year into my program, they completely did away with the program. So I switched over to communications and I ended up falling into the construction industry, and my career in project management took off. So let's talk about the construction industry for a minute. I don't know if anyone in here is familiar with the construction industry. Okay, so Sandy, you know what I'm talking about. In 2021, roughly 11% of the construction industry was made up of Black people, and then roughly 6% of the construction industry were made up of women. So here I am, Black woman in the construction industry, and I'd seen my mom do it for so long. She was successful, but it was hard. I worked with general contractors. I worked in specialty construction for a while, and I worked in flooring, fireplaces. So I always excelled in my positions for a Black woman, and as a proud, hardworking Black woman, I wanted more. Yes, you still want more, So I worked for a few different companies, and I didn't completely pick up on red flags at the beginning of probably why I shouldn't be there. I got in this wonderful position in the fireplace industry. I was super excited to start. It was good money. It was a step up in my career. Well, my first day at this job, it was a small office cubicle, and they had a radio playing with music. And they'd ask me, what type of music do you like? I lied. I said, I listen to everything. I'm really versatile. That wasn't the truth. But it didn't really matter to me. I was there to just work and get the check. So I'm listening to I'm barely listening to the music, and I hear in this song, it's a country song that starts playing, and it says, I'm gonna take that nigger and drag him home. And I'm a Black woman working, the only Black woman in the office, and I hear this, and I'm like, oh my goodness. I was so young, I didn't say anything. My supervisor immediately came over and he turned the radio and said, who turned that on? You know, whatever. About a year later, I ended up called into my supervisor's office, and he was apologizing for an employee that had used the same word nigger when talking, apologizing on his behalf. I never heard him say it. Apparently I was right there, but I ended up resigning 2 weeks later because I was ready to move on to the next opportunity anyway. So in my childhood, let's go back a bit, I struggled with weight, body image. I was overweight and insecure as a child. So I just spent my entire life being judged for the way that I looked, for my body. You know, I was really, really insecure. So into adulthood, I didn't necessarily have the best body image and sense of self-worth, but I was able to find confidence to be in rooms that I wasn't sure if I should be in, and maybe the other people in the room didn't believe that I should be in that room, but I was able to get in those rooms. I remember one position, I changed my hair all the time, and I went from braids like I have now to a silk press. So my hair was completely straight now. And I remember one of my coworkers, he walked into the office and he said, just very aggressively, approvingly nodding, very professional, as if the week before with the braids, I didn't look professional. And then I had my supervisor come to me and he said, I like this a lot more than the braids. It's a lot more professional. So still being judged for the way that I looked, despite my accomplishments, I had moved up in this company, I was still being judged for the way that I looked. I still wanted to be in those rooms, and I was able to find that voice within me when I felt unheard, to speak up so that I was heard, when I felt unseen, to make sure that I stood out in all the right ways in my performance. So I had convinced myself that I would pretend for as long as I needed to, that I knew what I was talking about, that I felt like I belonged there, even if I didn't. And I kept doing that and telling myself, you belong here, you're beautiful, keep moving, until it actually became a reality. And it did become a reality. The time I felt the most beautiful in my life was during my first pregnancy with my daughter. She is absolutely amazing. And from the moment I found out I was pregnant, she changed my life. And I'm sure any mom in here will tell you that you guys have been through the same thing with being changed, like your life changing in motherhood. So I was considered obese when I was pregnant with my daughter. I was diagnosed with gestational diabetes. So I was able to diet control. I didn't have to take insulin, but it was a time where I felt guilty, but I refused to let anything take away that joy for me of creating life. I was so happy. Like I said, I felt beautiful. Okay, I'm obese. Okay, I have the gestational diabetes and I have this strict diet, but can't nobody tell me anything because I'm carrying this wonderful life. It was amazing. And I knew, especially when I found out this is going to be my firstborn, my daughter, I have to love myself so that I can teach her how to love herself. I don't want her to hate her hair. I don't want her to hate her skin. I don't want her to hate anything about her. So she needs to see what self-love is so I can show that to her. So I completely changed my life, and my daughter was born. I was on maternity leave. It was like one of the best times of my life, just being able to dress her up and trying different bows and cute outfits and taking pictures. And like my family would be like, isn't that her 5th outfit today? Yes, it is. It absolutely is. So we had a lot of fun, but then I returned to the workforce as not just a Black woman, a Black mother. And I've always been this career-oriented person, but once you enter motherhood, that still changes. And a lot changed for me as far as the things I wanted for my career and for myself. I was fired for breastfeeding from one position. They told me, the supervisor called me in the office and said, we don't feel like you're being grateful enough for us allowing you to breastfeed. I was pumping at work, expressing breast milk, and she didn't get the reaction I wanted because I was gone out of there that same day, because I'm not going to thank you so much for allowing me to do what I naturally should do and what's my legal right to do. And I knew my rights at the time. So that was fine. But like I said, I don't leave a job until I know I have another opportunity. And I had another opportunity when I was leaving that parking lot. Fast forward through that job and more challenges. My first week, I was told by the only other woman in the office that I would not be able to take on much work and commit to the position because I'm a mom. You know, I have a kid. Excuse me. One, you don't know. And two, I know what I'm capable of. And I can do whatever I want in this office. So then we had, of course, the pandemic hit. It hit right after my daughter's first birthday and right after I found out that I was pregnant with my second. So my son, and then we were isolated, daycares were closed, I was working from home. So it was me and my daughter having fun again every day. She was a little older, so we were doing activities all day. It was really, really fun. And I thought about it and I said, I was talking to a friend one day and, you know, we were all going stir crazy during the pandemic at some point. Like at first it was like, okay, we're inside, we don't have to do too much, I don't have to deal with much. And like, then you get to the point where you're like, all right, I feel like I'm kind of going crazy in this house. I'm only talking to my child until my fiance gets home, her dad gets home. It was a lot. So I was talking to a friend and I told her, I said, you know, for the last year, because I love, you know, dressing up my daughter so much, I've thought about like teaching myself to sew and making different bows and turbans. And I, you know, but I'm like, you know, I'll start one day. Yes, the girl stuff. Yes. And she said, just do it now. Like, what are you doing? We're stuck in the house. And although I was working from home and I have the little one, there was time. You know, we were all binge watching TV a little more than usual. So I said, you're right. I'll just do it now. So I got on YouTube when my daughter fell asleep for her nap that same day. I'm looking how to sew and I'm like, okay, I can probably do this. I get on Amazon, I'm looking at sewing machines and I'm like, I'm not spending this money on a sewing machine because you're not going to be able to, you know, like do this full time. You're not going to be able to really focus on the sewing, you know, just give it a try, but don't spend a lot of money on it because we're not doing that right now. I bought a little kit. I hand sewed from fabric that I got from a dress from my closet that I cut. I'm like, I'm not spending any money on this. And then it was so cute. My daughter's wearing it. I'm showing pictures to my friends. They're actually hyping me up. And I say, okay, my sewing machine was there the next day. So my refusal to like buy this sewing machine went from I refuse to hand sew another anything. So I taught myself how to sew. I started sourcing fabric and material and I decided to start my business. Even then with the self-doubt, I thought, you know, no one's going to want to buy all, you know, I'm not going to reach any customers. This will be my family, my mom, friends. And that's how it started off. But it actually progressed into so much more. And my Naughty Squad was born where I was able to connect with moms and dads across the country. You know, I've been able to move my product into stores and yes. That was huge. That was huge in the whole process for me because I never thought that people would want to buy my products, you know, and then I thought I'm online. Why would they go to the store? And I have people that are sending me pictures that they've purchased my product. My daughter for her fourth birthday just passed and she got like a fabric, like LOL dolls with fabric and cutting it. And she's like, Mommy, I want to make bows. Like that is the best thing ever for me. So being able to reach people and offer product that makes her feel good, protects her hair, is good for all hair textures and represents any kid that goes to my website or comes to my stores or any events, they can find something that's for them. So get rid of that self-doubt and get rid of the, oh, I probably can't do that or I won't be able to do that. Take inspiration from wherever you need to. For me, it was my daughter and of course my son after he was born and just grow with those things to take advantage of whatever opportunity comes to you. And if it doesn't come to you, then make that opportunity yourself. We make opportunities and then we take them because they're ours. What's meant for you is yours and it will always be yours. Thank you guys so much for allowing me to speak today. Thank you.
I might have to pull out my sewing machine. Here I go with another job.
I just keep on going and going and going, okay? Okay, our next speaker, Jamie R. Wright, is a resilience and encouragement speaker, activist, coach, and a domestic violence survivor advocate. She is also an upcoming author of 2 life-changing books, Finding Purpose Through Pain and The Power of Overcoming Shame and Learning to Love Yourself Again. She endured sexual, physical, and emotional abuse as a child before becoming a victim of domestic violence as a woman. I'd like to change that to Victor. Despite life's ups and downs, to include living with the trauma of her childhood and abuse as a woman, depression, past suicide attempts, and becoming a mother at 14 years old. Jamie has overcome life's oppositions. I'd like to welcome the victor, Jamie R. Wright.
Thank you, Ms. Terry, for that empowering clarification. I appreciate it. And Aaron, wow. Thank you, sis. And as the trend, as I'm sitting back there in the back and leaning into the trend, I feel like I owe it to you, Ms. Gretchen, to say thank you. Thank you for creating this beautiful space. Thank y'all for being here. I would not want to be anywhere else, which includes flying in from Houston, Texas, sleeping in the airport and sleeping in the attic at an Airbnb to be with you all today. So I'm honored, absolutely honored. Thank you. So I definitely won't be up here before you too long. You heard my bio, and I feel like this thing is about to fall off my ear. But okay, distractions. So as in my bio, that's the snapshot of my life, right? But I want to share 5 things that I learned through my journey that's taken me from homelessness to HGTV. Can I do that today? Thank you. Okay. Well, before I do, let me take a step back and let me unpack a little bit of what you all heard. The first thing is, if we look around the room, just look at these beautiful, amazing women. Studies show that 1 in every 3 of us, you get it, sis, have been impacted by domestic violence, either as a survivor or somebody we know. And as beautiful entrepreneurs in this room, this is a statistic that I just learned about myself as I'm building my business, that studies also shows that in one given year, approximately $700 million employers lose as a result of domestic violence. Of the $700 million, $7 million of that money is spent to paid and unpaid leave requests as a result of domestic violence. So as Ms. Terry explained in my bio, life's, right? Who knows life be lifing, right? Life be lifing. And as a result of, just being sexually mishandled as a little girl, still to this day at 43 years old, not knowing who my father is, I struggle with wanting that love from a man, right? And that manifested in me becoming a mother when I was 14 years old. And by the time I was 19 years old, being pregnant 5 different times by 4 different men, right? Emancipated, moved to the projects with my oldest daughter and I when I was 16 years old. So I'm running away from poverty, right? And like you, since I'm from a rural town representing Northeast Oklahoma. Yes, I'm from Muskogee. I graduated high school from Muskogee. So I've been running from poverty all of my life, right? I did not want to experience as an adult what I did as a little girl. So I managed, after dropping out of junior high when I found out I was pregnant, I managed to pull myself up, worked really hard, got my high school diploma, worked my way up to a master's degree. I have almost 20 years with the federal government. So I had arrived, right? Yes, I'm beating the stats, right? Thank you. I thought so, right? I was like, you couldn't tell me nothing in a humble way, right? I refuse to be one of those statistics. So fast forward, I'm living my life. I have 2 daughters out of the 5 children that I became pregnant with, and they're adults, and we're all kind of like doing our thing. My oldest, I was telling, I can't remember who it was, but I honor my oldest daughter that I had at 14 because I look at her and I marvel. I'm like, thank you you survived my parenting, right? She's about to, you survived. Now I had a tribe, but nonetheless, she survived. So she's, doing her thing. My youngest is doing theirs. So in 2018, y'all, I'm working, climbing the GS ranks, and I'm taking these dance classes, and I'm really gaining my confidence and losing weight and all that at the prime of my life. Meet this amazing, fine, and when I say this brother was fine, he was fine, y'all. This amazing man in 2018 when I was out dancing swept me off my feet. Retired military, firefighter, ordained minister, right? So I said, I'm finally going to experience that love that I've been yearning and desiring for my entire life. Wouldn't allow me to touch a door. Very, very solid man. We dated and quickly became engaged. So from 2018, we dated. Well, we met in the fall. About 3 months into our relationship, he took me by my neck and he shook me. Now, here's a trigger warning. As I unpack my story for awareness only, if you're triggered, please, please, please make sure you take care of yourself, please. He took me by my neck and shook me, and it was so inconsistent with who I knew him to be. And as I'm being honest, it was really what I was used to seeing as a little girl, right? So there was parts of me that thought that that's what love looked like. So we go on and on and on. The physical abuse never stopped. And what I now know that I didn't know then, the mental, verbal, emotional, financial abuse became more. Nonetheless, in 2020, right before the pandemic in February, I married him. I moved from Dallas, Texas to Houston, Texas, not knowing anyone. And my sisters in the room can appreciate this other than my hairstylist and my preacher. That was it. That's all I knew, right? My hairstylist and my preacher. Well, that's February. And what I now know too, there was pieces of him isolating me from my family and from my friends. Well, by April of 2022, I woke up, had a very interesting day that turned into me being shameful. And sis, when you said the power is in our shame, Miss Linda, she is really, really right about that. Found myself shameful, hopeless, broke, financially broken at a homeless shelter in Houston, Texas. It's called the Houston Area Women's Center. Mind you, I didn't know anyone. I found myself in that position after I thought that he was going to take my life. He hit me in the face, knocked my teeth loose, and I went to the homeless shelter. Now, mind you all, I only packed one day of clothes because this was my truth and my norm. I was leaving to defuse the situation after I called 911 and we counseled with our pastor, but I was going back. I was not going to be the woman that made 6 figures and had a master's degree, and my daughters were looking at me, right? 3 months before then, they just seen me exchange vows with this man that had been emotionally, physically abused me all the way up to the point that it got to the point where I felt like he was really going to take my life. So I'm like, I'm going back, I'm making it work. So I'm in the women's shelter. Mind you, the pandemic is happening. Everything is shut down. The women and the children that was in that shelter, we all had on masks. And I remember thinking, I didn't realize that there was going to be little people there, right? I'm just running for my life. I didn't realize where I was going. I didn't realize there were going to be little people. And I remember thinking, Lord, I thank you for allowing me to have this mask on my face, because I don't want this little girl to see my face discombobulated, because by the time I got to the shelter, the swelling had stopped and started and all that. And these are the things I'm going to unpack for you that I've learned during my healing journey. I go in to talk to the psychotherapist, and y'all, at this point, I didn't even know what a psychotherapist was. I was like, what is that? But I was like, okay, I'm in my shock mode. I'm leaning into the process. Go in, talk to she wasn't my psychotherapist at the time, but talk to the psychotherapist. And she said, Jamie, I was like, listen, lady, I need to go back home. I got to go to work. In my mind, I'm like, I got a reputation to keep up. Please tell me how I can go back home and be safe. She said, sure. We're here to empower you. Now, even at that time, I didn't realize what empowerment meant. She said, now I want to create for you a safety plan. And just a side note, a safety plan, for anybody that don't know, is a plan that if you're in a volatile situation that you can put together to make sure that if things get violent, that you can remove yourself from that situation and still have your driver's license and all that. You can Google it. It's tons of them out there. So she says, Jamie, she says, you need to know his triggers, and we have to develop you a safety plan. And I'm like, hold on just a second. You mean to tell me that when I leave the shelter, there's a probability that I might come back? Yeah. So she started gathering these papers. She said, or you can stay with us here at the shelter, and I'll help you figure out why you're so accepting of abuse. And in that moment, something snapped in my head. I said, I'd rather my 2 daughters bury me as a result of catching COVID from these people I did not know than for them to bury me as a result of me saying something to this man that he didn't like. And so in that moment, I made the decision to stay. And can I tell you all, I never in a million years thought I'd be at the homeless shelter, go from being homeless to now, after promising my Creator, if you get me out of this, one of the darkest places I've ever been, next to losing my mom to cancer when she was only 47 years old and I was 19. Creator, I promise that I will walk this thing out, and I will share the awareness so that if just one person don't have to go through what I went through, then I'm okay. And that's exactly what he's allowed me to do. And I'm so grateful for it. I've had the honor of being on BBC News, that homeless shelter that I shared with you all. I had the honor of sitting on the board of directors, which is amazing to me. I also sit on the board of directors for another organization, Unsilenced Voices, Michelle Jewsbury, which I hired to be my coach. And I volunteer for a whole array of domestic violence nonprofits in the Houston area. So these 5 things, people are like, how did you get on HGTV and HGTV? So I was able, y'all, to climb myself out of the mental, emotional rut and financial rut, and I was able to buy a house. I just bought it in October. Thank you. HGTV caught wind of my story, and hopefully my episode will be airing in the fall. So watch out for that. And it's going to be an amazing encouragement story. I don't think they're going to hone in on the domestic violence part, but it's just the encouragement. So these 5 things, you all, and I'm definitely not a therapist by any means, but these are the 5 things that I lifted from my therapist that has allowed me to do what I'm doing now. And I want to share these things with you. And I keep it simple, y'all. I just have to, because that's just the way my mind ticks. So they all start with A, and it's awareness. And I'll unpack quickly what I mean by these. Awareness, acceptance, accountability, absolutely refusing to give up, and taking action. And what I mean by those 5 things is the awareness. What I realized, you all, I wasn't even aware that I was in a domestic violence situation. And also, at the time, I wasn't aware that my life was very much inconsistent with what my faith told me that it could be. Right? So that's the awareness part. So as I was doing my work, and it's a journey, I'm like, okay, Jamie, your life is inconsistent with what you wanted to be, what your creator said it was going to be. Then the acceptance piece, I had to accept nobody was coming to save me. I was the person that I was looking for, right? And I had to accept that, you all. The accountability piece, it was hard. But I had to realize that I had to be accountable. I gave my power to him. He didn't take it. I gave it to him. But guess what? If I gave it to him, I can take it back, right? I can take it back. And that's what I feel like I do each and every time, you all, that I get up to speak, because I'm an analyst, I'm an auditor. We don't talk in public, but I understand that it's my call. So every time I get up here scared, shifting through the imposter syndrome, all that stuff, I'm taking my power back. Every time I get to speak into the life of someone that's experiencing, it could be any kind of disappointment, I'm taking my power back. So that accountability piece, right, that's been huge. Absolutely refusing to give up. If I didn't wake up dead, y'all, that means I still have life, right? And let me unpack that. So when I say that I absolutely refuse to give up, my why, everybody know their why? And if not, I challenge you to become, just say, why? Why do I get up every day, Miss Linda? What's the why, right? So my why used to be my girls, my daughters. But now that they're adults and they're kind of living their own life, my why now is to make my grandmother proud. The woman that told me that I wasn't the first 13-year-old to come home pregnant, and I wasn't going to be the last, but I was going to take care of that child. My why is my grandmother, leaving her legacy intact, and my ancestors. For all the men and women that paved the way for me to have my voice, right, is my ancestors. My ancestors. I walk in some rooms, and when I was filming for HGTV, and I was on the Doctor's TV show, y'all, and I spoke all around Houston now. I've lost count. I'm like, okay, I got to be the Harriet Tubman in my generation, right? I have to. So my why, because sometimes, y'all, I don't feel like it. I want to have a margarita. I already got in touch with the lady. How do I get your tequila, and just chill out, right? But I understand I got more work to do. And so lastly, action, take action. And what that looked like for me is, I could be the victim or I could be the victor, right? And so after I said, okay, I'm gonna take action. And what that action looked like for me is every chance I get to share my heart, I do it. I went back to school. I got a Women in Politics certificate so I can take my learned experience, lived experience at the table where the decisions are being made around legislation, right? And lastly, I got back into dancing and living my life, y'all. So those are the actions that I take. So the call to action that I would be honored to leave you all with is to think about, is there an area or areas in your life that are inconsistent with what you want them to be? And it's rhetorical. And of those areas that are inconsistent, what are they and what would you like them to be? And when we think about that, what are the actions that you are willing to take to align what you want and with what you don't want with what you want? So I will leave you with that. And FYI, if you know of anyone that's in a domestic violence situation, please, please, please allow them to know that they're not alone. There's a there's a national domestic violence hotline. There are trained advocates that know how to walk people through empowering them for what's best for them. If you follow me, I'm on all social media platforms, Jamie R. Wright. I always try to post domestic violence resources, suicide prevention resources, because I still do live with mental health illness. I can't rip that. I don't care how many TV shows, I can't rip that out of here, So I always try to post resources that help people in the community and the world figure out like what's best for them. So again, thank you. I'm honored, I'm grateful, and I pray y'all have an awesome rest of the day.
All right, all right. You know, there's a song that they sing in the gospel church, I'm taking back, I'm taking it back. All the things the devil stole from me, it's mine, I'm taking it back. Okay? All right, all right. Okay, I'm gonna ask, where's Erin? There she is. I'm gonna ask those of you that are in the back, come on in close. Come on in close. Come on in close. Come on in. We got a lot of seats up front. Come on, everyone. Come on in. Don't be shy. You're among sisters. Come on in. We have a treat. I was just teasing with Shamitria. You're going to be rewarded again, ladies, from yesterday with Shamitria. We're going to have her do a little get you up and moving. And I was just giving her a little joke like, we need to get a little bit close so the spirit don't have far to run from one person to the next, okay? That was my rationale for trying to get everybody close, okay? So here we go.
I'm gonna
reflip it this way.
Come on. Thank you, Miss Terry. Oh, okay. Thank you, Miss Terry. I first want to say about Jamie. So I recently had a human design expert on my podcast. I don't know if anybody knows about it. You need to look it up. If you are going by your sun sign, which like I'm a Sagittarius, that doesn't tell you shit about who you are. Your moon sign and your human design, like the time you were born, I recently found out that I'm a sacral generator and that I feel things in my body. I spoke the other day about the butterflies and saving my 75-year-old neighbor. But with Jamie, Ms. Gertrude put on HERO, help a reporter out, that we needed some speakers. And then we got all the speakers and we didn't need speakers anymore, but I was worried about the attendance. So I'm going through that list, like who's got a 202 or a 703 that's local that I can invite to come. And I don't know what it was. You didn't have a 202, you didn't have a 703, but something made me call Jamie, who lives in Houston. And I just met her today. And she flew in to be here to speak. And I just had a feeling that she should be here. And I know that you spoke to someone today that needed to hear that message. And I'm so lucky to have met you and to have picked your, it was a feeling. And she's here today. Going on that note of I get feelings sometimes, Shamitria Gonzalez spoke the other day. And I have never been so moved by a speaker before. She was not supposed to speak again today, but I got a feeling that somebody in here needs to hear it. So she is going to speak again. Shamitria Gonzalez is one of the world's most requested motivational speakers, as well as a best-selling author and founder whose global platform has reached nearly 1 million people. From a traumatized teen mom who was raped and sexually trafficked to a founder and multifamily real estate investor, Shamitria's courage and determination have inspired survivors worldwide and helped countless audiences break through to discover their own untapped talents and infinite potential. It goes on, but I don't want to take any more of her time. Please welcome back to the stage, Shamitria Gonzalez.
I know I've been broken, but I'm not broke. Although I've been hurt and I find a way to still I know that my God has come to rescue me, and I will I'll never not have a reason to be happy, to be free, to be standing here doing what God has chose for me. It's something about a universal energy of music. Some things I can't say. Some things I have to sing. See, the first thing I said was, I know I've been broken, but I'm not broke. I know I've been hurting, but I found a way to still have hope. See, I know that my God has come to rescue me, and I will never not have a reason to be happy and to be free. We are a miracle because there are a trillion sperms that come out when a man ejaculates, and there's only one egg that sperm can reach. And with that egg, every last one of you are already a miracle because you fought to get here. Every last one of you. And talk about being premature. I was something that back in the 90s was called a crack baby. My mother was addicted to crack. My father was addicted to heroin. I was born at 3 pounds, 2 ounces. Pretty strong now. Pretty strong now. But I stayed in an incubator for 3 months. After I was taken out of that incubator, I went on to live with a variety of different people. My mother tried. I love my mother because the hardest thing she ever had to do was give me up. Can you imagine giving me up like a cute little baby? She gave me up because she listened to something inside of her that said that it was something special about me because I made it. Through the odds, even before. See, the enemy knew that before I got here, I was going to shake some stuff up. I was going to pull some people back. I was going to be one of the 440,000 in the times of Revelation that were going to come back to be able to speak truth, to speak light, to have an anointing of the Holy Spirit inside of me that dwells. And it doesn't matter what your religion is, because you feel what you feel. And to be spiritual and to be religious, to me, is to understand people, because that's what connects us. But it's also what divides us. So as a young girl that grew up and is here to tell you to keep fighting, to keep going. See, I told a story the other day. God didn't give me that story to tell today. I'm not the best singer, but I had to do what was on my heart. I wasn't supposed to be here, but I had to be here because somebody in this room needs me. And then each one of you women are boss ladies. You're the best at what you do. So why am I here to tell you anything? I'm here to ask you questions that can pull out of you what you need to do. I don't have to give advice. As a young girl who grew up with nobody, place to place, home to home, my grandmother would always be like, you're going to be just like your mama. Hot cock ass. I'm sorry, y'all. Those are words of labels. If you don't know, I'm a country girl. Hot cock mean you fast. These are labels. Black wetback. See, I'm black in Spanish. That was a disgrace. I wasn't black enough to be Spanish, and I wasn't Spanish enough to be black. I was lost. So then my mother decides on Christmas, I don't celebrate holidays anymore. Last Christmas that we celebrated, my mother had a Christmas tree. And under that Christmas tree was so many presents. So I went there to get my presents. We opened them up. My mother was doing good. The next morning she was gone, and so were my gifts. 3 months later, I grew up in Texas. Texas has a great school system. They don't play about their kids. CPS was at my door. They knocked on the door. They said, where your mom at? It was like, oh, she went to the store. They said, okay, that's fine. What time will she be back? We'll wait. That's the day I got taken into foster care. There was nobody there to get us. It was me and my little brother, Nelson. After that, I was about 8 years old. I went on to go from place to place, home to home. And something about being a vibrant little girl, there's something called spiritual vampires. They're called energy vampires. This same anointing and energy that I had growing up, I had it as a little kid, and they loved it. They sucked it right out of me. Whether it was the rape, the abuse, the touch, the tickle games, the hide and go get it, I was always used.
And I never lost anything because every time I went to sleep, I thought it was okay. I would wake back up with a smile. I didn't know I was poor until other people told me. I didn't know I was a crack baby till the report came out when I was trying to get my birth certificate. And I'm like, 3 pounds, 2 ounces. That don't seem right. Then I started to ask questions. The labels that people put on you, subconsciously, we're operating out of 90% subconscious of our mind. There's something called a reticular activator system, and it lets you only focus on the things that you think that you know. So therefore, it shuts everything else out. Just like the focal point of this room right now is here because I have a mic, I'm amplified. Your brain does the same thing. So all I thought was hot cock, whore, you'll be just like your mama, crack baby. So as I went through life, that's what I held myself as. So at the age of 15, I said, I'm going to emancipate myself. I don't want to be a foster child anymore. I'm about to move to Texas and get me a job. I got a job at Sonic Drive-In. I was on my rollerblades. I was getting it, making money. And that same little girl who had so vibrant and smiling, I trusted these women that came to me. They was in a real nice car. They would pull up each week and they give me $100 tip, $50 tip. Then finally she had the courage to ask me, she said, how much you make? $100 a day? Who? I'm 15. I ain't got no parents, nobody. I'm doing this on my own, and I'm a student athlete. Matter of fact, I'm in AP classes. I'm good. I've got bragging, thinking that they were looking to help me when really they were looking to hurt me. They were looking to bring me into something so I could make them some money. At that time, I had verbally signed a contract to be pimped, put in a messed up position. And if you think about it, now my acronym is pushed into massive purpose. But hey, the story changes. You can start off being pimped, and that same thing can make you push into your massive purpose and change. But as I go back to the women, each and every last one of you have a daughter, are a daughter, an auntie, a cousin, a little niece. Maybe you haven't been sexually trafficked. But if you have a daughter, this is all of our problem. See, I was seeking love and validation, and it was women that did this to me. It was women that vetted me over time. Just like in business, maybe you may not be pimped sexually. Maybe there's a woman in business that keep telling you to give you something so she can make you this or take you there, and you haven't received anything. Maybe it's a man that you know you should leave, but you feel like the children are the ones that you're staying for. Or maybe, just maybe, it's your own self pimping you out of your dreams, because your brain, every time you say you need to do this, it tell you do that. I'm here to tell you today that no matter what it is that tries to come up against you, don't let nobody put you in a messed up position. But if you do, make sure you let it push you into massive purpose. Because right now, as I stand in here in front of you today, I don't always go into every part of my story because I speak from spirit. I don't remember anything I say. I know that I'm 31 years old, and after 15, those women brought me into something called a sex trafficking ring. First, I started off as waitressing. Then I started off dancing. Then he said there's this new drug called Molly. Then the Molly would make me lose my memory, and I woke up pregnant, and I said, I'm a keeper. She's 13 years old. Her name is Adriana Monet Gonzalez. So the same way you advocated and lobbied when Roe versus Wade came, I didn't have to tell them nothing. I said, look at here. This is Avery. Women in droves, because I was neutral, started to shift to the other side. I'm not here to be political, but I am here to say that your voice and your story matters. I'm not here. The only reason I have your attention is because my intention. I don't have a product to sell you. I don't have anything to give you, but I do have something to share with you, to flow to you, and it's called energy. And I say that I'm a light. I'm a woman that is a light in a dark place. I showed up here because somebody is seeking to get out of a dark place. And because you are the CEO, the COO, the CFO, the $500 million manager, the 400,000, the MBA, the PhD, you can't talk to nobody about your problems. But the God that I serve,
He sent me all the way from Dallas, Texas with a very minimal amount of money, with a very little bit of following, with a lot of people that see me, but not too many of them get to experience me like this with the presence of the room. People are presents, and when you open them up, they just might give you a gift of their presence. It's something about being able to stand up here and all of my trash and all of the stuff that I've been through and share that with you and let you know that it ain't over. It's just beginning for me. See, there's something on my arm because the first thing that happened when those young ladies took me, his name was Snake. And it's hundreds and hundreds of women in Dallas, Texas, Louisville, Texas, Frisco, Texas, some of the most elite areas. People think of trafficking and think of taking. People think of pimped and think of walking down the street. It was luxurious. I wasn't stupid. I had mansions. We had vehicles. The only rule was you cannot take your own money because he don't want you to get hurt. He wants to protect you. We are a tribe. We are family. The only way I got out was because there was a pastor. I was a student athlete. I would go to school during the day and I would strip at night. I would go to school during the day. I would waitress at night. I would go to school during the day. Then I started getting raped at night. I didn't know back then that raped meant not giving consent. There was no Me Too back then. There was no Harvey Weinsteins and R. Kellys that came out back then. You was just a hoe. So because I wore that label that my grandmother said, and because I knew I was poor and a crack baby and none of that stuff mattered to me, I accepted it. Matter of fact, I wanted to make him proud. And I did. My fee was $2,500 a day. And you better believe I was bringing in the dough. $2,500, $5,000, that's two people. That's easy money, that's quick. And then a pastor came to me. And one of the favorite quotes that he gave to me was Romans 12:2. He says, do not conform to the ways of the world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. See, that word renew, all of y'all could do that because it doesn't matter how many times you do it. See, I used to be a DOJ representative and people would have to renew their passport, which means that if you have a passport and you have to renew it, you got to go get it stamped again. You can renew and renew and renew and renew again. It doesn't matter how many times you try and fail or how many times you mess up. You can always renew your mind because the re in front of it means that you can make it new again. So as I stand here, my story only matters when I share it in a way that moves the room because somebody in here can see themselves in me, through me, with me on this journey. She read my bio. That's cool. Accolades. Everybody in here can probably see me. I think I'm pretty cute. I think I sparkle and stuff. That don't do anything for you. Hardest thing I could do is get up here and be vulnerable to people because I did all of those accolades to get me away from that story. I'm working on an MBA right now and I realized I don't even want to work a job. I only wanted to do it so other people could say I was that little girl. She did it. I could do it too. My intention has got the attention of people all over the world. And I never sold a product. People gift me based on what their heart says. There are so many things that we could do, but I said yesterday, it's like Red Rover, Red Rover. If you have a person here and a person here in Red Rover, can I have 2 volunteers, please? 2 women to come stand with me. 3 is even better. See, by myself, I want y'all to kind of do like this, kind of like unlock a little bit and just do like a pinky finger or something like that. Red Rover, let fear come over. Do you see how this right here, like some of y'all half in life. Some of y'all really want to do life, but y'all not really doing it. Like you like, I want to be a speaker. I want to be a coach. I want to do this. This is what you look like. Y'all hold hands. Well, just the pinky. Let fear come over. Do it again. Let perverts get my daughter. Let that baby get taken because he beat me. Now come here. I dare you. I dare fear. I dare predators. I dare former bosses that told you that you gotta work there because you ain't gonna ever be nothing by yourself. I dare the people who still try to systematically oppress our men. I dare you. Because when we lock as women like this ain't going nowhere. You just gotta make a choice to team up with those women. Let me tell y'all, look at each other and know that we are those women. There are warriors and we are on the front line. Can I get 2 more women come up here? Boom, that's another 100 million. Boom, that's another soul saved. Women in Africa getting 25,000 packages because they got AIDS and came forth the medicine. Can I get 2 more women? Boom, that's a foundation for scholarships. Boom, there go clothes for Dress for Success to adoption agencies. It's something about, can you break through this? Each and every last one of us have a job to do. I'm here to tell you, we got to get to work. Souls are waiting on us. Lives are waiting on us. And it is us. We ain't got to have 100,000 people. How many of y'all used to go to church back in the day, the old church, and you could go up and do testimony? How many of y'all used to go to church and you could go and hear the praise and worship and you could talk to the pastor afterwards? See, it's something about this type of unity and this intimate, chosen session that lets us know we in the right place at the right time. Now I need y'all to have the right mind. Can all y'all women put your hands up with me? Because together we are so much stronger. As you lift your hands today, we lift our hands in victory. We lift our hands because there will not be another moment in my life that I look to my left and I look to my right and I see that there's nobody there for me. I'll never get pimped again. And together, united, we shall prevail. Women, take a bow with me. This is our session. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I loved it. God be praised. May God restore back to you what you've been promised. May you never be the same. May this be the beginning of your season of prosperity. May everything that has come against you be bound in the name of Jesus and Christ. May this be the beginning of your day.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Shemitria.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The keynote, Aaron's gonna read. And, Aaron. I did. She needs keynote's name. I don't have my paper in front of me. Some of y'all need to stand up a little bit and stretch. Do you need to stand up just a little bit and stretch? Okay, we've been fed, we've been fed. Okay. All right. All right. It's wonderful. Okay, so is everybody having a good time? We're almost there. This is our keynote speaker on her way up. You want to do the handheld? Okay, all righty. Aaron's gonna read the bio, and then we go to our keynote.
I was gonna say, read the Bible. Oh, I see it. Charles. Yes. Is it this? Charles? You are not safe to say that here. Whoop. All right. Get everybody back? Okay. You're in for another treat. Monique Samuels is an advocate for mind, body, and soul healing. She's the founder of Mila Eve Essentials, a 100% pure essential oil and skincare line founder of Not for Lazy Moms, a multimedia platform that provides a destination and online community for resourceful women who want it all and do it all, and the author of Potty Training Mommy and Daddy, a guide for introducing potty training as early as 6 months old, and the co-host of the Good Morning Show on WPGC 95.5, the DNA of the DMV. She previously starred on Bravo's Real Housewives of Potomac and later on Love and Marriage DC on the OWN network. She is known for her ability to balance it all while taking care of her family and 3 beautiful children aged 10, 7, and 4. She's originally from Atlantic City, New Jersey, graduated high school as salutatorian, and earned a full academic scholarship to Duquesne University for their undergrad business law program. I've been friends with her for almost 15 years and I did not know that. That is amazing. She decided to pursue a career in music and moved to the DC area in 2003. That's where she met her now husband, and they've been married for 11 years, live in Potomac with their 3 children, their dog Mino, their snake Pharaoh, and a bearded dragon named Zilla. Please welcome my friend Monique Samuels.
I had to add that in there with the animals. I love animals. I like animals more than people, honestly, a lot of times. Oh my goodness. So I'm here to talk to you about the secrets to success. And the thing about success is that everyone has their own definition. Not everybody defines success as having things. Not everybody defines success as having a great job. For me, I had to really go through life and really figure out what success meant to me. I've done a lot. I've had just about every job you can think of, except for stripping. But one day I think I might do that because you have to have a lot of self-confidence, to be naked in front of people. And I might add that to my resume. Okay. I can't really twerk. I ain't got much ass, but I feel like maybe one day I could if I wanted to, but I don't know. So I've been married for 11 years. So some people might consider that successful. Depends on how many bumps in the road you go and what you can tolerate. I have 3 children, so that could be successful as a successful mom. I've had a very interesting career path. Started out in college doing everything that I thought I should do based on what my parents told me they wanted of me. Straight A student all throughout school, literally my whole entire life. I remember my dad telling me when I was in middle school that he wanted me to be the valedictorian and he wanted me to give a nice speech when I graduated from middle school. So I said, okay, I'll do that. And I became the valedictorian and I have a really good speech that he wrote. And I delivered that speech. And then when I got in high school, he said, I want you to be top of your class and I want you to excel. And I said, okay, I'll do that. I actually was valedictorian up until the second semester. They kind of did some finagling because technically the ranks are supposed to be locked after the first semester. So the second semester, I didn't really have to come to school. I did all the AP courses and everything else, but they included the second semester that year. So I dropped down to number 2, but it was fine. I was like, okay, I did it. My father told me that if I did not get a full academic scholarship, then I had to go to the school that he wanted me to go to. So I said, okay, well, I'll get a full academic scholarship. And I did. So it was like everything that I did in life was driven off of what I was expected or what I was told. And I did not realize until last year at 38 years old, I'm 39 now. At 38 years old, I did not realize that everything I had done up until 38 had been what other people wanted me to do. I was programmed. Didn't even realize it. The reason I realized it is because I got to a point in life where I began to fall in love with myself for the first time. So when people ask me, what is the secret to success? It's falling in love with you. That's what it is. It's self-love. So I want everybody to do a little activity with me real quick. I just want you to close your eyes. Everybody just close your eyes. And I'm going to join you because this message is not just for y'all. It's for me first. And whatever ensues is what was meant to ensue. So I just want you to close your eyes
And I want you to think about when you were a kid. Think about your happiest moment. See your face, whoever's near you, feel their presence. Whoever was in your life, whether it was your parents or your grandparents or your friends, think about you in that happy space. Then I want you to see yourself as you get older. And maybe you're a teenager. Maybe you're going through some rough things. We always went through rough things in those teenage years. Those were the years that really defined us. And I just want you to think about those rough moments and then see yourself coming out of those rough moments. And now I want you to see yourself as an adult. Maybe you had some rough moments. Maybe you've had some highs, some lows, but just see all that you have gone through. And then I want you to see yourself right now. Think about how you look when you get out the shower and you look in the mirror. Think about what your body looks like after you've maybe had some children. Think about how you feel about yourself. Think about all that you have gone through and come through in this entire life that you've been living. And I want you to just thank yourself. You may not be where you want to be, but you're here. I want you to think about all that you have gone through. Think about every trial, every success, every up, every down. And I want you to just say, you know what? I have gratitude for you, for me. I love me. I am proud of me. I'm not where I want to be yet, but I'm much further along than I was. And I am so happy about me right now in this moment. And open your eyes and really let that sink in. We all have goals. We all have things that we really, really want to do. I'm not where I really want to be just yet, but I had to sit back one day and say, you know what? I'm pretty happy though. I'm happy with me. I've come through a lot. My story is different from everybody else's story. We're like fingerprints, you know, but we're very similar. We're very similar, more similar than what you think. I love when you said the analogy about pimping and being pimped. All of us have been pimped. All of us have been pimped in different ways. I was pimped by reality TV. Oh man. And for the first time in my life, which was last year, I took my power back. I had to let go. Thank you. I took my power back, and there were so many different ways of which I had to get my power back. And I honestly thought that me getting my power back last year was to secure a better contract with a second reality TV network. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get the contract that no reality TV person has ever got. I'm putting my foot down. You're gonna give me this right and that right, and ain't nobody gonna see it coming. And I kept making my demands, and I made my demands, and I made my demands. And then next thing I know, it was just like, well, they don't want to meet your demands. So I said, okay, well, I'm walking. Oh, well, what would that would look like if you walk? You were the face of the show. What's that going to look like? You know? And I said, you know what? I don't care. It's not what I want to do. I don't feel like being edited. I don't feel like my truth being manipulated. And I really don't care. People can look at me and say, oh, that was her second time around and she didn't go back and that's failure. No, success. Because I'm doing exactly what the hell I want to do. Yes. And I made the choice and I said, I finally understand what it feels like to love myself. Because against what everybody else said I should do, I did exactly what I wanted to do. And I had to let the ego die. And I honestly feel like that was pretty much the message for me for 2022 was killing my ego softly and aggressively, killing it completely and not caring about what anybody has to say or think about what decisions I make. Because when I'm being led by spirit and I trust myself and my intuition, I know that everything that I do is what I'm supposed to do. And it's, thank you. I want to read something. So I do a lot of meditating. I do a lot of praying. I do a lot of manifesting. You know, I take a lot of action, and I have gotten to a place in life where I could just be driving and I'll hear a message. And as soon as I hear it, I write it down. And I understand that these messages don't come from me. It comes from source.
Is God really just like putting something on my heart? And a lot of times I'll write down something and I don't really think it's that significant. And then maybe I'll post it on social media and somebody will be like, oh my God, that's exactly what I needed to hear today. It could be months later where I'll stumble upon it and I'll read it and I'll be like, oh my God, that's exactly what I needed to hear. So I'm just being obedient, and I'm going to read you exactly what I wrote as I pulled up right in front of the building and got the most amazing parking spot, because I was really nervous. I was really nervous about parking in Georgetown. I texted Aaron. I was like, do you have any tips for parking? Because this is why I hate driving in Georgetown or DC. Literally pulled right up and I was like, thank you, universe. Appreciate that. Okay, so this is the message that I was told. Your destiny doesn't care about timing. It cares only of alignment. Never say it's bad timing or I wish it could have happened sooner or later. Everything that is happening at this moment was meant to happen. When your soul awakens, everything you were meant to attract is like a magnet pulling towards you. It is your time. Don't disrespect the universe by questioning it. Rather, lean into it and for once, experience the peace and happiness you deserve. Everybody in this room deserves that. You deserve it. I don't care if you're where you look at yourself and say, yeah, but I just want to make 100,000 more next year. Or I just want to buy a house that's a little bit bigger. Or I want to find that man of my dreams. Or I want to have my children excel in school. It doesn't matter. Everywhere and everything that you're supposed to be is right now. Every person in this room, it's not happenstance. There's no coincidences. I do not believe in coincidence. I believe in everything that happens is supposed to happen exactly when it's supposed to happen. And right now it's happening. So yes, but I do want to say, as I realized that a lot of what I was doing was what other people had programmed into me, even from joining reality TV, I'll even go back to that, even from getting married, I'll even go back further. When I was growing up, for us 80s babies especially, everything was about when you grow up and get married. And then you grow up and get married, and then it's like when you're having kids. Everybody's all up in your womb now. Everybody wants to know when the baby's coming out, you know? So you start to do exactly what you're expected to do. So when I got married, I felt like that was what I was supposed to do. This is what I got a man, he's great, and I'm going to get married. So I did just that, not realizing or understanding that if you don't have self-love first, you're going to attract other people who don't love themselves. You're going to attract other people who are unhealed because you're unhealed. You're going to attract other people's trauma, and you're going to attract exactly what you experienced that was traumatic in your childhood. And then you reinvent it. And then you have babies, and now you're doing the same thing to your children. As you say, I'm breaking these generational curses. I'm not going to have my children go through what I did. And then you wake up and say, damn, my kids are literally living the life that I was living when I was younger. How did this happen? Because I didn't start with self-love. I started with want and desire and what I was programmed to do, not looking for connections that were actually meant for me. I was looking for making my parents happy. You know, everybody's excited. Oh, I'm getting married, you know. Then you have children. Everybody's excited. All right, when you having the next baby? Then you have another baby. When you have another one? And then it's like, all right, I'm done having kids. Or when you get the dog? Like, it's never ending. People's expectations are never ending, right? So I remember, got married, had children. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. I started Not for Lazy Moms because I learned a lot about being a mom with my first son. I didn't have any help, didn't have a nanny. I was running businesses for my husband. Everything that I did was for everybody else. It went from doing things for my husband to doing things for my kids. And it was never really me. Even when I started my business, it was doing it for other women, other moms, helping them. And then I had to ask myself, why am I doing so much for other people and not me? Why do I feel so empty? Why is it that I feel like I can only turn other people into gold? I can only put into other people and make their dreams come to life, you know? And then I had to really face the tough question, which was, you know what? Am I afraid of succeeding? Am I afraid of success? And I was. So I didn't really take time to really go out and push myself to success. I wanted to see other people successful because it felt safer. I was able to see them grow and them blossom because of my help. And I'm like, cool, I did my job, but I still wasn't really doing it for me. So I spent life people pleasing because I feared that in the pursuit for success, I would possibly fail. I felt so empty that I poured into everybody else. And then that made me feel even more empty until one day I got to a point where I said, wow, who am I? What do I even enjoy doing? I remember that very moment. I had just had my daughter, Milani, and she was about 5 months old. And someone asked me, well, what do you like to do? And I was like, change diapers and breastfeed. I guess I really don't know what I like to do. And I really had to sit back and think. I'm like, well, who am I? You know, I've been everything that everybody else wanted me to be, but I realized I didn't love myself. But in that moment, I didn't realize it. Looking back on it, I'm like, that's what it was. There was no self-love there. So a friend of mine said to me, well, if you're having a hard time and you're trying to figure out what it is that you want to do with yourself, go back to your childhood. Think about everything you used to do when you were a child. What did you enjoy? Like really go back and really think about everything that you enjoyed when you were a child. And somewhere in there lies your purpose. When we went to school, how many times did our teachers ask us, what do you want to be when you grow up? How many times? And they limited it to one thing. I remember a teacher telling me, oh, you're going to be a teacher. You're going to be a teacher. And I was like, I respect that, but I really want to make a little bit more money than what teachers make. So I think I'm going to do entertainment. I think I'm going to go that route. So then I thought I wanted to be an attorney because my dad wanted me to be an attorney. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to business law school and, you know, I'm gonna be an attorney. But then I started thinking about the fact that I really love creating. I love being a writer. I love telling stories. I love writing poetry. That turned into music. So I said, you know what? This was the first time I actually stepped out and said, I'm gonna do something for me. And I'm not going to care what anybody else has to think. So I pursued some music. I was rapping and writing and having a great time. I met some amazing people in the industry and it was incredible. It was. I mean, I was in studios with the likes of Dougie Fresh, and I actually met Prince before, and Lil Jon and the East Side Boys, and all of these different people. Like I was just like, this is really cool. And I never allowed myself to get so caught up in it though, because I said, I'm still me and I have boundaries. And I remember me and my sister, who was my manager at the time, we were at I won't say which label, but we were in New York at a label, and we sat down at the table, and I was about to finally get my deal. But at the time, this is pre-Nicki Minaj. This is when Eve was really popping and all of that. And they wanted me to be a Rough Rider. And I'm like, I ain't really grow up like that, you know? I'll be out here really fighting. I know how to fight. My mom made sure. She said, look, you get into an altercation, you step on their foot, you grab their head, you grab them out. That's what I was taught. It was programmed in me. So that's what I do naturally because of that. So yes, and I grew up, you know, my grandfather and my uncle, they were professional boxers. So I had to know how to box. So we're sitting at the table and I'm finally like, you know, excited. And they're like, okay, well, if you don't want to rap like that, then maybe you can be like Lil Kim. And I was just like, whoa, no. I'm like, I ain't about to be doing all that, y'all. I was like, no, I'm good on that. I like to be a little private. And I said, well, my music is more about like having fun and partying and just like, you know, it's more inspirational, more like Lauryn Hill, you know. So I wanted more of that vibe. And they were just like, yeah, no. They didn't want it. They didn't want that. They didn't want that at all. They wanted something raunchy and just something, you know, sexy and all of that. And I was like, yeah, but that's not really me. So anyway, they were like, well, we'll figure it out. But in the meantime, here's this deal. What you gonna do for it? Me and my sister looked at each other. She looked at me. It's time to go. And we left. And I said, well, clearly that wasn't meant for me because I'm not willing to sacrifice my integrity, my sexuality, or anything else so that I could get a deal. It just wasn't that important to me. Even though that was my dream. And I'm literally at the table. I'm like, I'm here. But I said, nope, can't do it. Not going to do it. So a lot of times we will sacrifice ourselves to get what we think success will be. But God always has a plan B, C, D, E, all of that. God has a plan for everything. And it's funny because a lot of times we will limit ourselves to just one thing. When I was younger, I believed in holistic remedies. I grew up off of that. I love to write. I love to rap. I love to do all of these different things. I loved animals. And I'm grateful because throughout my time, God has allowed me to experience all of those things, not just one. And it feels almost like you're living different versions of yourself throughout life, you know, when you can live and not put limitations on yourself. And you can say, you know what? I'm brave enough to try something different. Even if I quote unquote fail, because failure is only based on what other people think failure is, you know, just trying something different is a success, you know? So just being brave to try something else and say, you know what, I'm not going to put these limitations on myself. I'm going to do exactly what it is I want to do. And to other people, that might seem like you're all over the place. But really, it's because you want to try and you want to be youthful. And when you see kids play, they don't play with limitations. They see something and they're like, oh, that looks like some fun mud over there. Let me go stick my foot in that and see what that feels like. And you're going over there like crazy, like, oh my God, now I got to clean that up. But they're not afraid to try. So it's like I started changing my mindset and said, you know what? I'm going to live life fearless. I'm not going to live life based on what other people think I should do or what they think success looks like. I'm not going to care what anybody else has to think about what I do, as long as I'm doing it for me and it's leading with love. So, who are you? That is a question that I don't think a lot of us ask ourselves. Like, really, like, who am I? It took me to go through a very embarrassing public situation on national TV to figure out that question I need to answer. Who am I? I got into an altercation, a physical altercation, back in 2019. It was October, right after I turned, what was I think I just turned 36 or 37. And it was quite embarrassing because I saw myself act in a way that I never had to act before or ever witnessed myself. I lost all control. And I was more so embarrassed by the fact that I lost control. I felt as though I was in control of everything. I was like pretty much a control freak. Had to come to terms with that as well. But in that moment, as I had to sort through everything, I kept asking myself, I was like, wait, but I thought I had you in control. What is going on? Who am I? And where did this come from? And it led me on a path. I saw several therapists, found one that I really liked. And she said to me, what was your childhood like? Did you ever feel like you had moments where you couldn't stand up for yourself? And I said, yes. And we did a lot of deep digging and everything else. And she said, okay, I think I understand why you snapped. And she said, 6-year-old Monique came out and you stood up and said, I am here to defend you. So it wasn't about the person in front of you. It wasn't about what they did or said. It was about the fact that you were triggered in a way that took you right back to 6-year-old Monique. And you said, hey, I'm here and I can finally defend myself. So then that led me on a journey because I said, wait, so how do I heal her? How do I let her know that it's okay so that she doesn't jump out again? And she said, it's all about opening up wounds. And you have to go on a deep dive and start opening up those wounds. And sometimes you don't feel good. When you start opening up those wounds and you go through those dark places, oh my goodness, it is incredibly challenging, especially when you have a husband and 3 children who don't really understand what's happening. They're like, they just expect you to stay like a robot and make dinner and cook breakfast and lay out the clothes and get them ready for school and all of those different things. And you just start to question like, wait, who is this person? How do I heal these wounds? How do I deal with those days where I feel like really, really low? Because what people don't realize is when you do have those wounds and you start opening them up and people are excited on Instagram on these reels and, oh, I'm going through this spiritual journey and I just feel so amazing and life is great and I see auras and crystals and, you know, you're just like, okay, yeah, but what about those low days? Because now that I opened up this wound, it is exposed. It probably has staph infection and all kinds of things up in it. And I got to clean it out. I got to cleanse it. So how do I do this? And it's so funny. I asked this question the other day when I was here on Thursday in the panel. They answered exactly some of the things that I was doing. And it's like, allow yourself to just sit in those feelings, sit in that moment, feel it. Even if it's something that happened to you when you were 10 years old and you just kind of put a wall up and you just brushed it to the side and said, I ain't got to deal with that. Deal with it. Feel it. Take note of what it feels like to feel that feeling. If you got to cry, if you got to talk about it over and over again, just do it. This way you don't have to deal with it again. It'll be completely, fully healed, and then you can move forward. And to me, that is success. doing that digging, healing that trauma, allowing yourself to sit in a moment before you respond. Because a lot of times the first response is the traumatic response. It's the trauma that's poking its head out, right? And then the second response is that right after that pause, if you let yourself get there, get to the pause, then you start responding from who you are right now. And then you're able to rationally work through and move through and do it in a sense of being more in control of your emotions, but allowing yourself to be human. So yes, that healing journey is something else. You begin to love yourself. Things become more clear. You start establishing boundaries. And then once you establish those boundaries, that's when you know who's really for you and who has been using you to their advantage. The ones who are using you will look at you as if your healing journey is negative. Oh, you on this spiritual journey and stuff. Like what? Because I love myself now, that's a problem for you? Oh, okay, I see exactly who you are. And I'm gonna run away. Yes. And then the ones who are excited and they see you in a different space and they're just like, wow, like you are really happy. You seem different. And I'm enjoying the difference. Those are the ones you hang on to. Those are the ones that have been rooting for you silently and hopefully publicly as well. But it takes a lot to get to that moment. And when you think about everything that you're doing, whether you're having success in your career or even in your business, just make sure that it ties into your purpose. Because at the end of the day, that's where we find our purpose. When we think about our childhood and you think about everything you enjoyed doing, those are the little key indicators of why you even came here for this earthly experience. You know, those are the things that let you know, like, okay, this is why I'm here. This is the mark I'm supposed to make. So when you start a business, it's something that goes exactly towards that purpose. And it doesn't feel like work because it's what you're supposed to be doing. I used to play on my boombox back in the day, you know, with the double tape player. You can press record while you record yourself. Dating myself, but I don't care. I love being 39. I'm an 80s baby and I'm proud. But it was funny because I always used to have my own radio show when I was younger. And me and my sister, my cousins, we would play and act like we was Tom Joyner morning show. I'm from Jersey, so that's what we listened to. And fast forward, when I really started doing the digging and I started opening up these wounds and I started healing, I started realizing my purpose and my passions and all of those things. All of a sudden, those very things became attracted to me. I remember in November of 2020, was it 2020? Yeah, 2020. I got a call from a director of WPGC and she said, hey, I would love for you to come in and, come in as a guest for, the morning show. So I was like, okay, I didn't think anything of it. But when I left that morning, I looked at my husband and I said, I'm gonna do so good. They're gonna give me a job. I didn't even know they were looking, had no idea they were actually auditioning me. So a month later, I get a call and they're like, we were putting together this morning show. We would love for you to come in and meet the team and everything else. And I was like, wow, okay, that sounds like fun. And I'm looking like, wow, I manifested the hell out of that. It's like, wow, I literally didn't know. And it's so crazy. And that's really the point I want to make is that you don't have to try so hard when you're working on yourself, because things that you need and things that need you, things that you desire and things that desire you will come to you automatically. And it'll just happen. And your mind will be so blown because you're like, wow, like I really spoke that and it really happened. Next thing I know, I'm the host of the Good Morning Show on WPGC from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. And everybody kept asking. It was like so negative. It was just like, oh, wow, congratulations. You're going to get up that early? It was just like, okay. What they don't know is in my journal, July of that same year, I had wrote that I wanted to start waking up with the sun and going to bed with the sun. I wanted to change my rhythm. And I said, I really want to start getting up early before the kids get up, start my day and feel refreshed. Who knew that I would have a double manifestation happen? So it's like now I'm up early. I love it. I woke up at 4 this morning. I'm up at 4 every morning and it feels good. And I feel good. And I'm so happy. Yes. And I'm getting paid. So in doing that, and doing Middle Eve Essentials, which is essential oils that I love so much, and helping people heal, not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, physically, all of those different things. It's like I have to walk through it first in order to be a blessing for somebody else. And I'm very grateful. And I am the happiest I've ever been in my entire life. And I feel really good. I do. And I look at myself every day in the mirror and I'm just like, you go ahead, girl. So proud of you. You look good. All the versions of you would be so happy right now, you know? So that is it. That is what it is to me. The key to success is self-love. Love, love, love yourself. Love yourself more than you love anything else, because it all starts with you. And whatever you love about yourself is what you'll attract. And do the work. The journey can be very difficult, especially when you're surrounded by people who haven't done any work for themselves. They'll look at you like, oh, you switching up, you changing. Well, yeah, that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to grow and we're supposed to change. And anything that doesn't grow and doesn't change is dead. You know, that's what it is. So yes, I encourage you all to keep loving yourselves. Y'all look amazing. Everybody in here looks beautiful. Everybody's glowing. When I walked in, I told Aaron, I said, the atmosphere feels amazing in here. The energy feels so good and warm and fuzzy. I've been feeling like I got tingling feelings all over my body since I sat down, and listening to every one of you ladies speak. Y'all all inspired me like so much. So I thank you. And I hope that something that I said along this 31 minutes of me speaking touched you in your heart and in your soul. I hope that I was able to touch you in a cellular level. And I love you all. I don't know you, but I love you, because that's what's in this room is love. You know, when you love yourself, you're attracted to love. So everyone in here is love. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Woo! End of a wonderful day. Wonderful day. Please don't forget our vendors. We still have our vendors out. Okay. So please do not forget. And I don't think I made an announcement. I do have a gratitude journal that's for sale as well. So please feel free. You get a little discount today. And it is on Amazon if you choose not to do it today. Okay, and look out for my book. I'm going to give myself a plug. Okay, I'm giving myself. Okay. My book will be out. I'm not going to commit, okay? But anyway, it is called I Am Your Sister. Okay? Then my second book will be out soon. And right now that topic is A Daughter's Love for Her Mama. Okay, so I'm going to be busy now that the summit's over. Okay, but Gertrude will find something else for me. Okay, so we do have cocktails. Oh, the panel. Those that spoke this afternoon, please come forward. Let's get our pictures. Let's get our Q&A. And then we have our cocktail hour, our reception. Okay, those of you, please come forward. We're going to do our Q&A. Okay. All my speakers. Okay. Afternoon speakers, come forward. Okay. If you want to. They may have questions. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, we have our speakers from this afternoon. Any questions from the audience? Kimberly, there are advantages to being.
Thank you. Well, first, thank you all. I have one comment and one question. So my comment is to Shamitria. Is she? Oh, she had to go. Okay, but she pierced and expanded my heart again. So I thank her. Oh, there she is, Shamitria, yes. Okay, so I have a comment for you, which is that you pierced and expanded my heart again. So thank you for that. Yeah, thanks. And my question is for Monique. You know, as you went through your journey of growth, and thank you for sharing that, and you talked about some people weren't for you, were there people who surprised you in that way, and how did you deal with that? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I asked them to keep the microphone.
Yes. Oh, that's a great question. I was very surprised at some of the people that were not for me. What did I do about it? I'm in the midst of dealing with it now. So letting things go is something that's always been really hard for me. My mantra every day that I say to myself over and over again when I feel that urge to go back to the person I used to be is I release control and allow spirit to carry me. I surrender to God's will, and I allow myself to release people that need to be released. And that's what it is. And as soon as I release you, I'm not releasing you with hate. I'm not releasing you with harm. I don't wish anything bad against you. I release you with love. I release you with love. And one of my prayers was that I will cut cords, ties, or bonds, knowingly or unknowingly, things that I have intentionally created or unintentionally allowed. I release it with love. And that's what I've been doing. And I'm fine with being by myself. I rode here by myself. You know, like I'm fine with being alone. I'm fine with being in solitude. And a lot of times you get to do a lot of work when you have that silence and when you have those moments where you're by yourself. So spending time with myself has allowed me and helped me to release the things that I don't need to carry, because not everybody's meant to go with you along that next journey. And you'll hold up your own peace, blessings, prosperity, and everything else if you're trying to take them with you and they don't belong there. So I won't allow any person to limit the blessings that I know God has for me. So I got to cut you off.
And then God has a funny way of somehow bringing that person back into your life. But because you released them with love, you will receive them back with love. Trust me. Trust me. No, trust me. He will change your heart. I've been there. I've been there. He will change your heart.
First, I like to applaud each of you for doing a fantastic job. Will the audience give them a hand again? They did a fantastic job. My question is this. As you can tell, I was a talk show host for 25 years. My question is this. Have your past pains, if you could trade them off for anything, would you trade off any of your past pains that created your purpose? Anyone?
Monique and I sit across from each other, and I believe the cross pain, I surrender that pain, and I turn that pain into purpose. I turn that pain into due diligence. And whoever wants to ride on this roller coaster of purpose, rebirthing, metamorphosis, manifestation, let God allow them to ride with me. But when I got to check you at the door, I'm not going to accept the pain that you bring to me or the toxin behaviors, because I can ride this rodeo by myself. So I trust and believe that I've built a new group of sisters today and one brother named Charles. And I am so accepting to allow my pain that I had grow for my greater good. Anyone else?
Let's give her a round of applause. So your question was if I would trade that pain now that I'm at the other side, and honestly, no. You know, looking back, I think it's a mindset and a perception, and I wouldn't be who I am today without that experience. And it gave me the golden nuggets through the transformation to be able to now have a gift to give to other people. And so I'm grateful, even though all that trauma and all that pain, but look at, we all understand that in this room. That's why we're here.
You know, I definitely agree. I wouldn't trade any of the past pains, just because no matter how difficult it was or how ugly, it was necessary for me to be this version of myself. So it was necessary. I can't speak for other people. Some people have been through some pretty traumatic stuff, and I'm sure they wouldn't wish that on anybody. But when you can turn your pain into your passion and your purpose, it changes everything. It changed the whole trajectory of what was supposed to be. So, yeah.
absolutely the only pain I would trade is losing my mom. I would love for her to see my hard work as a testament that I understand that she could not give me something that she did not have. I know that she struggled a lot with me coming home 14 years old and pregnant, and she got to see that, but she didn't get to see what my Creator is allowing me to live. So I say to live out now. So I say that to say, if you love somebody, let them know, right? Because they can be gone today, tomorrow. I mean, it was one day she was fine, and the next day she was literally dying of cancer. So on the high note, if you love them, love them. And like you said, agape love, even for the people that, don't serve us, but especially the people that do, let them know that you love them, because I make sure that I intentionally do the same. Because if I could just touch your hand for a half a second, it would mean the world to me. So that's the only pain. That's the only pain. And to the sisters that said I wouldn't trade anything else.
Can I just say to you, thank you. Thank you, you too. Can I just say to you that she sees you. She knows, and she's proud, and she's happy. She's always with you. Energy never dies. It just transfers. So she's maybe a butterfly. She may be water. She's with you, and she knows, and she sees all your transformation. So just remember that. Yes.
Thank you. Well, I enjoyed all of you all, but because I'm an Afro-American, I just need to address you ladies. And, like when I talk a lot of people, like where I'm kind of at, well, I tried to do the best educational wise. I did get an AS degree, so I'm glad about that. But what I'm saying is sometimes in my mind, I think, hey, what if I was a lawyer? Or what if I was like you? Or, or what if I had higher education? I would be happier. And then sometimes some of us say, my friends, well, if we had, like a lot of you all been at the top, but it didn't work, like in your case. So it's not always necessary, like I'm learning today, to have material things, because to me, you guys were up there, you know what I'm saying? And then you just left it. And I'm like, it was so nice to know that, I can pass this on to some other people that I know. That is a blessing. But the main emphasis is what you were saying is what my therapist taught me. Everything you said. And that's where I'm at now in my life. This one Black woman taught me to love myself because I was so busy saying this, blaming everybody and acting like a daggone victim. And I was miserable, you guys, miserable. And now I'm the happiest person. When I go places, it's beautiful to laugh with people. I have joy. And I'm going to keep on loving myself, even though I'm a senior citizen. But I'm still going to keep on loving myself. Be right back.
You guys are all awesome, as usual, but I just have a quick question for you. I'm sorry, I don't, Aaron's friend. You say love yourself, which is phenomenal. I think that's such a great mantra and thought to have. The reality is it's a very hard thing to do, especially when you have an illness. There's a lot of personal things going on in your life. What would you say, how do you do that? I mean, it's easy to say journal, go home and manifest, get down on your knees and pray. When you have one thing stacked up against you after another, after another, after another, after another, and it's going on and it's never ending, how do you do that?
Well, I can definitely say that at the point that I started loving myself, I didn't realize I hadn't before. So for me personally, I went away on a trip. I went to Arizona and I was so unhappy. I was so miserable. I loved being a mom, but I wasn't loving being a mom at that moment. I loved being a wife, but I wasn't loving being a wife. And everything around me just was crumbling down. When people say, just like the sister said here, when they see you and they think you're in your highest moments, they're seeing what they see on Instagram. They might see you on TV and it looks like life is just amazing. Like, oh, you have everything, you got it together. But when you have all of those things that people see, it's all based off perspective and what you think is going on. But in the inside, I was miserable. I was in a toxic environment all the time. And I was very confused. I just felt like everything was crashing against me. Other people on the outside looking in would never even know that. When I was finally able to just spend time with myself, I went on this trip by myself. One of my friends said, I'll meet you there. I said, no, thank you. I'm going by myself. I turned my phone off. I journaled the whole time I was there, and I just did some deep digging. And one of the biggest things that I had to do was whatever I felt about me, I had to love that part of the things I didn't like. It's not always loving what you think is good about yourself. It's loving the things that you don't like about yourself as well. And I had to get to that point where I literally tore myself down and rebuilt myself. I had to go to the darkest places of myself and embrace the fact that I was a control freak. I was very egotistical. I was a perfectionist. I wanted everybody to see only the good sides of me. So I had to then start dealing with the ugly parts of me that I didn't like so much, and then tell those parts, you know what? I love you. You're still me, and it's okay. It's okay that you care much about what other people think, but then let it go. You know, when it comes to dealing with things that are physical in your body, that's a whole other situation, because a lot of times whatever stressors and things that we don't like about our environment, they manifest into illness, you know? So I feel like even though it sounds difficult and it sounds like, all right, how do I start loving myself? The hardest thing to do is to love what you don't like about yourself. So start there.
And let me just piggyback off of that. So I think a lot of times when people hear that I'm a health and wellness coach, they think it's just all about weight loss. And that's really not what it's about. It really is. The center of it is loving yourself, acknowledging yourself, and honoring yourself. And so what I would suggest is reaching out for accountability. A lot of times, and especially this room, I'm sure is full of type A women, right? I don't need no help, right? I can do it. I mean, that's me, right? You know, I don't need anybody else's help, but that's not true, right? We just saw the demonstration here where when we all stood together, how much more powerful and stronger we were. So when you're looking to do that work, that inside work, a lot of times the first thing is to acknowledge that something isn't right, that you don't feel good in your own skin. And the second thing is to find somebody who can help you hold yourself accountable, who can help you work through exercises to identify those things, because you're so close to it, right? It goes back to what I was saying, that message that's playing in your head. You're so close to what you're thinking and feeling about yourself that you can't see that that no longer serves you. It takes another party sometimes to get in there, decipher what's going on, and really show you this is where you are, this is where you want to be, and this is what we have to do to get there. And it's nothing wrong with asking for help.
That's a big one. Asking for help is
Hi. Let me tell you, I'm so excited to be here. I was a speaker on Thursday, and yesterday I had some meetings, so I just watched it online all day long, and I just figured I had to come back today because I live in Maryland, and you are incredible. So I have one question for Mary. Okay, so I loved what you were talking about financial independence. And I wish somebody had given me one of those accounts when I was 1 year old. No, but nobody gave me anything. So I'm wondering, how late is too late to start compounding your wealth?
You can always. It's an excellent question, and it's person to person, because it really depends how much time you have to compound and what your goal is. How much money do you have right now to invest? Are you in accumulation phase, or are you, which means accumulating, compounding quickly, or are you in distribution phase? So, I mean, we can always hop on a Zoom and chat about it. Yeah.
I really have no place in that I'm 75. So I guess I don't have much.
You look good.
No. So it's never too late. There's other things that you can do that you can, from day one, put it in and be able to withdraw right away. So it just really depends on what your goals are. It's never too late. It's never too late. Thank you for the question.
That's what I said, never too late.
I'll be quick because it's more of a comment, and I'm not trying to hijack your conversation. But these two lovely ladies who were just talking about, and your question too about self-value and having support. I had but at this time she was a young friend. She was about 19. I was kind of a mentor to her, but we were just friends. And I knew she had a lot of mental health problems. And I knew that sometimes she would go dark, which meant she went quiet. And I would get scared because it was mostly phone and texting kind of a relationship. I didn't see her that much. And I would go after her, and often she wouldn't respond. And finally, one day when I got her on the phone, I said, listen, girl, you have to respond because you're freaking me out. Like, you have to tell me when you're down, when you feel like you're tanking, you have to tell me. And I know she's type A, just like me. And I know she likes to do everything on her own, just like me. And she said, okay, but you have to do it too. For real, I was speechless. I was like, oh, hell no, that was not the deal. But it was the first time she got me to start being accountable with people who, like, you have to pick up. You have to, like, hey, I haven't heard from you for 4 days. I need you to, and I'm not your bestie, because maybe your bestie isn't always the best choice. So I just wanted to affirm what you said and what you asked and say, set up those people in your life. Do it when it was uncomfortable for me, but do it, set it up, because I'll do something for someone else before I'll do it for myself. So when I said I'll do it for you, then she was doing it for me. So I just wanted to share that because it just piggybacked on what you were saying. That's true. It ain't easy.
Yeah. I just want to acknowledge each and every one of you. Your stories are so powerful. And Monique, for you, I was you like a few years ago, probably around 5 years ago. And someone introduced me to a community that had me go into the deep, dark places and shed all the layers of armor and break down to break through. So like when you're up here speaking, I'm like, yeah. So I just want to share with you, like, first of all, thank you, because it's very few and rare individuals who are willing to go into that place. Right. And also, like, you just have a light, and this is, I know you know it, but like just the beginning of what you're about to do. And I would just love to connect with you on a personal level, just because listening to you, I'm like, yes. Yeah, and it just really filled my heart to hear you. So I love to speak with you after this. And I just want to acknowledge you for going there. You were in the public eye, so I can't even imagine, like there was all greater challenges to that with family and everything else that I didn't have, that you made it through, And so just kudos to you, girl, and to all of you. Like, amazing, powerful. So, and I'm so happy. Mary, I'm so happy to see you here. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Martina. A little nervous, sorry, wrote my notes down. Anyway, so I'm a college student, and I'm on a very rigorous pathway. I feel a lot of pressure because I'm an extension of my parents and all that they've been through, and like the blood, sweat, and tears they put into where they are today. I'm a leader for my siblings, so they look up to me. I'm the oldest, so I know I have to do well because I have to support them as they get older. And like a lot of the stuff that everyone here was talking about self-love, I feel like I did accomplish that. I think for me, during COVID, I had a lot of time to myself to reflect in my life and who I wanted to be and where I wanted to go. And it was hard sometimes. Type of emotional support. And so when I went to them, they didn't understand it. So that's why I really felt alone. I was very isolated. And sorry, it did take a lot of time, but I think I finally accomplished that. So moving forward, sometimes I do feel burnt out. And I know like you guys are all very established women. And there had to have been times where you just really felt like you couldn't push forward. And sometimes you don't have the option. You have to keep pushing forward. So how did you get through that? And what did you tell yourself to be able to get to where you are today? Thank you.
That's a good question. Okay, we'll go to the young one. We'll go to the young one, okay?
First of all, congratulations to you for loving yourself and all of your accomplishments so far. You are accomplished as well. So congratulations to you. You can get burnt out so easily, especially when you are trying to do everything, when you don't know how to ask for help. Just last year, that happened to me. Around this time last year, I'm like, I'm tired, I'm exhausted, I'm just drained. I'm not even passionate about what I'm doing anymore. So I took a break. Sometimes that's all you need to do is take a break, whether it be for a day where you just reset, or it's for a week or for months. I took a whole summer break. So I was off for months, not doing anything. You're worried, like, how will I rebuild my brand? What if I get stuck in this habit of not doing anything? But give yourself that time, figure out what you need, and give yourself that space to realign and reset. And then you can refocus on your goals and things will be even better once you come back your fresh self. And like, do it unapologetically. Even if it's hard at first, you're beating yourself up, like, I don't have time to take off. You know, you need the time to take off so you can get to where you want to be. So take the break and give yourself grace in everything that you do.
And if I just wanted to say a couple of things on the topic of self-love, I think one of the keys that we have to look at in order to really truly love ourselves from the inside out is forgiveness. Forgiving yourself that pure, divine, unconditional love every single moment. And if you feel anything less than that, whether it's depression, anxiety, anger, frustration, maybe it's just okay. Maybe you're just bored. Let it go. Practice that self-forgiveness, and it will open up the doorway to allow that divine love to come into your heart space.
Beautiful. I love that. Okay, so I get burnt out every day. I'm just going to be honest, and I think a lot of people are honest about that. I was burnt out this morning, okay? What do? First, I acknowledge I'm burnt out. I'm a little tired. The second thing I usually do is I look at my calendar. It usually means that I have mismanaged my time. And I know that sounds like real boring, but a lot of times the burnout comes because you're running in circles, you're doing way more than you're supposed to do, and you haven't really organized your time. I'm a big fan of time blocking. It's something that I work with my clients on because it gives you control and you can literally see where your day is going. If it's going to go into a bad direction, you can reschedule that bad boy, right? So like you literally have the control. The third thing is to be balanced and take a break. A lot of us, myself, I can speak for myself, I just go. I have 50 ideas that come up in my head every minute. And I'm like, I can do all of those things, but none of those ideas sometimes have anything to do with relaxation, right? So one thing that I have started to do is I set dates either with myself or with someone else that makes me stop. So for instance, on a Saturday, I may say, I know I need to get this done and this done, but I also need to love on myself. So I'm going to set a date with Lauren, that's me, at 7 o'clock. I'm going to put myself on my calendar and I'm not going to cancel on myself, right? And then that allows me to stop, do something different and revive myself because it's not just about working. And I think that our society has sold us a bad ticket right there. It's not always about just hustling and going. It really is about enjoying the weather, enjoying the sun, smelling the flowers, eating good food, spending time with people who love you, right? So you have to have a little balance in there. And again, that really goes back to your schedule.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys, I don't mean to be rude, but we have to take the speakers out.
Oh.
Okay. What I would like to suggest is that during our reception time, anyone else have any questions? I'm sure that our panelists will gladly address those. They have another event coming in tonight, so, and we've got to get going as far as giving back equipment. Okay.
So thank you, ladies, for coming. Just one last thing. Erin, can you come out, please? This would not have been possible if it wasn't for Erin Washington. Come. This is a young woman who saw the vision, who embraced the mission that we are embarking on. Erin, if you had not seen in me what was inside me, if you hadn't seen the passion that I have to inspire women, to empower women, to help young girls to find their voices, to create a stage for us to own our stories, to transmute our pain into gold. Look at what we have done. I could not have done this without you, Erin.
Same. Thank you. Love you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to everybody who tuned in. Thank you to every woman who stepped forward to share her story. This is what true empowerment is, and we will change the world one story at a time and one woman at a time. So all of you come into the photo. Come on, ladies, everybody who took part, everybody, even the audience. Yep, come on in, come on in. A stage is not a stage without the people who come to share with us and be with us. Those with young knees, please come in the front row.
Cindy, I want you in this picture.
Thank you. Come on in. CeeLo, come forward. You're tiny. Come to the front. No, don't hide. Come to the front. There we go. Are we ready?
Give it to Charles. Give it to
And
Charles.
Cindy, give
Get
the
in
phone
there.
to Charles. Come on in. All right, here we go. Our last picture for the day. And I want some energy, ladies. Come on. In my language, you could say Sadza. Learn a new word. Sadza. Sadza. That means cornmeal. Cornmeal.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you, Charles, for capturing this. Thank you. We'll take pictures with them. All right. Don't forget the pink bags. Please help yourself. Our business cards are in there. Thank you, ladies. Please take an activity book to one of your girlfriends. Jerry left 4 books I need to give away. If anybody would like one of Jerry or Lion's books. And please go and see Tammy before you leave. Give a donation if you would like. Would you like a book? Thank you. I didn't get your name. Urani. And you? Yes. Hey, fantastic. Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here. Would you like one of Jerry's
This
books?
is the person who won the drawing, but I don't know who she is. But she may have left, but I can always email her and just mail it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Super.
One of Jerry's books?
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Really cute. Before we go. Okay.
We're going to the house to go shoot the
To the house.
Shoot the last two. Oh.